哦，不行，这个一共有。
Hello, Lamel. Good morning. Nice to see you. 春标在线上。
在线。
哎，董红老师在线。董红老师好。哎，
大家好。
Hi Raymond。Hello。启明在线上。启明。陆鑫老师在线上。
哎，大家好，大家好。
哎，启明好，启明好。哎，
郑会长好。
你好，你好。
Hello everyone.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Yang 老师好。
I am Miss Yang Yuyang from China, the Vice President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum. I am very delighted to announce that the third World Traditional Medicine Forum is now open. First of all, I would like to invite two hosts of the opening ceremony. They are Dr. Guo Chunbiao, Secretary General.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. This forum is co-sponsored by the World Traditional Medicine Forum and WHO. The two-day forum covers 8 academic topics, which are very informative, and we are looking forward with anticipation to the next 2 days.
Now, we would like to invite Dr. Raymond Maria Kadok, Vice President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, to deliver a welcome speech on behalf of the World Traditional Medicine Forum.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Distinguished Dr. Susanna Jacob, Deputy Director General of World Health Organization. Distinguished Dr. Sang-Chi, Dr. Chen Dong-Wu, Dr. Rajesh Kotecha, Dr. Arman Saragan, and Mr. Yvonne Abu Mohamed, they are experts and colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Tajahau. The third World Traditional Medicine Forum video conference, organized by the World Traditional Medicine Forum and co-sponsored by the World Health Organization, is to start online today. First of all, on behalf of Dr. Don Ling, President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, as the organizer, I'd like to express our sincere greetings and warm welcome to the World Health Organization officials, as well as experts and guests from all over the world who are attending this conference. The World Traditional Medicine Forum is a professional academic event in the global traditional medicine field. So far, it has been successfully held twice in Argentina and United States before. It has made effort to promote the change and development of traditional medicine in the world, which has been paid attention and recognized by relevant field professionals as well as the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization has always been keen to support traditional medicine as a key step in achieving the long-term goal of universal healthcare. The 2019 at the 17th World Health Assembly held in Geneva, the 11 ACD was reviewed and approved, and traditional medicine has included for the first time. This market a recognition of the value of traditional medicine, including Chinese medicine, by the international public health system represented by the World Health Organization and milestone in the development of traditional medicine in the world. It's a great honor for this conference to be co-sponsored with the World Health Organization and our forum, which is another concrete reflection of the World Health Organization's strong support for the traditional medicine. We very much look forward to the guidance of World Health Organization official and expert to this conference. Thank you very much. In the next 2 days of the conference, experts and scholars from all over the world will share their theoretical research, clinical experience, and significant and scientific research results in the field of traditional medicine, including topics such as traditional medicine education, legislation, and standardization. This conference coincides with the time when the new coronavirus is raging around the world. We are especially looking forward to the exchange of experience and resource sharing of the traditional medicine in the prevention and fight against the new coronavirus, as well as the prevention in treatment of COVID-19 sequelae. We expect this to be a really fruitful academic conference. And finally, I wish this conference a complete success. Thank you very much. 谢谢大家.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramon. Thank you. Now we welcome the Deputy Director General of WHO, Dr. Shoshana Jacob. Let's listen to her speech.
Honorable guests, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is my honor to be invited to this important forum. Traditional medicine is an important and often underestimated health resource with many applications. To fully capitalize this valuable health resource, WHO is implementing the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023. According to the WHO Global Report on Traditional Medicine 2019, progress in countries worldwide in this area for the past 20 years has been significant and has shown a growing trend. The report shows that 170 countries acknowledged the use of traditional medicine. The number of countries with legal and regulatory framework for traditional medicine increased from 79 in 2012 to 109 in 2018. 124 countries reported having laws or regulations on herbal medicines, and 78 countries reported having regulations on traditional medicine providers. The political declaration of the United Nations high-level meeting on universal health coverage, released in late 2019, includes a paragraph on the importance of appropriate integration of traditional medicine in health services to contribute to UHC, which re-emphasizes the points of the Astana Declaration on Primary Health Care, adopted in 2018. Distinguished participants, in our fight against COVID-19 globally, WHO has emphasized the importance of international solidarity and collaboration in the response to COVID-19. WHO has launched the ACT Accelerator for research in therapeutics and vaccines. At the same time as providing support to member states in the fight against COVID-19, WHO is providing support in maintaining essential health services. We have learned that some countries and regions actively explore the resource of traditional medicine in contributing to the response to COVID-19 at different stages. Many academic institutions and professional organizations are conducting research in traditional medicine products and interventions. Currently, there are 369 registered researches for medical treatment and medicinal efficacy in the WHO International Clinical Trial Registry platform on COVID-19 for traditional medicine, and 2,457 published articles on COVID-19 and traditional medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, WHO is implementing the operational framework for primary health care adopted at the World Health Assembly last year, which requests a model of traditional and complementary medicine in primary health care to be shared globally. WHO has initiated a comprehensive project on the development of international herbal pharmacopoeia to support member states and ensure the safety, quality, and effectiveness of traditional medicine. WHO is also providing technical support to member states in the engagement of traditional medicine in the response to COVID-19. The objective of the World Traditional Medicine Forum are in line with the goals and objectives of the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2019-2023. I would like to express our sincere hopes that the World Traditional Medicine Forum, as a comprehensive platform for coordinating and facilitating the information exchange and cooperation among the professional organizations, healthcare providers, and partners, will enhance the role of traditional medicine and contribute to the WHO's 13th General Program of Work, Universal Health Coverage, and the SDGs. I wish this forum a great success. Thank you.
Many thanks to Dr. Susanna Jacobo. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Wu Zhendou, Director General of the Department of International Cooperation of the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine of China, to make a speech.
Honorable Dr. Susanna, dear Dr. Dong Zhilin, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to attend the Third World Traditional Medicine Forum, co-sponsored by the World Health Organization and the World Traditional Medicine Forum of the Netherlands. First of all, on behalf of the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine China, I'd like to extend warm congratulations on the successful opening of the conference. In recent years, the Chinese government has given greater prominence to TCM. The General Office of the State Council issued measures on accelerating the characteristic development of TCM and required further implementation of effective measures in accordance with the opinions of the CPC Central Committee and the State Council on boosting the inheritance and innovation of TCM and spirits of the National TCM Conference, adhering to its law of internal development in order to promote its quality development. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020, the Chinese government, by adopting the protocol of integrated TCM and modern medicine, has achieved a significant strategic success. TCM has been officially included in the COVID-19 diagnosis and treatment protocol. The TCM involved cases accounted for 92% of the total diagnosed cases. And according to statistics of clinical observation, the cumulative efficacy is over 90%. This data revealed that the application of TCM has withstood the fierce test and revealed its efficacy against COVID-19. And meanwhile, TCM also has taken an active part in global prevention and control of the epidemic. And TCM has supported more than 110 anti-epidemic virtual conferences and live broadcast activities for medical experts, and also shared TCM diagnosis and treatment protocols, effective prescriptions, and exchanged clinical experience with 150 countries and regions in the world. In addition, TCM physicians were sent to 28 countries and regions to help them fight the pandemic. The World Traditional Medicine Forum in the Netherlands has more than 8,000 members from 80 countries and regions. Over the years, the TMF has long been committed to and also played a positive role for comprehensively boosting the development of traditional medicine in an all-round way. It's of great significance to enhance the mutual learning and to urge joint focus and efforts of various nations in traditional medicine. Here, I'd like to propose 3 suggestions. First, the unique advantages of traditional medicine should be further explored and unleashed to boost the international cooperation in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. The experience of Chinese government shows that the integration of TCM and modern medicine has ensured the major strategic achievements of COVID-19 prevention and control. We are willing to constantly share with all parties such anti-epidemic experience and practice of TCM, to take an active part in international cooperation of traditional medicine to fight the epidemic. Second, traditional medicine should be further developed to improve the health and the well-being of people around the world. Although the TCM and the modern medicine belong to different categories of medicine, each possesses peculiar merits of their own, and they jointly function to protect human health. I sincerely hope the WTMF should contribute more for better TM services in all countries. Third, the cooperation on traditional medicine should be strengthened to jointly build a global community of health for all. Regarding the involvement of traditional medicine against public health emergencies as a breakthrough, China is willing to further strengthen cooperation with the World Health Organization and relevant countries in the field of traditional medicine, and to actively carry out joint scientific research on traditional medicine, provide more solutions to common problems, and jointly build a global community of health for all. Finally, I wish the forum a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu Zhengdou. Now we will listen to a speech from the Indian Secretary of the Ministry of Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha and Homeopathy, Ayush, Dr. Rajesh Kotecha.
Namaste to all. At the outset, I extend my warm welcome to the President, Vice Presidents of World Traditional Medicine Forum, Dr. Zuzana Jacob from WHO, and all the experts and panelists who is present at this opening of the World Traditional Medicine Forum. I extend my sincere appreciation for World Traditional Medicine Forum and the WHO for organizing this virtual event. I'm sure that this conference would help in promoting the traditional medicine globally and bringing traditional medicine professionals from all over the world on a single platform to discuss and exchange the clinical practice, scientific research, standardization, teaching methods, legislation of traditional medicine, and role and strength of traditional medicine in combating of COVID-19. The utility of traditional systems of medicines to protect people from COVID-19 has been well experienced by many countries. The herbal medicine and formulations have become popular all across the globe owing to their immunomodulator properties, improving host defense mechanism, resulting in multifold rise in their demand. India has 2 ministries at federal level to provide healthcare delivery. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare provides the healthcare largely through conventional medicine, whereas the Ministry of Ayush is representing all the traditional medicines of India. In context of COVID-19 pandemic, Ministry of Ayush has taken many initiatives for the prevention of disease by enhancing immunity and to develop safe and effective medicines and interventions for COVID-19 through Ayurveda and other traditional systems of India. Ministry of Ayush has recommended the self-care guidelines for preventive health measures, and all these guidelines are having numerous evidences, and it is interesting that people have largely used it. All those resources were from their home, from their spices, and it's a self-care, so they did not go to buy some medicine from the shops, and they can take care of themselves. We had a study through our one of the application Ayush Sanjeevani, and we found based on less than about 1 million respondents that 86% of Indians have used these Ayush modalities for the prophylaxis of COVID-19. This is also now published in one of the very good journal. Ministry of Ayush, through its research councils and institutes, and with the support of the state governments and different universities, has undertaken 120 different designs of studies in both prophylactic, observational, as well as interventional clinical studies at over 141 locations across the country. Collaborative clinical studies have been undertaken as a joint initiatives of Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Science and Technology of Government of India. At global level, Ministry of Ayush has partnered with foreign institutes in UK, USA, Germany, Brazil, South Africa, etc. for undertaking collaborative research studies, including clinical trials on some of the Ayurvedic medicines for COVID-19. In some of these trials are going on. I am delighted to inform that Ayurveda and Yoga interventions have been integrated in the National Clinical Management Protocol for COVID-19. Ministry of Ayush and Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, this is a Ministry of Science and Technology body, collaboration has recently completed a robust multi-center randomized clinical trial to evaluate the safety and efficacy of Ayush 64. This is a polyherbal combination, and these clinical studies revealed that this Ayush 64 exhibit early clinical recovery in COVID-19 cases without any progression of the disease to severe or critical stage. Another medicine known as Kabasura Codeine also have the similar results. The efficacy of these drugs have been proved through robust trials, as I mentioned, and the outcome or the observations has notable antiviral, immunomodulator, and antipyretic properties. It is found to be useful in the treatment of asymptomatic mild and moderate infection, and so consequently the drug is now repurposed for COVID-19. We have found that while using this drug, the patients of COVID do not go into critical condition, and that way they don't need requirement of hospitalization, and they can be healed at the home isolation facilities. We have also a lot of IT initiatives in India, like we have Ayush Health Management Information System. We have implemented across the country. We have mobile app for COVID-19, as I mentioned. We have telemedicine also, and a lot of different e-platforms we have launched during these last 3 years. Ministry of Ayush has entered into country MOU for cooperation in the field of traditional medicine with 25 countries. We have 24 partnership for collaborative research and 13 MOUs for setting up a Ayush chair with different universities and institutes across the globe. I want to mention about the important aspect is collaboration with the WHO. The Ministry of Ayush is actively engaging with WHO for development of standardized terminologies of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani systems, and also the National Ayush Morbidity and Standardized Terminology Portal, which is known as Namaste Portal, is being maintained successfully, and the collection of the morbidity statistics through National Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani morbidity codes are being successfully undertaken through this portal. A ministry-level meeting of stakeholder countries for development of second module of traditional medicine chapter of ICD-11 was jointly organized by the ministry and the WHO in 2020 at New Delhi. A donor agreement also was signed in the February 2020 in this regard. WHO is also, the Southeast Asian region office is supporting the study of integration of Ayush systems of traditional healthcare in COVID-19 management in India, and this study is also going on. Government of India is also working on quality standards of Ayush products through Indian standards as well as ISO standards in collaboration with Bureau of Indian Standards. Development of such IS and ISO standard is poised to augment the domestic as well as cross-border of trade of Ayush products and services. At the end, I want to echo and support what my colleague from China, Dr. Wu mentioned, the Director General of Department of International Cooperation, National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine. He has suggested these 3 points of integration of traditional medicine into mainstream. And from India, I also want to support that those suggestions, which is the need of the time. At the end, on behalf of India, I once again extend warm welcome to all the traditional medicine professionals and participants. I hope for the interactive deliberations and fruitful outcome of the conference. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Kotecha. Let's welcome Dr. Arman Sakran, Vice Dean for International Affairs, Office of the Person and Complementary Medicines, Ministry of the Health and Medical Education, Iran, to give a speech. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. In advance, I should thank the organizer of this very good event on traditional medicine. Such events can help us to improve traditional medicine or knowledge about traditional medicine and the situation, to integrating it into our national health system and our country. My short presentation is about Persian medicine as a gateway from the past for the future and the opportunities that this traditional medicine system can supply us for our healthcare system. As you know, Persian medicine is one of the oldest traditional systems of medicine that dates back to 1,000 years ago, and it's based on humoral theory. And one of the most important things is the continuity of this paradigm of medicine during the history. It is not only about Iran, current Iran, it is about cultural Persia and very vast territories that Persian medicine belongs to all the neighboring countries of Iran as well as Iran that could be practiced as a traditional medicine and complementary medicine in the countries all around neighboring Iran and also Iran. And therefore, the geographical coverage of this traditional system of medicine is very vast. We can see many of evidences about this traditional system of medicine from prehistoric times, and also in archaeological evidences, such as some of them I put in this slide from Bern city in the southeast of Iran, dates back to about 5,000 years ago. And it's based on a humoral theory, and you can see these 4 qualities in the body. After Islam, it is developed during the Islamic Golden Age, and we can see too many Persian scientists like Jeber, like Ali Abbas, like Razes, like Avicenna, like Giorgiani, and so on, that developed this traditional system of medicine. And now we have many evidences about this traditional system of medicine. But in current era, in Islamic Republic of Iran, we have too many governmental documents for supporting Persian medicine. For example, from supreme leader level, there is some order to Ministry of Health to support and to developing traditional medicine, in particular Persian medicine in Iran. Also in parliament, it is included in the laws and in the orders made by the parliament that order to the government to support Persian medicine and to integrate traditional medicine into Iranian healthcare system. Also in presidency, there is a document on traditional medicine and herbal medicine that should be applied in the government. Also too many other documents that support using traditional medicine in the country. Therefore, traditional medicine, in particular Persian medicine, is well regulated in Iran, and you can find too many structures to regulate Persian medicine in Iran. From 2007, the PhD program for traditional medicine and traditional pharmacy were started in medical universities of Iran, and only physicians and pharmacists, these MD and PharmD degrees, could apply for this PhD majors. Also, there are a general directorate of Persian medicine in the Ministry of Health that is responsible for policy making in the field of traditional medicine and to integrate traditional medicine in health system of Iran. Also in Iranian FDA, there is some regulations for traditional remedies, and there's a directorate for this purpose in the Iranian Food and Drug Administration. There are more than 17,000 books and treatises and manuscripts on Persian medicine. That is a very huge resource, historical resource to work on this paradigm of medicine, on prevention, on treatment, on pharmacy, and other ones. And we have more than 10 years experience in academy. There are too many research centers and departments that work and research and work on education and other things. And we have more than 800 specialists, physicians and pharmacists that passed PhD degrees in these fields, and also the rich ethnopharmacological sciences all around the country. For example, we can help medical system to improve. For example, in COVID-19 pandemic, there are more than 100 research projects that applied in these parts, and we have till this time 16 approved drugs for COVID-19 in traditional medicine and in herbal medicine. That 4 of them are industrialized, and it is in the market, and physicians use it for their patients. And also in too many other research areas that or specialists work in integrating a situation with other specialists to improve quality of life, treatment, pharmacy, and other aspects in medical sciences. As in the end, it is an opportunity, and we have very good, well-structured academic centers and schools and departments, as well as regulations for traditional medicines, and not only Persian medicine as well, but also Chinese medicine, homeopathy, and some other types that are regulated and approved in Iranian Ministry of Health. And we are ready to collaborate with other countries and WHO in any projects and any parts that we could have good collaborations in research, in joint programs, and other parts. And we have already some MOMs or MOUs and other contracts with many countries, and try to have these collaborations, and we are ready and welcome to expand these collaborations with any other countries, societies, and institutes. I tried to make a short introduction about Persian medicine briefly in 5 minutes. Thanks for your attention, and I enjoy the rest of this very good forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arman Zagaran. I would now like to invite Mrs. Yvonne Adubohen, Head of Clinical Trials Department, Food and Drugs Authority, Accra, Ghana, to make a speech.
Excuse me, I missed your voice for some seconds. Please repeat again. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Is it Dr. Arman Sagaran?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, you have finished or not?
Yes, yes, it's finished.
Yes, yes. So actually, I introduce now Mrs. Yvonne Adubuahen, Head of Clinical Trials Department, Food and Drugs Authority, Accra, Ghana, to make a speech. Thank you, Dr. Arman Sagaran.
You're welcome. Thank you.
A very good morning, good afternoon, evening to everyone here. The President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, Zelaine Dong, the Vice President of the World Traditional Forum, Dr. Ramon Hodek, the Deputy Director General, WHO, Susanna Jacob, Director General of the Department of International Cooperation in China of Traditional Medicine in China, Dr. Zhendu Wu, the Secretary of the Ministry of Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, AYASH, Dr. Rajesh Kutesha, the Vice President of the International Affairs of Patient and Complementary Medicine, Ministry of Health in Iran, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I am honored and privileged to be invited to this very important forum and to also give this very short speech. As we are all aware, traditional medicine is a sum of knowledge and practices based not only on theories, but also on the beliefs and experiences indigenous to different cultures, used in maintenance of the health as in prevention, diagnosis, improvement, or treatment of physical and mental illness. Since it is estimated that in globally, 80% of the world population use traditional medicine, I believe it is very important and imperative that traditional medicine is well regulated to improve the health of our people. The impact of traditional medicine is not limited to health alone, as we all know, but to also to help the economic improvement of our nations. Regulated stands as the interface between industries, the researchers, manufacturers of traditional medicine, and the users or the patients of traditional medicine. In Ghana, where I come from, traditional medicine industry has relatively improved over the years and is ready to improve more. This has been made possible through various national policies and regulatory agencies such as the Traditional Medicine Practices Council, which core mandate is to regulate the practice and the practitioners, the Traditional and Alternative Medicine Directorate also has the core mandate to formulate and implement policies, and the Food and Drugs Authority of Ghana, also mandated by the Public Health Act, to license manufacturing facilities and issuance of marketing authorization to herbal medicines. In recent times, it will amaze you to know that the Food and Drugs Authority has approved a clinical trials for COVID-19 with investigational medicine being a herbal medicine. And this, I'm sure, made possible through the help of WHO, leading experts to develop guidelines, generic protocols for researchers to use in this area of the industry. But in all this, there are a few challenges. Some of these main challenges could be inadequate scientific quality control procedures employed in manufacturing, inadequate technological skills as well as technological equipment in herbal medicines preparation, lack of technical collaboration between research institutions and herbal manufacturers, and lack of reference standards and methods of analysis from the herbal manufacturers, making it difficult for quality control analysis on the products. In conclusion to the short speech, I would like to say that I believe we are on the right approach, we are on the right path, and by coming together, harmonizing our efforts, harmonizing our skills, knowledge, to mitigate some of these challenges by training and equipping the industry, that is the regulator, the researcher, the manufacturers. I believe that with the help of the World Traditional Medicine Forum and the World Health Organization, they could lead in the development of reference standards and method of analysis for common medicinal plants in this way. In this way, we will definitely achieve our ultimate goal of the Third World Traditional Medicine Forum. I would like to say a big thank you for listening to me, and I wish everyone a fruitful and successful deliberation for this forum. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Yvonne Dubuan. This is the end of the opening ceremony. The following part is the keynote presentation session, which will be hosted by two vice presidents of World Traditional Medicine Forum. They are Professor Huang Baoguo from Malaysia and Dr. Tan Dan from UK. Now let's welcome them and all the following speakers.
Now we invite our keynote speaker. I'm Eng from Malaysia. Now I invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Zhang Qi. He is responsible for the traditional and complementary medicine at the World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva. He leads the integration of traditional Chinese medicine into the national health system for the government of China. His reporting topic is the implementation of WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023. Welcome, Dr. Chang.
Mr. Zilin Dong, honorable guests and experts, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to give a briefing on the implementation of WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023. My presentation divided into three parts. First one is about global situation and trends. Second one is about the strategy and the World Health Assembly resolutions. Last one is about implementation of the strategy and the way forward. According to the WHO Traditional Medicine report released in 2019, you can see that the 170 countries' health authorities acknowledged the use of traditional medicine, which occupy the 88% of all the WHO member states. So you can see that all the green part that are the countries with the use of traditional medicine. In terms of the national policy development and implementation, you can see in the past 20 years keep growing, and until 2018, 98 countries developed the national policy. And 107 countries established the national office in the governmental agencies. On the regulation of herbal medicines, you can see that 124 countries already that implement that regulation. And in terms of regulation on providers, 5 years ago, only 67 countries, and 5 years later to 2018, there are 78 countries on that regulation. So these are only some examples from the global report. And you can download it in the WHO Traditional Medicine Unit website. So the countries also express the challenges. So through the report. So you can see, for example, the top 5 challenges. First one is lack of research data. And the second one is lack of financial support for the research on traditional and complementary medicine. Third one is lack of mechanism to monitor the safety and the practices. Fourth one is about the education and the training for providers. The fifth one is lack of expertise within the national health authorities and agencies, etc. So based on that, the challenges and the situation in the member states, WHO developed and implement currently the traditional medicine strategy since 2014 to 2023. There are 2 general goals of the strategy. First one is harnessing the potential contribution of traditional and complementary medicine to health, wellness, people-centered health care, and universal health coverage. The second one is promoting safe and effective use of traditional complementary medicine through the regulation, research, and integration of TNCM products, practices, and practitioners into the health system. There are 3 objectives and 6 strategic directions in the strategy. First objective is to build knowledge base for management through policies. 2 strategic directions under this objective. First one is understand and recognize the role and potential of TNCM and build country profile for each specific country. Second strategic direction is to strengthen knowledge base, build evidence, and sustain resources, including intellectual resource and natural resource. Second objective is to strengthen quality assurance, safety, proper use, and effectiveness by regulation. First direction is about the products, while monitoring and enforcement of the regulation also promote harmonization in the international level. Next strategic direction is about regulation of practices and practitioners, including education, training, skills development, services, and therapies. So last objective is to promote universal health coverage by integration. First direction is to capitalize on potential contribution of TNCM to improve health services and health outcomes. Last direction is to enhance that consumer education on informed choices about self-health care. World Health Assembly also adopted a resolution on traditional medicine, so that resolution urged the member states to adapt, adopt, and implement the traditional medicine strategy as a basis for national TNCM programs and work plans. Also urge member states to develop and implement working plans to integrate traditional medicine into the health services, particularly primary healthcare services, and also to report to WHO on the progress in the implementing of the strategy. The resolution also requests the Director General of WHO to facilitate member states' implementation of the WHO strategy, supporting their formulation of knowledge-based national policies, standards, and regulations, and strengthening national capacity building. Also to provide policy guidance to member states on how to integrate TNCM services within healthcare systems. And of course, to provide technical guidance in ensuring the safety, quality, and effectiveness of TNCM services. Based on this implementation of the strategy and World Health Assembly resolution, traditional complementary and the integrative medicine team already working with the colleagues within WHO and partners outside WHO to include the traditional medicine in the key WHO resolutions and important declarations. For example, not only the 2014 World Health Assembly resolution on traditional medicine, also in 2017, another World Health Assembly resolution on integrated people-centered healthcare, and also in a Shanghai Declaration on promoting health in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In 2018, there was a declaration on Astana Declaration on primary health care. And 2019, there was a World Health Assembly resolution on global action on patient safety. Another resolution is 11th revision of international classification of diseases. And also in the year, there is a United Nations General Assembly political declaration of the high-level meeting on universal health coverage. In terms of the way forward, traditional complementary and integrative medicine team in WHO will work according to the mission and function as follows. We promote and support the effective use and equitable access to quality traditional complementary and integrative medicine products and health services that are safe, integrated, and people-centered across the life course, across the care continuum, and across the sectors to contribute in universal health coverage and the United Nations SDGs. So you can see many collaborative programs we are working. So for specific ongoing key activities, you can see that on the global leadership side, we are working through several networks. First one, of course, the WHO International Regulatory Cooperation for Herbal Medicines Network. Currently, there are 46 members, including the European Union, Southeast Asia, that regional regulatory body, and South American sub-regional body. The collaborating centers currently 27, and the expert advisory panel, 6 official relations, the NGOs, and of course providing technical support to research base, strengthening the research base. So that the second category is about we are producing the global public health goods. For example, produce the standard terminology in traditional complementary integrative medicine, WHO International Herbal Pharmacopoeia, WHO guidelines on herbal medicines, WHO benchmarks for practices, benchmarks for trainings of practitioners in different traditional medicine modalities. Third category is about promoting integration of TNCM into health systems. We are reviewing the existing models of the integration at country level. We are monitoring global trends through the regular surveys and reports. We are working on digital health tools for consumer education and self-care guidelines on consumer education and MUGA. Last category, for example, we are supporting countries, including capacity building through the annual inter-regional training workshops. We are supporting through that priority countries identified under the umbrella of Universal Health Coverage Program. We are conducting studies and producing report on models of traditional complementary medicine in primary healthcare and other ad hoc country support as requested. These are some specific examples of the norms, standards, and guidelines. For example, 2017, we published WHO guidelines on selecting marker substances of herbal origin for quality control of herbal medicines. 2018, we released the guidelines on good herbal processing practices for herbal medicines. Another guidelines released on good manufacturing practices for the manufacture of herbal medicines, updated. So next one is going to be published in the coming days, called Key Technical Issues for Safe Use of Herbal Medicines with reference to interactions with other medicines. Of course, under development is the WHO International Herbal Pharmacopoeia. Other norms, standards, documents, for example, benchmarks for training, including acupuncture, anthroposophic medicine, Ayurveda, traditional Chinese medicine, Tibetan medicine, Tuina, Unani medicine, and others, still under discussion. And the benchmarks for practice covering acupuncture, Ayurveda, cupping, Nuo Thai, Chinese medicine, Tuina, Unani medicine, and also several under discussion. Standard terminology covering Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, integration, the guidance document on TCI rehabilitative care, for example, and also WHO global report on appropriate integration into the health system. This is also in the process of developing. And of course, we are working on the report on models in PHC. So the first part of the traditional medicine chapter already released in the ICD 11 2019 and currently working on other modules. And also 2018, you know that the WHO's global reference list of 100 core health indicators covering 2 sub-health indicators: traditional complementary medicine, outpatient service utilization, and also pain management with TCM medicine, traditional complementary medicine. About the situation on the TCM to COVID-19. So you know that the COVID-19 is still the pandemic globally. So we need to work with the partners to understand better how traditional medicine system can contribute in the response to COVID-19. Many countries already expressed eagerness to contribute to information sharing and building capacity. And also that the engagement of traditional medicine in the response to COVID-19 already happened in many countries such as China, India, Pakistan, Republic of Korea, Zimbabwe as examples. They shared information with wider community for research and practice. WHO also organized several workshops for sharing that information. And the WHO African region also established a regional expert committee working in this area. So there is a need, of course, to further strengthen the exchange of information on any new achievements to facilitate the future activities. And also there is a need of knowledge and evidence to enhance capacity and promote collaboration among the member states. In terms of the information in WHO database on COVID-19 regarding traditional complementary medicine in the WHO International Clinical Registration Platform, recorded 369 on traditional medicine at the research registration. And some registrations are only for traditional medicine. Some of them are combined traditional medicine with conventional medicine. Published articles on COVID-19 regarding traditional complementary medicine in the WHO literature database. There are 2,457 articles on traditional medicine. Among these, 1,351 on traditional Chinese medicine and 1,106 on other traditional medicine. WHO is working with member states and partners. For example, we are closely working with member states through networks and many activities, and also closely working with partners through different networks, including the governmental agencies network, experts network, collaborating center network, non-government organizations with official relations with WHO or not built official relations yet. So before closing, I would like to say that countries aiming to integrate the best of traditional complementary medicine and conventional medicine would do well to look not only at the many differences between the two systems, but also at areas where both converge to help tackle the unique health challenges of the 21st century. Also, in an ideal world, traditional medicine would be an option offered by a well-functioning, people-centered health system that balances the curative services with preventive care. And last, I would like to say that WHO Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine Unit had already successful collaborations with the World Traditional Medicine Forum in the past years, and we will further enhance the collaborations with the Traditional Medicine Forum in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Now we invite our second speaker, keynote speaker, Dr. Zheng Dou Wu. He is the Director General of the Department of International Cooperation, National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine of China. His reporting topic is TCM development and its role in COVID-19 containment. Welcome, Dr. Wu.
Traditional medicine in various countries is enriched with healthcare and national culture value. Strengthening the exchanges and cooperation in traditional medicine is of great significance to boost mutual learning, people-to-people exchanges in all countries. Here, I would like to share with you the topic of TCM development and its role in COVID-19 containment. The first part, current situation of TCM development. TCM is a treasure of ancient Chinese science. As a unique resource in health and culture, it has made great contributions to the Chinese nation and has positively influenced the progress of world civilization. The Chinese government has attached more importance on TCM and boosts the reform and development of TCM with unprecedented efforts to guide and lead historic achievements of TCM, as detailed in the following aspects. First, an institutional system has been set up to ensure the quality development of TCM. In 2017, the TCM Law of the People's Republic of China was passed, which was the first fundamental and comprehensive law of TCM. In 2016, the State Council issued the Planning Compendium of Strategic Plan for the Development of TCM 2016 to 2030. In 2019, the National Conference of TCM was held, and the proposals of the CPC Central Committee and the State Council on boosting the inheritance and innovation of TCM was issued. So through the above policies and regulations, the guidelines, objectives, tasks, corresponding measures for the development of TCM were identified. Number of reform measures have been launched, such as the registration of TCM clinics and the examination of TCM license for professionals with practical expertise. Second, both the capability and accessibility of TCM have been significantly improved. TCM is perfectly integrated into the holistic situation of health system reform and amplified the positive efficacy of the reform by providing more medical services with relatively less resources. As of 2019, there are 5,232 TCM hospitals with a total of 1.092 million beds. 98.3% of community health centers, 85.9% of community health stations, 97.1% of township health centers, and 71.3% of village clinics nationwide are able to provide TCM services. Third, both the inheritance and protection and the scientific and technological innovation of TCM were accelerated. A total of 1,482 inheritance studios of national famous and experienced TCM experts have been set up, and 127 TCM projects have been selected as representative projects of national intangible cultural heritage. So the fourth National General Survey of TCM resources were carried out. Fourth, the cultivation of TCM professionals has been advanced. The 100,000, 10,000 inheritance and innovation project of TCM professionals, Qi Huang project, has been implemented. For national TCM professionals, 99 of Qi Huang scholars, 500 national outstanding TCM clinical professionals were selected. The evaluation and incentive mechanisms of TCM professionals have been further improved. 60 national TCM masters, 100 outstanding national TCM physicians were selected. As of 2019, there are 625,000 licensed, including assistant TCM doctors in health institutions, with an increase of 38.3% 2015. The second part, the significance of TCM in COVID-19 pandemic and control. TCM has played an irreplaceable role in public health emergencies and is an indispensable resource for the construction of a national public health system. First, TCM is a medical science that originated in China and has played an important role to combat disease for the Chinese nation. Historically, the Chinese nation successfully survived hundreds of large-scale plague, but was able to turn the tide, which can be largely accredited to the protection of TCM. In recent years, application of TCM in the prevention and treatment of emerging infectious disease, such as SARS, H1N1, Ebola, have also achieved remarkable progress. Second, TCM has been thoroughly involved in the whole process of China's domestic fight against COVID-19. After the outbreak of the pandemic, TCM forces across the country were mobilized to support the Wuhan city of Hubei province. So nearly 5,000 TCM professionals from about 700 TCM institutions fought the epidemic on the front line of Hubei. So NATCM immediately organized and sent a national Chinese medicine specialist team to Wuhan, Hubei province to fight the pandemic. 5 groups of 717 national TCM medical teams were established to take over 8 wards and the Jiangxia Cabin Hospital, as well as other 3 hospitals, exploring novel diagnosis and treatment mode, distinguished by TCM characteristics with integration of both TCM and modern medicine. NATCM timely released the results of clinical research and successful screen out of TCM products, represented by the 3 drugs and 3 formulas. The 3rd to 8th edition of national diagnosis and treatment protocols characterized by the integration of TCM and modern medicine were jointly issued by both the National Health Commission and NATCM. TCM treatment was formulated for various types of patients, either in the medical observation period or in the mild, severe, critically ill cases or discharged cases as well. The comprehensive participation of TCM significantly diminished the morbidity, the rate of progression to severe disease and death rate, and simultaneously increased the cure rate and accelerated the recovery in the convalescence period. According to statistics, the TCM involved cases accounted for 92% of the total cases diagnosed with COVID-19. The involvement of TCM ensured major strategic achievements for the national epidemic prevention and control. 3rd, the humanitarianism was advocated to help build a community of health for all. In 2020, the NATCM supported more than 110 virtual conferences to share the anti-epidemic experience and practice of TCM and traditional medicine, TCM diagnosis and treatment protocols, effective formulas, and through international organizations and bilateral mechanisms, clinical experience were widely shared to more than 150 countries. TCM physicians were sent to 28 countries and regions to help fight COVID-19. These measures have been widely welcomed by the international community. So the 3rd part, the international cooperation of TCM. So at present, the spread and influence of TCM in the world is expanding, and it has spread to 196 countries and regions. TCM has gradually integrated into the international medical system, and TCM drugs have been registered in countries such as Russia, Cuba, Vietnam, Singapore, UAE. So in terms of supporting the development of international traditional medicine, the Chinese government is committed to promoting the international development of traditional medicine, maintaining close cooperation with the World Health Organization, and contributing to the development of global traditional medicine. At present, the Chinese government has signed special TCM cooperation agreements with more than 40 countries, international organizations, and regional authorities. In terms of TCM foreign aid, China has sent medical teams to 69 countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. and TCM personnel are included in almost every medical team, accounting for about 10% of the total medical personnel. These TCM medical personnel have saved the lives of many critically ill patients and have been fully recognized by the governments and the people of the recipient countries. The fourth part, prospect of the future. First, we will inherit the essence of traditional medicine and keep up with the innovation so as to promote the academic development and prevention and control ability of traditional medicine in various countries. The demands for disease prevention and control should be addressed by further inheritance of the essence of traditional medicine through its development and highlighting its special advantages, as well as the innovation of both theory and practice of traditional medicine by taking advantages of the modern science and technology. Regarding engagement of TCM in public health emergencies as a breakthrough, China is willing to cooperate with other countries in order to promote the successful transform of traditional medicine, including the TCM, into a reliable global public health product and a booster for a community of health for all. Second, we should adhere to the principles of communication, cooperation, and mutual learning so as to distinguish the unique advantages of traditional medicine of various countries. So in order to make the full use of traditional medicine, all countries should cherish its value, attach importance to its rule, and jointly establish a set of policies and regulations that are conducive to its application and development. Therefore, we should constantly strengthen international exchanges and cooperation in this area through establishing effective mechanisms and platforms for professional institutions, enhancing mutual visits. Third, we should work together for shared benefits and contribute to a community of health for all. The NATCM are willing to make joint efforts with all parties to increase the information sharing on traditional medicine prevention and control of COVID-19 and strengthen international exchanges and cooperation on traditional medicine within the policy framework of the World Health Organization. China is willing to continue to share the experience and practice of TCM to fight COVID-19, strengthen the training of TCM professionals in countries as requested, actively promote the use of TCM diagnosis and treatment expertise so as to benefit more people and make greater contributions to the community of health for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. Now we invite our third speaker, Dr. Ramon Maria Calda from Spain. He is the Vice President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum and founding Vice President of the European Foundation of Traditional, Complementary and Integrative Medicine, and also a chairperson of Supervision Board of the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies, and Vice President of the World Federation Acupuncture Motivation Societies. His reporting topic is the regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine and its incorporation in the national health system in different countries. Welcome, Dr. Ramon.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the World Traditional Medicine Forum and World Health Organization as co-sponsors of this first World Traditional Medicine Forum for the keen invitation to participate in this ambitious event that will deal with such important topics as to change latest development, research results, and clinical experience in clinical practice, scientific research, standardization, education, legislation of traditional medicine, and to discuss the problems and future challenges in this area. My greetings to the authorities present, to the organizers, speakers, and to all of the professionals participating in this event. It is a pleasure for me to be able to address you and accompany you in this important event. So we'll take the PowerPoint. Well, we're talking about the regulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine and its incorporation into the national health system in different countries. I am Dr. Ramon Maria Calduc from Spain. Despite my title of my speech, it is not my intention to explain here the details of the WHO document called the 2014-2053 Strategy on Traditional Medicine, which I'm sure you are all familiar with. What I want is based on this official WHO document to highlight the position of WHO regarding the different traditional medicines, including acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, and its importance with regard to the internationalization of acupuncture and Chinese medicine and their incorporation into the national health system in different countries. Thus, we can see how the WHO and its 195 member countries have approved the aforementioned document in which governments are urged to regulate traditional medicine as a prior step to their incorporation into the national health system of each country. The WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023 is the response to the needs and challenges identified by the member state and is based on the work carried out in the Traditional Medicine Strategy 2005. The 2014 and 2023 update of the strategy devotes more attention than its predecessor to health systems and services, including products, practices, and practitioners. The key to this updated strategy is summarized in the following points. First, to create the appropriate knowledge base for the management of natural medicine assets through appropriate national policies. The strategy recommends that member states recognize and assess in detail which types of natural medicine are used by their population and decide their own country profile for the practice of this type of medicines. As the market for natural medicines become more global and monetization and cooperations become more important. Second, it is recommended that member states strengthen knowledge generation, collaboration, and sustainable use of natural medicine resources, including both intellectual and natural resources. The aim of this is to strengthen the quality assurance, safety, appropriate use, and efficacy of natural medicines by regulating products, practices, and practitioners. And third, promote the promotion of universal health coverage through the integration of natural medicine service and self-health care into the national health system in each country. Even so, in the West, the controversy regarding the influence of traditional medicines persists. Although in recent years, we have seen how they have been regulated in countries such as USA, Australia, Chile, Portugal, etc. And other countries are in more or less advanced process of regulation. Acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine have existed for thousands of years in China as the country of origin and its area of influence. In the West, they have been gradually introduced, but it is only in the last 40 years that their implementation has achieved great notoriety. This fact has generated controversy in the West, ranking from its staunchest defenders to its most sturdiest detractors, some based on its benefits and the others on its supposed lack of scientific evidence. In my opinion, the question is to see whether there really is the trend towards the regulation of acupuncture and Chinese medicine autonomously from Western allopathic medicine, while the practice of so-called integrative Chinese medicine, combination of Chinese medicine and Western allopathic medicine, is advancing together with the research progress in this respect. It must be said that when we speak of integrative medicine, this should not imply that Western medicine is dominant and Chinese medicine subordinate, as it may also be that the complementary medicine in certain treatment is Western medicine. With regard to the work internationalization, I would like to highlight the following, these different points. A, the work done by the World Federation of Acupuncture and Chinese Medicine, such as WAFAS, World Federation of Chinese Medicine Society, and World Traditional Medicine Forum, in their internationalization work through the Regulatory Standardization and Education Committee, among many others. B, also noteworthy is the work done by the International ASO Committee, ASO TC 249 TCM, for traditional Chinese medicine, currently have 23 participant member countries, members, and 24 observer member countries, all members. The committee also establishes agreements with international non-profit organizations to participate in relevant areas as liaison members who can contribute to the work of the committee. In this regard, the committee has chosen World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies, WAFAS, and WHO as liaison organization. See, on the other hand, the number of scientific articles published has increased exponentially. For example, when the K-Walk acupuncture is entered in the PubMed search engine, 29,039 scientific articles appear in English, of which 50,057 are from the last 10 years, 8,474 are from the last 5 years, 4,113 are RCT randomized control trial reports, in addition to 1,074 articles published in the leading clinical journals. D. In November 2018, the 8th anniversary of the inclusion of TCM acupuncture and moxibustion in the UNESCO representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity was celebrated at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. During this event, organized by WAFAS, the Paris Declaration on Acupuncture was adopted. Next one, also in November 2018, 1 week later, the Rome Declaration of Chinese Medicine was adopted in Rome during the World Congress of Chinese Medicine organized by World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies. Next, in addition to the publication we have just mentioned on acupuncture and Chinese medicine, beyond any doubt, some in collaboration with prestigious international groups such as Elsevier Group, acupuncture and Chinese medicine are practiced in leading hospitals such as Memorial Sloan Kettering, one of the most prestigious oncology hospitals in the USA, the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, or the Kaiser Permanent Group, to name but a few. These disciplines are also taught in a multitude of prestigious universities in Western countries, as well as in Asian countries, as there is a multitude of research in the way all over the world. Even so, it should be pointed out that the level of penetration and social development has not always been in line with the development of an optimal legal and regulatory framework for Chinese medicine to develop fully and with total guarantees, both for the practitioner and specialists of Chinese medicine themselves, and for its users, and in general for all the agents involved in the field of human healthcare. It is common for social advances and legislative and regulatory advances not to go hand in hand over time, as logically the latter are able to respond to that society's creators, demands and deals which on a daily basis and not the other way around. In other words, legislation does not usually regulate what does not exist, but rather the legislation and regulation of administration serves to regulate what society has already created. But with regard to the legislation and regulation of Chinese medicine and the techniques that encompass it, it delay and it sometimes little incision in developing an adequate regulatory framework is clearly worrying, and obeys more to the motives as obstacles to develop the scientific evidence demanded in the West than to objective motives. It is obvious that the demand of social use is intense and it is increasing global penetration in all layers of society, which itself shows the urgency of a decisive and profound advance in the creation of this legislative and regulatory framework. It should be noted here that this legislative and regulatory framework in each of the countries is absolutely essential for the incorporation of acupuncture and Chinese medicine into the national health system of each country. To speak of legal settle in Chinese medicine, to speak of a defined, stable, and homogeneous framework is to speak of quality and safety for each user and for society in general. It means establishing clear rules of the game and providing the necessary coverage of millenary and beneficial practice precisely at the time when this coverage is more necessary than ever as a complement of an alternative to the conventional medical system currently dominant in the West. Furthermore, it cannot and must not be forgotten that only through legislation and regulation of Chinese medicine it will be possible to combat, fight, and isolate the fraudulent and pseudo-professional practices that so much harm to both Chinese medicine and itself and its users. To speak of the use of traditional medicine as a whole, and Chinese medicine in particular, is to speak of a certainly evolving reality, especially in recent decades. The advances made in recent decades have been notorious and far-reaching, but is anything that changes over the last few decades. It is the level of use they have reached in Western countries and throughout the world. Finally, I would like to end my speech by listing 5 specific conclusions that I have been able to reach in my research on this subject and which you can read in my doctoral thesis, which is freely accessible in the catalog of publication of the Interuniversity Library of Spain. First conclusion, acupuncture and tertiary Chinese medicine is here to stay in the West. In that, the WHO strongly recommend the regulation of traditional and complementary medicine and their integration into the national health system in the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023 as a response to the needs and challenges identified by member states. The use of traditional medicines, including acupuncture and TCM, by the Western population reached a level of 20 to 75% even used, and 7 to 30% used in the last year, depending on the country, and continues to increase year on year. There is also a high level of user satisfaction. It follows that the both level of use by the public and the need to ensure quality and safety for patients make regulation absolutely necessary. The second conclusion, in the countries in which it has been regulated, a series of difficulties have had to overcome, among which we can highlight the following common characteristics. A, the conflict, of course, the conflict of interest between health and non-health professionals. Also, nevertheless, we vast majority of us agree on the need of the intended regulation. Second, politicians who should regulate think that the strongest organization with the area official are those the doctors and other health collectivities, but that in the sector in question, by far the largest number of Chinese medicine professionals are not Western doctors, but therapists with non-officially recognized studies, who also are associated with organizations in the sector far superior in number of members, more than 10 times, to those of officially recognized health professionals. Therefore, this makes it necessary to carry out a process of accreditation of non-medical practitioners prior to regulation, at the time of regulation as happened in countries where it has already been regulated. The third conclusion, what we can deduce from the regulation in Western countries that we are familiar with is that when the sector has been regulated and the legal and regulatory mechanisms have been established to accredit those who had practicing at the time, and the corresponding studies and qualification for subsequent professional practices have been established, the public and private resources invested in the sector have increased, improving the quality of the study and the quantity, efficacy, and safety of the treatments in professional practices. The four conclusions, scientific research and consequently its publication and dissemination must continue to expand not only to further advance in the development of Chinese medicine, but also to counteract the attacks in the Western detractors who seek to ban it on the grounds of a supposed lack of scientific evidence. To say that a serious and profound debate should be opened in the appropriate scientific forums on other the Western scientific methods for a medicine which allopathic routes is adequate or not for a medicine such as Chinese medicine with holistic routes. And fifth and last conclusion for today, of course, the fact that in the West is it allopathic Western medicine that is practiced in the national health system on the different countries and in hospital and primary care centers, both public and private, does not mean that access to Chinese medicine in the national health system should be exclusively through the criteria and professionals of Western medicine. If this were the case, it will inevitably mean a subordination of Chinese medicine to Western medicine and allow for autonomy that will result in the long term, not only in the disappearance of its own identity, but also in terms of lost opportunity for the scientific progress of Chinese medicine by renouncing its own holistic research model more appropriate to the reality of its own ideology. In my opinion, it's not necessary to bend the wheel in the regulation and implementation of the studies and professional practice of Chinese medicine in the different countries in the world, and consequently of its incorporation into their national health system. It's simply a matter of observing and analyzing the existing reality in China as the country of origin, transposing this reality to the different Western countries, adapting it, of course, to the regulatory particularities and idiosyncrasies of each one of them. Thank you very much for your attention. 谢谢你们.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman.
The next keynote speaker is Dr. Ye-Meng Chen from USA. Dr. Chen is Vice President of World Traditional Medicine Forum, also President of New York College of Traditional Medicine, Chinese Medicine, President of the National Federation of Chinese TCM organization. He is also Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Complementary Medicine and Alternative Healthcare. His topic is Update on Education and the Legislation of Acupuncture and the Chinese Herbal Medicine in the US. So now welcome Dr. Chen, please.
Hello, everyone. This is Ye-Meng Chen from New York College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. First, congratulations for the third World Traditional Medicine Forum. It's my honor to have a presentation about the education and the legislation of acupuncture and the Chinese herbal medicine in the United States. Let me share the screen. Okay. So my topic is about the update on education and legislation of acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine in the United States. So as you know, the acupuncture education started in 1970, and the accreditation process started in 1985. So right now, there are total 52 colleges and programs of acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine are accredited by Accreditation Commission of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, the ACOM. This is the only one recognized accreditation agency by USDE, Department of Education, for acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine to ensure the quality of education outcome. I was honored to serve as a commissioner in the ACOM for 6 years, 2 terms, and in 2021, in 2019, I was chair for 1 year. Stepped down last year in 2020. So when the school was accredited by the ACOM, that means those colleges and programs are recognized by USDE. So all those students in the program are eligible for financial aid by federal funding. So this is the map show the 52 program and spreading in 22 states. So the yellow color, that means those states have acupuncture school there. And the blue color light blue color have no school. So still has a lots of potentials to develop acupuncture education in the United States. Right now has 3 different kind of degree programs offered in this country. One is a master's program. One is DAOM, Doctor of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine. This is postgraduate program, and a student had to graduate from the master's program with a specialty oriented. So some school has the pain management, some school has the women's health, and so that's you should have one specialty, 2 years program. A master's program, acupuncture 3 years, and acupuncture with a Chinese herbal medicine specialization, 4 years. And also recently, the entry-level professional doctor program has started. So for those programs, it's about 4 years. So it's the entry level. So the admission need 90 credits of college study. The master's program need 60 credits college study. For 3 years study for acupuncture program, we got a master's degree. Previously, has an Oriental medicine program. That means acupuncture plus Chinese herbal medicine. Since the Oriental, that words is not favorable, had to change, but the outcome of the changes and becoming more complicated. So you see acupuncture with a Chinese herbal medicine specialization. As you know, Chinese medicine mainly is Chinese herbal medicine. Acupuncture is one part. But in the United States, the public accept mostly acupuncture. So the practitioner of Chinese medicine, their title is acupuncturist. So the older degree is Master of Acupuncture. But if you study Chinese herb and add a couple of words with a Chinese herbal medicine specialization. So that's the current status and the situation. Also, the master program graduate, they can have the other choice. They can study about 2 years of the Chinese herbal medicine and get a certificate. They also qualify for national exam. So this is the current situation. As you know, the professional doctoral program will be trained, and I think about the end of this year or next year, the USD, Federal Education Department, will approve this as a standard. So since the pandemic, probably will postponed, but this is the trend. So for the doctoral program, what the difference with the doctoral program and the master's program? The entry level, the admission different, and also the minimum required time of study different, 3 years versus 4 years, and the competency different. So this program should have a well-designed assessment of educational outcome. There are different ways, but those kind of competency has to be in the doctoral program. Advanced diagnostic study, collaborative care, patient care system. So those two, and the program should coordinate with one healthcare system, like a hospital, so that you can have a training in a collaborative care set. So it's very important. There's a difference compared with the master's program. And also personal professional development, also very important. And evidence-informed practice is the key. So those kind of new competency add on to the master's program. The assessment, whatever the master's program, also need assessment. So each course, you have to find out the student performance in the different learning objectives and what's the passing rate. And this the course and the program and the school have a different way to assess. So that's very important for education industry. But also the doctoral program is not so easy. Even the Federal Education Department approved as a standard, some state probably won't allow it until you have a further development. So that's a lot of this kind of situation. It's the bar for the doctoral programs establishment. The last one, financial aid eligibility, that probably if when USDE approved, that will be no problem. But the state has a requirement for your learning resource, your administrative system, all kind of things. That's very critical. So the facility and a lot of those kind of things need further development. But this will promote the profession into a new level. So let's look at acupuncture education 2025, what it looks like. So the starting 1970, so almost 50 years from the master program. And at the beginning, it had no master's program. So 1985, so that's starting with the master's degree. And the previous, they just kind of program study, or even the very beginning, the first school, NISA, New England School of Acupuncture, was a vocational program at the very beginning. So right now is the mainly is the Master of Science program, but the professional doctorate was first approved in 2014, already have the graduates. So Federal Education Department will review it and will approve its standard. So probably, because if no pandemic, I think will be approved end of this year, but it delayed for sure before 2025, that will be approved. So if the program is a doctoral program, then how the master's program will be, and still had a DAOM program, that's a big question mark. So in a short distance, all those three and coexist. But in the long term, after 2025, probably I believe in future, it's mostly is the professional doctoral programs. So the previous I talked about education, now I talk about the legislation. So Acupuncture Practice Act passed in 1973. The state was Nevada, approved. And in those, I think about almost 50 years, all the 50 states has not all passed this law. And recently only 47 states, including Washington, D.C. So just the senator vote to Washington, D.C. will be considered a state. Is in the Washington District of Columbia, special district. Okay. So it's not called a state, but has passed the Acupuncture Practice Act. And 3 states don't have such a law. That's South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Alabama. South Dakota, I think, is far west. I don't think have so many practitioners for acupuncture right now. For the North Dakota, they just passed. The South Dakota, someone said about less than 20 acupuncturists there. So right now is a gray area. No one say they are legal, and no one say they are illegal. Also, if the state has no acupuncture practice act, those licensed acupuncturists have no protection, no practice scope defined. Oklahoma and Alabama is very conservative states. So this is the map, those 3 states, South Dakota, Oklahoma, and Alabama. And acupuncture, let's talk about acupuncture. But the Chinese herbal medicine, and this even, has less states recognized. So far about 30 states that you see all the green states, their license name is licensed acupuncturist, but the practice scope include Chinese herbs, or it included in the practice scope when you pass the national board exam for Chinese herbology. And like California, Washington states, those 40 green states, they really, when you get a license, you really need it. You really need it. You're passing the Chinese herbology exam. That means the acupuncturist practice scope included. If you want to be licensed acupuncture, you have to study herbs. But the other states, you may not, but you could. And you pass the national board exam, and then the Chinese herbology, Chinese herbal medicine could be in your practice scope. The blue one is not. The orange one, even acupuncture doesn't have practice. So about 30 states, but now it has some kind of problem, I think. It's the, like Ohio state. In this month, they just in effect, April 12, the state eliminated the category of Oriental medicine. So as I said, some states, the acupuncturists, including Chinese herbology. The Ohio, they have 2, like a Delaware. You can either have a 2 license. If you only study acupuncture, that's a license for acupuncture. If you also study Chinese herbs, you can combine, you can have the license called the Oriental medicine license. That means you include Chinese herbs. But the Ohio State Medical Board eliminated the Oriental medicine license, even not inform the professional organization. So I'm sorry, not the medical board, the Senator and the Congress removed Oriental medicine in the licensed medical board. So that's terrible. And all Oriental medicine license will be converted to acupuncture license in the medical board of regulation. Also, Nevada, it was the first state legalized acupuncture practice, but now they have kind of some manipulation of the lawmakers. They try to change the board name as called a division. So that certain profession including Oriental medicine. So in future, it's not a board, the board handled the license. The division, I don't know what's the outcome, but later will be not licensed, just the practitioners. I'm not sure, but there's some kind of thing will happen in Nevada. So it's not really easy. The Chinese herbal medicine is considered as a dietary supplement. There are so many laws had to follow, and there's the regulations. In the last year and also until now, the COVID-19 pandemic the US was hit the hardest. But the Chinese herbal products cannot be used, widely. And also, if you labeled certain Chinese herbal products and consider for the treatment, and you get a warning from the US FDA, Food and Drug Administration. I think they issued over 50 some letters, this kind of letters, letter or warning letters. They are about 13 herbal products get a warning. So they claim to mitigate, relieve, prevent, treat, diagnose, or cure COVID-19. So you cannot use that words. And then you cannot, so a lot of, we know, even myself, I take the 强力的玉屏风伞, the jade screen powder to protect the lead cheek. So, but you cannot say it will prevent COVID-19. 莲花清瘟胶囊, the capsule, was a success applied in Wuhan last year during the pandemic time. But in the United States, you probably use a word like a management for the symptom or something, but you not use the word treat, because the FDA say no sufficient scientific proof for those products. So it's very hard for the Chinese herbal medicine developed in this country. So I propose a CAP action plan. So CAP is a make a noise and clap in the end. So we celebrate. So I wish it would be a victory to the end, but it's a long term. C, compliance. We have no choices. We have to comply all those regulations right now. So that's, we had to clear what is the regulation for dietary supplements. And the lobby, we have to encourage our patients, our lawmakers, and try to change the law, change the regulation, and change the category of Chinese herbal products. It's not dietary supplement. It's medicinal use. So that's very important. Adaptation. So the older style of Chinese herbal product had to be adapted in the modern society. And we had to use the scientific science technology to improve the way of administration, oral administration. So in the United States, mostly the concentrated powder, that's the one we're using. And of course, be aware of the endangered species. So specifically for the animal, endangered species, animal species. So like pangolin, and so Transanja. Yeah. So that's what we try to avoid. That's the common consensus, common sense of the world. We have to protect them. We cannot just pay attention to our humans' health and ignore the survival of the those animal species. Have no choice. That's the consensus. So we cannot just to violate those. And the last P, promotion. Definitely we have to promote Chinese medicine in different kind of way. So time is up, and thank you very much. And, thanks for your attention. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Umberto Solimini from Italy. Professor Solimini is the president of the World Federation of Hydrotherapy and Chemotherapy. His topic today is bioneurology and hydrotherapy as traditional and integrated medicine. So now welcome Professor Solimini, please.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I am very glad to participate at the forum, World Traditional Medicine Forum, and I am Professor Umberto Solimene, President of FEMTEC, and we speak about balneology hydrotherapy as traditional and integrated medicine. Balneology is the use of the natural remedies as mineral waters, pelloids, gases, and is very important because it is, there are some environment dedicated specific, they name it health resource medicine. Is important balneotherapy, climatotherapy, diet, education. Balneology is a very old science, and we can see the first example of a center of 10,000 years ago in the island Sardinia, and there are other places over all the world which the natural mineral water hot springs are used. All in the old world, from China, from Roman, and all the people in different countries used the mineral water and hot springs as a treatment, rehabilitation, and cure and leisure. You can see also the possibility to treat, to use the seawater, and the very famous writer Euripides, and the 480 years before Christ, told that the sea cures men's ills. And in Africa, you can see different places, very important. Also in Europe, near Naples, was the school, medical school, very old medical school, in the 6th century after Christ. And the art of save the health. Also in the 15th century, we have many, many examples of the treatment by mineral waters. And the end of the 18th and the 19th century in Europe, especially in German, Central Europe, Italy, and other places, we built many, many thermal centers for the treatment. Now is very well diffused with modern complex in different countries. Also, the culture of the use of the medical mineral water is very, very diffused. And we organize an exhibition about the old medicine for a modern society, the introduction of the history of the balneology in the civilization of the man. Our cultural balneology is our cultural heritage, and also is a challenge for Europe. And we found especially association for the old cities with what they call spa center, spa cities, and the European Historical Thermal Town Association. There is a special cultural route of the Council of Europe, and concerning the different places, you can see from Portugal to Romania and to Russia, through all Europe, you can see very important. But the very important step was the participation of the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy, and FEMTEC did a contribution and expressed that in many European countries, hydrotherapy is inside the thermal system, the health system of the countries. And in North Africa, there is a long tradition, but is increasing demand and driving legislative and regulatory department. Other places, there are in several countries, like a new country, Latin American, China, East West. We participate in the 2012 and the 2014, the presentation of the strategies. And for us, it's very important what told Dr. Margaret Chan when she spoke that the integration of TCM, of TM and CAM into a national health system, because it's important for the global health for the person. FEMTEC is a foundation, is a federation founded in 1937, and there's a mission, as you see, to innovate and implement the treatment of integrated thermal medicine, complementary medicine, well-being sciences, and the technology management. Because also in Europe, there is a very important program concerning the development of spa. Femtech now has members associated from 32 countries, from United States to Australia. You can see in this map. Also, it has permanent training centers in Italy, Russia, China, and in Tunisia. Also, you can see different our map of our center, and we have a good website in which we explain all our activities and all our topics. With Femtech collaboration, WHO is official NGO in official reports relations with WHO, and different topics about the activities. You can see we did many work, water and health. We presented during the World Exposition in exhibition in Milan, the manifesto about water is life, awareness, and health. And we have also Femtech Live channel. Every year we organize a congress on different topics. We should like to explain something. Thermal cluster, very important, Therme 4.0, Batumi, and other. But for that, our goal are to give to the consumer, to the patient, how to choose a correct spa. You can see there are a quality of water, food, movement, touch, aesthetics, and so on. It's a very complex. Balneology is a tradition and modern medicine and clinical. You can see therapeutic, wellness, healthy life, beauties, and cosmetic. Also, our spa health resource, you can see also other things, mineral water bottles, products of water with sulfuric acid, and the CO2, topical skin for different preparation. Water is a medicine beyond these traditional settings. You can see medicine health resource kurort in language, kurort in German, Russian, spa sanatorium, clinical thermal cure. There are different water treatments. Inhalation, hydroponics means drinking water, lavage irrigation, baniotherapy, skin hydrotherapy, showers and spray. But a very important part of the balneology is baniotherapy, hydrotherapy, hydrokinesitherapy, because we can do many things in the field of rehabilitation. You can see that different when you are in the water, you can lose, you can see the 20 kilos if the weight is 80 kilos, and you can weight as 20 kilos, and in the water, seawater, when there is more concentration of salt, you can see lose. For that is very important to be smooth, in hydrokinesitherapy and physical rehabilitation in water. There are problems about respiratory diseases with different apparatuses, with different mean of treatment. Because chronic respiratory diseases is very important. You can see, and there is a global program by WHO. We contribute to discuss with them about the project GARD, Global Alliance Against Chronic Respiratory Diseases, and for that we participate. In Europe, there are many, you can see, more than 5 million people who are treated by balneology. You can see different, and in Europe, this is inside the national health system. In France, you can see in Italy, many people, in Italy we have 356 centers, medical centers recognized by the Ministry of Health. But the problem is research, because some colleagues, they told the colleagues, and in the field of medicine, they told, but we have not enough researches to demonstrate, to do an evidence of the activity of mineral waters. we agree fully, because generally we say that science is not democratic, necessarily only evidence-based medicine. And you can know we have different level of ABM, and also we saw that not enough researches in the field of balneotherapy, because all the researches. For that, we began the project HydroGlobe, also with technical support by WHO, and the HydroGlobe, a definition of global framework of hydrotherapy. And we do research at the critical analysis, many work collect a lot of meta-analysis on the basis of the basic science and disease in phytopathology, clinical science. We did a review of international literature on different topics and different pathologies. You can see random controlled trials, meta-analysis review in total, and so on and so on. You can see that there are many works concerning the activity, the explaining of the activity of the different minerals for different pathology. You can see. For that, it's not true that there are not research. Of course, they need more research, and this project, HydroGlobe, we update every 3 months with the new researches. You can see the most researches on the field of rheumatology, the skin, dermatology, and the other clinic. For that, there is of course empirism. Now we have to do more researches and activities, different plans. Creativity, dimension, ethics, aesthetics are our pillars of our activity. Thermal excellence, thermal water requirement, air quality, free of noise pollution. This is very important for the environment. Also, the new topics, the new direction of research we are doing in the field of metabolic syndrome, and also the activity, how balneology can protect and improve our health, the immunology system, neurological stimuli, anti-inflammatory stimuli, endocrine stimuli, and so on. Also, we are doing research on the microbiome. Also, very important for the gut, research on the gut, because we think that the second brain, the gut is the second brain. In the field of coronavirus, we did also many works, and we are treating in the SPA, in our center, medical center, the post-COVID syndromes, hepatocellular system, gastrointestinal tract, cardiovascular system, the respiratory system. Also, psychological point of view is important to have a period of treatment in the thermal center. And you can see we can have two parts in the thermal center, one part for people with pathologies and one people for prevention. One part for prevention. You can see patient, prevention one, prevention second level, diagnostic and also. And the concept of health is very important. The concept of health for balneology, connecting to the concept of declaration of Armata and definition of health, because now the idea of health is changing. Static, where in idea statics, no illness, and the idea dynamic and dynamic conception. For that, in this sense, with the wellness is very important. Also, concerning the welfare state is very important, because it's changing in all over states, national system. We have a passive role, and now we need active role. And in consideration also of the aging of population, because it's necessary to prevent. Also, the conception is changing that not only control oneself facing social, physical, emotional sense, but also how the body can do an adaptation for the stimulus, for the stress outside. You can see also the quality of life depends for many factors: economical, physical, education, overall exterior life, leisure, productive, and different. For that, in this way, the new conception of One Health, that not only for the men, the health for the people, but health of the people, animals, and ecosystem, necessary to have a global vision of the health. Health and well-being. Well-being is very important because we spoke about the prevention, and there is the being well is not for all. Feeling well is different from being well, psychological, physical, and so on. For that is very important. In all history of the man was the search to try to find the source, the hot spring, the spring of youthfulness. You can see in this. And now there is a program by WHO nominated Healthy Aging. Healthy Aging, we are working in this program. Our center is supporting this program, Healthy Aging. You can see, and the healthy aging depends from many factors, because environment, genetic, difficult to measure in quantity, stochasticity, and the person. But it's important lifelong learning. And in this way, we can explain that it's true to have a long life, but with the long life, arthrosis and low back pain, angina, and different problems are chronic respiratory chronic diseases. And you can see in the center, thermal centers, we can do for all people, do special treatment, for some special treatment and education, and for with the waters and the forest and the woods, with the technical, with the activity, physical activity. And also, it is important around what happened around the thermal centers, sustainable development for spa and wellness, because you can have a good center, but around not good environment. For that, it's important to have a sustainability agenda: water, waste, energy, mobility, welfare and well-being for the person, disability, and so on. Also, the first, an actor is very important in this science, balneology, is the patient, because we have four actors. First is Ministry of Health, who is the chief coordinator the quality. The second are the businessmen, the investors, the other researchers, but the patient is very important, the patient user. And we, as a federation, we launched a program, European Meeting Active Actorism, the individual at the heart of cares and as a driver of change. We begin. Active Thermalism is very important program, and you have also a blog and also suggestion for the consumer how to choose a spa. And we did this also in the way we did a lot of guidelines for different medical traditional medicine. Also, that for the tourism, there is another part is very important for hot springs and tourism, medical wellness, because it also a big business, but is a new direction of the tourism, health tourism. And you can see our science balneology in the hydrotherapy is a real integrative view of a complex for the healthcare. We can have an integrative view of the healthcare. You can see health and balance diseases in compensation as complementary to the complementary drugs, the treatment by drugs, because we don't want to be out of the pharmacological, but maybe complementary. And we began many years ago with the School of Medicine to do a master course concerning integration between traditional medicine and Western medicine, and also with our medical school and Stanford Medical School to put inside the spa center, the balneology, the role, the conception of integrative medicine in Europe, with different culture like phytotherapy, like acupuncture, treatment, manual treatment, and so on. creativity, professionalism, credibility, innovation, responsibility, participation, our manifesto, our pillars. Now, very new also is the problem. As you know, in July will be G20 and the G20 women and Femtech participate in the program Equity in Health, where it's possible to show the possibilities of use of balneotherapy and hydrotherapy. In the conclusion, it's important integration means saving and efficiency. If we have to play like an orchestra, but without sheet music. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Umberto Solimini. So our last keynote speaker is Dr. Boyd Busher from USA. Dr. Busher is a clinical professor of osteopathic manipulative medicine at the University of New England College of Osteopathic Medicine, USA. He's going to present osteopathic healthcare. So now welcome Dr. Busher.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are in the world. I am Dr. Boyd Busher, and I am a clinical professor at the University of New England College of Osteopathic Medicine, and also an officer of the Board of Directors of the Osteopathic International Alliance. I would like to thank the World Traditional Medical Forum and the conference organizers for the opportunity to present to you here today. I have no conflicts to disclose. In this talk, I will present a brief history of the osteopathic profession, discuss the organization of the profession, give an overview of regulation and educational standards, and comment on efficacy and safety. Osteopathy was developed by Andrew Taylor Still, a physician and surgeon in the United States of America in the late 1800s, who was dissatisfied with the then current state of medical care. He experienced a number of life-changing events, including the death of several of his children from meningitis, and also his service as a hospital steward in the US Civil War. These and other experiences led him to develop the tenets of osteopathy, with the aim to improve upon the practice of medicine and surgery and to place it on, quote, a more rational scientific basis, unquote. He ultimately established the first independent school of osteopathy in 1892 in the state of Missouri. The first school of osteopathy outside the US was established in London, England in 1915 by one of Dr. Still's former students, Dr. J. Martin Littlejohn. Since then, the profession has developed along two distinct practice models, sharing the same principles and philosophical approach. Around the world today, there are two related professions providing osteopathic health care. There are osteopathic physicians providing osteopathic medicine, and osteopaths providing osteopathy. In the USA, the osteopathic profession developed in parallel to Western or allopathic medicine. Doctors of osteopathic medicine have a medical degree qualification and postdoctoral training that enables them to practice as licensed medical physicians and surgeons in all 50 states. The standard medical curriculum also includes comprehensive training in osteopathic principles and osteopathic manipulative treatment. They are educated in accredited colleges of osteopathic medicine in both public and private universities and complete their postdoctoral training, their residencies and fellowships, in the same hospitals as their MD colleagues. US trained osteopathic physicians can currently obtain a license to practice as medical physicians in 57 countries. In most countries outside the USA where osteopathy is regulated, the osteopathic professional's scope of practice normally does not include prescribing of medicines or performance of surgery. These professionals are typically referred to as osteopaths, as opposed to osteopathic physicians. However, it should also be noted that in a number of European countries, there are educational programs for medical physicians to obtain formal postdoctoral training in osteopathy and to practice medicine in an osteopathic specialty framework. Osteopathy is a person-centered rather than disease-centered approach to the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of illness and injury. Osteopathic professionals, both osteopathic physicians and osteopaths, use their understanding of the relationship between structure and function to optimize the body's self-regulating, self-healing capabilities. This approach to patient care and healing is based on the concept that a human being is a dynamic functional unit in which all parts and all body systems are interrelated. It emphasizes the influence of the somatic body framework system in health and disease, and interprets that influence on the functions of the respiratory, circulatory, neurologic, and metabolic systems. One essential component of osteopathic healthcare is osteopathic manual therapy, typically called osteopathic manipulative treatment, which refers to a wide array of manual techniques that may be combined with other treatments or advice, for example, on diet, physical activity, and posture, or counseling. The practice of osteopathy and osteopathic medicine is distinct from other healthcare professions that utilize manual techniques, such as physiotherapy or chiropractic, despite some overlap in the techniques and interventions employed. Osteopathy is currently practiced in at least 46 countries throughout the world. In some countries, manual therapists use osteopathic techniques and claim to provide osteopathic treatment, although they may not have received proper training. The Osteopathic International Alliance is the only worldwide organization of osteopathic healthcare professionals. The OIA was admitted into official relations with the WHO in 2018, and this recognition was renewed in 2021. The Osteopathic International Alliance is an organization of organizations, and its member organizations include professional associations, regulatory authorities, and educational institutions. Currently, there are 72 member organizations in 21 countries. The OIA is headquartered in the USA in Chicago, Illinois. The OIA envisions a world in which every person has access to high-quality osteopathic healthcare, and the mission of the OIA is to encourage systems of education and regulation that will ensure high standards for safe and effective healthcare from osteopaths and osteopathic physicians. The OIA's agreement with WHO encompasses 3 projects. Project 1 is production and updating of a global report on osteopathic healthcare. Project 2 is updating the WHO benchmarks for training in osteopathy, published by the WHO in 2010. And Project 3 is creation of an international glossary of osteopathic terms. Osteopathy and osteopathic medicine are rapidly growing professions. There are an estimated 200,000 clinicians delivering osteopathic health care worldwide in at least 46 countries. There are approximately 120,000 registered osteopathic physicians and physicians with formal postdoctoral training in osteopathy. There are nearly 80,000 osteopaths. Of these, over 45,000 are statutorily regulated and registered osteopaths, and there are an estimated 35,000 osteopaths who are not statutorily regulated and registered, but may be registered with voluntary registering organizations. Osteopaths are statutorily recognized as healthcare professionals and regulated by law in 13 countries. These are the countries with the most. There are pending laws recognizing and regulating osteopathy in several additional European countries. Osteopathy is practiced but not recognized or regulated by law in 22 countries where registration is voluntary. These are the countries with the most. Osteopathic physicians are statutorily regulated in over 20 countries. These are the countries with the most. In the US, doctors of osteopathic medicine comprise approximately 11% of all physicians, but that percentage is rapidly growing. In fact, 25% of all medical students in the US today are attending a college of osteopathic medicine. Turning now to educational standards, we will discuss standards for both osteopaths and osteopathic physicians. For osteopaths, in most countries where osteopathy is regulated by law, the minimum educational requirement for practice varies by country, but is normally either a bachelor's or master's degree. There are two commonly cited and recommended documents for establishing educational standards in countries seeking to establish regulation of osteopathic professionals and practice. These are the previously mentioned WHO benchmarks for training in osteopathy and the CEN European standard, which was published in 2015. Both the WHO benchmarks and the CEN standards describe Type 1 and Type 2 programs. Type 1 is for those individuals with little or no prior healthcare training, but who have completed high school education or its equivalent. The recommended length of training is 4 years full-time, normally comprising at least 4,000 hours, including at least 1,000 hours of supervised clinical practice. Type 2 is aimed at those with prior training as healthcare professionals. These programs have the same content and aims as Type 1, but the course content and length may be modified based on the prior experience and training of the individual applicant. In the USA, the minimum requirement for osteopathic physician education is a 4-year doctoral degree from a fully accredited college or university with a bachelor's degree or higher as a prerequisite for admission, and completion of an accredited residency program of 3 or more years, depending on the specialty. In all countries where osteopathy and/or osteopathic medicine are regulated by law, and in many where it is not, continuing professional development is an obligatory requirement for continued registration and licensure, which is evaluated and/or monitored. The specific requirements vary by country. The evidence for effectiveness of manual therapies is growing and becoming more robust. There is moderate and strong evidence for pain relief and improving function in low back, neck, shoulder disorders, and headaches. There is growing positive evidence base of beneficial effects for hip and knee osteoarthritis, heel pain, length of hospital stay in preterm infants, irritable bowel syndrome, lymphatic drainage as part of breast cancer care, and infantile colic. Tables of evidence and extensive references may be found in the OIA's global report, available at the URL shown on this slide. In conclusion, osteopathy and osteopathic medicine are rapidly growing professions. Educational standards are commonly recognized. Regulation of osteopathy and osteopathic medicine as distinct healthcare professions is important for the health and safety of patients worldwide. For more information regarding osteopathy and osteopathic medicine, please see www.oialliance.org. I would like to thank you for your attention and hope you are all staying healthy and happy. Thank you again, and have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd Busher. So now we move to the next session, Symposium of Traditional Medicine Experience in Addressing COVID-19. So now welcome our host, please.
Hi, our first speaker will be the Dr. Pei-Zhu Chen. She graduated of Beijing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. She served on the New York Board of Acupuncture. Currently teach at the New York College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Her reporting topic is managing COVID-19 and related diseases with Chinese herbal formula Genzi Fuyang Tang in 141 cases. Welcome, Professor Chen.
Hello, my name is Pei-Zhu Chen. Thank you, Traditional Medicine Forum, for giving me the chance to share my clinical experience and the discoveries regarding COVID-19. Traditional Chinese medicine and modern medicine have different perspectives and definitions for the COVID disease diagnosis, which leads to different approaches in COVID disease treatment. This has nothing to do with which one is superior or inferior. This has to do with the system and the language you use to do the work. In modern medicine, the COVID disease is an infection whose pathogen is the virus SARS-CoV-2. In traditional Chinese medicine, the COVID disease is an external epidemic disease from an imbalance due to external and internal factors, whose pathogen is excess wind, cold, and dampness. It is a team of pathogen with three components combination. When addressing COVID disease, you cannot switch systems in the middle. You need to stick with one system for both diagnosis and treatment. The coronavirus used to be as harmful as a cold. So why is it so dangerous and widespread this time? Any pandemic requires three factors: strengthening pathogen, weakening host, and the prime environment for both. Each year has its own character, where some elements may be in excess while others may be deficient. COVID-19 started in winter of 2019, which based on the 5 moments and the 6 climates is deficient in Earth, which reduces stores of yang energy and excessive damp in all bodies, both globally and individually. The winter of 2019 did have all three factors. Weakened host strengthened team of pathogens and extreme fierce wind and cold in the environment, as projected in the Yellow Emperor Classic Inner, Huangdi Neijing. The host is weakened by internal accumulation of excess wind, cold, dampness, making the host vulnerable to external wind, cold, and dampness, creating a Trojan horse effect. This makes COVID-19 much more lethal, leading to the coronavirus pandemic. A group of simultaneous pathogens is usually stronger than individual pathogen. In this group, wind is a young pathogen. It is active, moving, and changeable. The pandemic is to spread is due to this excess wind. Cold is impathogen. It damages young and everything with warming character. It creates external and internal cold. Damp is also impathogen. It damages and blocks yang qi, causing stagnation and accumulation. So this group causes yin excess and yang deficiency in the host. Note that this disease is not caused by heat pathogen. In fact, treating for heat excess actually worsens the disease course. Within this pandemic, the combination of three pathogens attacking three channels. How do we know? This has happened before. A similar phenomenon was described 1800 years ago by Master Zhang Zhongjing in the book, The Cold-Induced Disease, Shanghan Lun. Master Zhang Zhongjing presented diseases that attack the 6 channels with different side patterns of manifestations in each. COVID attacking involves only 3 channels, Taiyang, Taiyin, and Shaoyin channels, primarily the first 2. This is important because many traditional Chinese medical doctors are confused about which channels are involved and end up mistreating their patients. How do we know only 3 channels are involved? COVID symptoms match the 3 patterns I have shown on this slide. The first group symptom, chills and fever, are common external signs, accompanied with sore and scratchy throat, cough with or without sputum, headache, body ache, joint pain. The severe malaise and weakness are typical signs for COVID from in-pathogen damaging yang qi. These are manifestations of a Taiyang channel disease, which are mainly external pattern. The second group include poor appetite, abdominal cramping and diarrhea, chest oppression and dyspnea, severe malaise, weakness. These are internal symptoms due to cold and damp damaging yang qi, causing spleen dysfunction and lung qi stagnation, which are characteristic of Taiyin channel disease. The third group include lethargy, cold extremities, cold intolerance, profuse sweating with mental restlessness, severe diarrhea and dyspnea, even edema. These are typical signs of Shaoyin channel disease and indicates primary yang collapse. This pattern is what leads to mortality from COVID. I would like to mention that the patient tongue at any point could vary, but usually has thicker coating. Based on clarified etiology and pathogenesis, the treatment principles for COVID are the following, and this is important. You must assist yang qi, avoid any cold property herb that damages yang qi. You must match the treatment with the China pattern of the pathogen. I proposed the following formula, 庚子复阳方, 庚子 formula for yang resurrection. This is modified from 桂枝加附子汤 in the cold-induced disease. In this formula, 防风桂枝 and 羌活 are 3 herbs specifically to address wind, cold, and damp. They are all acrid and warm herbs that enter Taiyang bladder channel, strongly disperse exterior and strengthen superficial yang energy, resolving in Taiyang channel. I will point out the specific combination and pairings in this formula. The first paired herb, 桂枝 and 附子, treat both external and internal cold. 附子 warms internal yang in middle and lower jiao, eliminates internal cold and dries dampness. 桂枝 lifts yang, unblocks the channels, and disperses exterior. These two mutually enhance each other. The second paired herb, 八几天 and 防风, eliminates external and internal wind. 防风 expels wind, strengthens and lifts spleen yang. 八几天 calms internal wind and strengthens liver and kidney. This pair is the best option for this particular time because they are the only 2 herbs mentioned in the original Materia Medica, 神农本草经, that extinguish fierce wind. They also mutually enhance each other. The third pair herb, 羌活 and 生姜大枣炙甘草. 羌活 expels wind, damp, and resolves the pathogen in Taiyang channel. 生姜大枣炙甘草 regulate middle jiao to strengthen the earth's function of transformation and eliminate internal wind and damp. This combination eliminates both external and internal wind and damp. 乌梅 is a sour and warm herb. It substitutes original herb Bai Shao in the formula because Bai Shao's cold property would damage yang. Wu Mei generates fluid, moistens lung and liver, balances and limits the acrid herbs in this formula from over-dispersing and pacifies wood without suppressing yang energy. This formula needs to be decocted 1 hour. You must decoct foods first 1 hour longer than other herbs without cool downs or breaks in between when using more than 15 grams of foods. 庚子复阳方 preserves yang carefully, strengthens yang efficiently by avoiding any cold property herb. So how to apply this formula to the specific pattern? The first pattern is the Taiyang channel disease. The symptoms are same as the first group in the slide number 7. Treatment formula for this is 庚子复阳方 plus 金匮肾气丸, kidney qi pill from the golden cabinet. This pattern is the most common. If the patient was not mistreated before, 1 dose of 庚子复阳方 can eliminate 80% of symptoms within the first day. The second pattern is combination of Taiyang and Tai-Yin channel disease. The symptoms of this pattern are the first group plus the second group in the slide number 7. Corresponding formula is still 庚子复阳方 and 金匮肾气丸 plus either 党参 and 白术 for diarrhea. So the whole formula is 庚子复阳方 and 理中汤 benefit middle jiao decoction combination, or Ma Huang and Xing Ren for treating dyspnea. So this becomes Gengzi Fuyang Fang and the Ma Huang Tang combination. The third pattern is Shaoyin disease. This pattern due to mismanagement. The symptoms of this pattern same to the third group on the slide number 7. If a patient was treated correctly, you should not see this pattern. This pattern leads to mortality. The treatment is different from the other two. There are two options for rescue. The first one is Sinisan, frigid extremities powder, light dose, plus Sinitang, frigid extremities decoction, heavy dose. The second option is Sinisan plus Bai Tong Tang, white en bloc decoction, if there is yin and yang detachment, such as profuse sweating and mental restlessness. To treat this pattern, zhifuzi could be increased to 30 grams or more. Here are some more suggestions for Gengzi Fuyang Fang modification, which you can read on your own. Again, we suggest combining the formula with Jingui Shenqi for best result to enhance and prolong the effect of Gengzi Fuyang Fang. Modern medicine reports SARS-CoV-2 mutated several times over the past year. Our traditional Chinese medicine interpretations is different. The three pathogens interact with different environmental conditions, which can cause changes in activity in each component. For example, cold pathogen could be more active in cold seasons, but inactive in the warm seasons. Dampness could be heavier in humid climates, but inactive in the dry season. This changed the presentation in the different seasons, but the combination of pathogens does not change. Therefore, the formula Gengzi Fuyang Fang does not need to change even as COVID evolves. My team has been treating and tracking the COVID patients since March 2020. And this formula has remained completely effective regardless of the period. From May 2020, I gathered a small group from the students who graduated from New York College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Our team has successfully treated 154 cases of COVID positive patients to date. We do not fill patients' pulse this time because we treat patients by phone and the internet. The number of patients in our case series are still growing. The cure rate is 100%. This is the breakdown of expected treatment course. I would like to draw your attention to point 4 and 5 in the result. There has been no recurrence of COVID in patients on this formula. There have also been no new infections in patients taking this formula for prevention. Some additional notes. In our experience, raw herbs are stronger than granule powder. Gengzi Fuyang Fang with small dose of Jingui Shenqi confirms and prolongs Gengzi Fuyang Fang effect. And from feedback, patients have no recurrences after taking our combination. This is an outline of our demographics. Majority of the cases last year were from New York. We also were able to treat 40 patients in Georgia, and the rest were distributed throughout the United States, like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Virginia, Ohio, and Texas. Most patients who took Gengzi Fuyang Fang were between 50 to 70 years old. The oldest patient we treated was 101 years old. The youngest patient who took this formula for prevention was 3 years old. It helps that this formula tastes a lot like juice due to the 大枣 and the 乌梅. So even children are able to tolerate and even enjoy their medicine. Since the 庚子复养方 has been published on WeChat official account of North America, we do not know the total number of people who took 庚子复养方. These 154 cases were from my team with some incomplete data. I appreciate Dr. Liu Xiaoji from Canada. He told me that he treated more than 10 cases COVID positive patients with 庚子复养方. I have listed his cases below. There are some pitfalls to mention. Since Shaoyang, China is not involved, so Chai Hu Tang doctrine should not be used for treating COVID. It can worsen disease course and even lead pathogen into Shao in China. The formulas with Huoxiang should be avoided in clinic because it dissipates yang qi and causes yang energy loss. Patients with yang deficiency are vulnerable to yin pathogen, so bitter and cold herbs should be avoided in COVID treatment. The fever with COVID infection is caused by yang energy deficiency and stagnation, not from heat pathogen. This is a common mistake and leads to many mistreatments. Antibiotics and antipyretics interfere with the effect of 庚子复养方. It can delay the recovery or worsen the disease course. I hope this presentation gives everyone a helpful insight into COVID and how to manage it. We welcome discussion and questions about 庚子复养方 and our experiences of treating COVID infection. My contact information is in the title slide. We are happy to offer help and advice. Thank you again to Traditional Medicine Forum for giving me the opportunity to share my findings.
Next speaker will be Dr. Professor Guangxi Li. Dr. Li is the Professor of Medicine, Director of Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine, Guang'an Hospital, Assistant Professor of Medicine, Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine, Mayo Clinic. His reporting topic is ginseng, an important regulator of adaptive immune responses to SARS-CoV-2. Welcome, Dr. Li.
Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to speak on behalf of our team in the treatment of COVID-19. We would like to share our experience in the treatment of COVID-19 using Chinese medicine. So today my topic is protecting vulnerable population from acute lung injury. So it's about the COVID-19 treatment. So my name is Guangxi Li. I'm from China Academy of Chinese Medical Science, Guang'an Hospital. So it's my great pleasure to meet you here online. Let me share my screen so you can see it more clearly. Okay. So I will discuss several things about the COVID-19 treatment. So the first, the symptom of COVID-19. The second, treatment of COVID-19. The third part is the cases of treating COVID-19. And I will do some summary. And if you have any questions, you may ask me or email me. So regarding the symptom of COVID-19, maybe many of you already know that. So the main clinical manifestations include fever, fatigue, and dry coughing. They usually did not come out at the same time. So the less common manifestations include stuffy nose, runny nose, pharyngia, and diarrhea. About 10% of the patients will develop dyspnea and hypoxemia around 1 week. So in severe cases, they can rapidly progress to ARDS. So that means they will develop acute respiratory distress syndrome, and they may even develop septic shock, metabolic acidosis, and increase the blood viscosity and coagulation dysfunctions. So the COVID-19, some people, they call this disease as a silent killer. So one of the most notable features of COVID-19 is that it goes unnoticed for a remarkably prolonged period of time, like maybe around 1 week, running a course of a mild or uncomplicated illness for weeks until sudden and severe symptoms develop in a subgroup of patients, requiring hospitalization, oxygen support, and further support from an intensive care unit. So who are the most vulnerable population for acute lung injury? So there are several things you may know. The first major part is male. So compared to female, male population have more possibility to develop acute lung injury. And another important thing, risk factor, is overweight. And third is diabetes. And the fourth is they may have some other baseline conditions like hypertension, like chronic kidney deficiency, and some other disease or cancer. So those populations, they are vulnerable populations. They may have more chance to develop acute lung injury. So since most of the patients, they only have very mild symptoms, maybe for the kids, for the young generation, they may even not have any symptoms. They are asymptomatic patients. So, but the treatment, the key treatment of COVID-19 is to save people, save these people from the COVID-19 attack. So here is some data we have done some statistics. So from this data, you can see the overweight is one of the most important risk factor for the acute lung injury. So regarding the acute lung injury, we must know how the symptom progress over the several days. So the patients usually have some incubation period. It's about 1 to 14 days. And mostly they are 3 to 7 days. And fever period, that's if they have symptoms, they may have 1 week, fever. If you treat that on time, the fever can go on easily. So this is good window to prevent the acute lung injury. So the other part, once they really develop acute lung injury, then they need some kind of respiratory support, and they need some mechanical ventilation. And after that, the recovery time is very, very long, and they may have many, many symptoms after the acute lung injury. So that's a very important picture we have seen in the past 1 year. Once the patients have the COVID-19, they first, if they stay at home, like in the first several days, they did some home isolation, stay at home. Usually it's just like influenza, and they may not develop a severe cough or severe dyspnea. But for the vulnerable population, it's very dangerous. They may progress very quickly, and they start to have high temperature, their cough become worse and worse, and they start to develop dyspnea, and they need to go to the hospital emergency room, and further they need respiratory support and end up in ICU. So it's a very, very painful process. So the major time window for us to prevent acute lung injury is the first 48 hours, or even maybe the first several days. So that's the most important time window for us to treat patients, to prevent they develop acute lung injury, to prevent they died from the ICU. So that's a very interesting paper published in 2020. And here we can clearly see it's not only viral replication killed people. The most important why they develop severe respiratory failure is because of host inflammatory response. So they trigger the viral infection actually triggers the host inflammatory response, and they develop a severe ARDS. So that's the most important. That's the important mechanism of the patients who suffer from the acute respiratory failure. So how we treat COVID-19 in the very early stage, we usually do the control transmission. So we isolate patients, we do the test. We isolate all the patients, and they may, those patients, can be quarantined and not affect other people, especially we protect vulnerable population through this control, cut the transmission line. It's usually like that what happened recently in India. So how we, stop the transmission, we must, do the lockdown and to protect vulnerable population. So regarding the treatment right now, we don't have a good treatment using the conventional medicine. What we can only do maybe is to do the vaccination, but the vaccination usually takes quite a long time. So right now we don't have the ready worked antiviral drugs, or fever reducer. Some people, some physicians try to use the steroids, NSAIDs to treat the fever, but it's using according to our experience, it did not work so well. So maybe the best medicine we have tried is Chinese medicine. So that's let's move to the second part, is the treatment of COVID-19. So regarding the acute lung injury prevention, that's my major research focus. So for the people, if they are very healthy in the baseline, they don't have any other baseline conditions, you can use quite a lot of different Chinese medicine combination. Maybe you already know some of the we call that 3 herbal medication and 3 decoction. We use that to treat the regular symptoms. But for the vulnerable population, how we treat? So these patients, they really are the high risk to develop acute lung injury. So according to Chinese medicine theory, those patients belong to the qi deficiency. So what we need to do is to boost the qi to treat the patient, to reduce the fever. So that's the most important drug, herb, is ginseng. So we call that ginseng and mantif formula here, and that's a major Chinese medicine we have used for 1,000 years to treat pandemic influenza. So these are all the medication name. You can read it, and you can check that from the internet. Maybe some of the herb you'll have that in your country. So the key role of ginseng is why it's so important, because it's in Chinese medicine theory, those patients, vulnerable population, they belong to the Qi deficiency. So the disease, the COVID-19, the virus can kill you because you are deficiency. You don't have enough Qi to boost you to the other stage to reduce the fever. So that's how we use ginseng to protect the vulnerable population. So ginseng, the major component of ginseng is ginsenosides. So the soul of ginseng detoxification powder formula could be used to prevent and treat a variety of inflammatory disease via anti-inflammatory functions. So the TCM practice suggests the key mechanism of ginseng is immunoregulation. So basically, they regulate our immune function to adapt to this new virus and not trigger the cytokine storm. So in the history, we have used this formula. We call that 人参败毒散. So for 1,000 years. So it was originally recorded in the prescription of the Bureau of Taiping People's Welfare Pharmacy. That's in 1078 that year. So the later commentary by Yu Lin and some other physicians, Chinese physicians, stating that it's the best formula for treating pandemic influenza. So the history of this formula has been well documented in the Chinese history. So in the Qing dynasty and Ming dynasty, there are several pandemic influenza. So we all use this formula to treat the patients, especially for the vulnerable population, and nobody died from the pandemic influenza. So that's how we record it in the medical history, medical book. So the ginseng formula, and later, if the patient don't have the Qi deficiency, they may use a mentor formula. So that's how the formula change over time, and according to different patients have different baseline conditions. So this formula is very successful in the prevention of acute lung injury. It has a strong curative, strong effect for early stage pandemic. So this formula, we should not use it at the late stage. Like if the patient really develop a severe acute lung injury, then we use this formula, it may not work so well. But if we use it very early stage, it's really worked very well. So I would like to give several cases of how we treating the COVID-19 using this formula. So here, this patient is a male, 52 years old. They had diabetes or OSAS, and he actually was quite a late stage. So he was on the moxifloxacin for IV for 8 days and the methylprednisolone for 8 days, but it doesn't work. The fever increases from the 37.8 Celsius to 39.5 Celsius. And the patient start to have coughing, shortness of breath, and desaturation. So here you can see physical examination, and initially you can see at the oxygen FiO2, it's about 65% FiO2, and the patient's SpO2 is only 81%. So clearly the patient developed acute lung injury, and so they start to have fever. So it's very key stage. Here, right, very close to the cliff. So how we save the patient life? We use this formula, ginseng formula, and we reduce the fever without rebound. So you can see at the FiO2 43, and the patients, the saturation can reach 97%. And later on, we use some transdermal therapy to treat the patient's alveolar flooding, and the patient start to recover. Here, this patient was not on the ventilator support. He is only on the high nasal flow oxygen supplement. So, and on discharge, you can clearly see patient, the whole lung was involved in the fibrosis and some kind of flooding, and 1 month after discharge, the patient recovered quite well. So case 2, the patients with fever and desaturation, this foreign, this patient actually is from Egypt. So what we gave to reduce the fever is we use a ginseng formula to give the patient, and patient fever gone. And we use a transdermal therapy to improve desaturation and and suppress cough. So initially the patient was the SpO2 only 90%, but after the ginseng formula and transdermal therapy, the patient's SpO2 recovered to 96% on the room air. So patients recover quite well and quite quick. And also very interesting is this is a very severe patient actually. Here he is in this year. So in Shijiazhuang, Hebei province, we have another rebound of the COVID-19 in that city. So he was a 70-year-old male. He had a baseline hypertension, and on the day 7, the patient's fever increases from the 37.8% to 39.5 again. So he started to have coughing, shortness of breath, desaturation, and he had a bilateral lung infiltrate. So actually the physicians, bedside physicians plan to transfer patient to the ICU next day. And after we gave the ginseng, and especially we double the dose of ginseng, the patients start to have shiver. And after the shivering, the patients recovered from the COVID-19. So it's very strange. So actually in Chinese medicine, we recover, and basically they expel the viral from the body. Let's do some summary. So this is the typical pathophysiology of the COVID-19 triggered ARDS. So the left side, you can see this is normal alveolar. The right side is an injured alveolar during the acute phase. So what happens to the alveolar level? So the alveolar start to get flooding and start to have the membrane broken, and the oxygen cannot penetrate the alveolar and go to the blood circulation. So this is a very important stage. So right now we don't have any good method to treat this alveolar flooding. So these are several things. The first, we need to prevent the patient's the membrane broken. But once the membrane broken and start to develop alveolar flooding, then you need to reduce the alveolar flooding. So the respiratory support, mechanical ventilation, they certainly can help you to protect your lung and to protect your alveolar flooding. But using Chinese medicine, is a very early stage, like within the 48 hours, once you get the COVID-19, you need to use the ginseng to prevent your the viral triggered cytokine storm and to stop the cytokine storm, so that the patient will not develop acute lung injury, especially for this vulnerable population. So what we, once the patient really have some kind of alveolar flooding, we usually use transdermal therapy and to reduce this flooding and to make this alveolar level back to the normal. So that's how we do the basic weapons for the TCM practitioner to treat COVID-19. I think the ginseng is the most important part. Here is regarding the modern pharmacology research. We can clearly see ginseng have different functions, and it can regulate our human immune response, not only the innate immune response, but also adaptive immune response to help you to adapt to this new virus. Certainly, the transdermal therapy is also very useful to reduce the alveolar level flooding. Summary. So the most important part is to identify the high-risk population, and you know these patients who have baseline conditions, who have Qi deficiency according to Chinese medicine, and you need to protect those populations. And second is the early use of ginseng and the ginseng formula, so to reduce the fever, to reduce the possibility to develop acute lung injury for vulnerable population. So the third, once they really develop acute lung injury at an early stage, then we need to do the transdermal therapy as early as possible to treat alveolar flooding. Certainly, if all this did not work, then you need to do some intubation backup for critically ill patients. Thank you. So if you have any questions, I would like to take, and thanks for your notice, and thanks for.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Next speaker is Dr. Kai-Yen Lee. She's lecturer at Southern School of Natural Therapy and Endeavour College of Natural Health. She worked as the Deputy Secretary and Academic Minister of the Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture Society. Her reporting topic is Long COVID Syndromes Case Study. Welcome, Dr. Lee.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Kai-Yen Lee. Today is my honor to be invited by the World Traditional Medicine Forum and WHO to do my presentation about a case study of long COVID syndromes treated by traditional Chinese medicine. During this presentation, I'm going to cover all the contents shown below. First is the long COVID syndrome background. And secondly, I will introduce a case study, including all the timeline, signs and symptoms, treatments, and my reflections. First, let's look at the long COVID syndrome background. Long COVID syndrome is a relatively new disease where essentially patients experience lingering COVID symptoms even when COVID tests show negative results. These symptoms often include fatigue, body ache, shortness of breath, concentration difficulty, inability to exercise, headache, sleeping issues, and more. According to studies conducted in both Australia and the United States, around 40 to 80% of COVID patients experience these lingering symptoms months after initial onset of infection, despite no signs of virus could be detected in tests. This means long COVID syndrome is common in COVID-19 patients, and modern medicine has yet any cure method. Traditional Chinese medicine has a record history of more than 2,000 years experience with treating over 300 different epidemics with success. I have been using traditional Chinese medicine to treat a couple of long COVID symptom patients, and they all have significant improvements. This is why today I'm going to present this case study to give you more insight on how to treat long COVID syndromes from traditional Chinese medicine perspective. So let's come to the case study. Sarah is one of my long COVID symptom patients. She is a 34-year-old nurse working in a nursing home where she obtained the COVID-19. This photo was taken from the ICU where she was sent to by ambulance due to the first onset of shortness of breath. I captured this photo from her interview with the ABC News about her long COVID syndromes. She was diagnosed with coronary pneumonia in July 2020 and treated with antibiotics and steroids. but her shortness of breath still not improved. CT scans show pulmonary thrombosis and fibrosis, which means blood clots and fibrillation happens in her lung. She was given blood thinning medication since, but nothing seems to work. 2 months later, she returned to the hospital for a GI bypass surgery targeted towards her weight loss. However, her results was less optimistic than expected. Up until February 2021, before she came to see me, she has been in and out the hospital more than 10 times due to the shortness of breath. Clinical symptoms. The first time when she come to see me, the main complaint is the hoarse voice and shortness of breath. She is unable to lie flat during the treatment, and she feels a lot of sticky phlegms in her throat. That's hard to cough out. And also she experienced chronic fatigue. At the meantime, she has a lot of body aches and heaviness sensation, and especially she feels a lot of lower back pain. Also, she has night sweats, thirsty sensation, a strong anxiety sensation, and depressed. Also, her emotion feels a lot of fearful minds, and also the insomnia and foggy heads happen. On observation, I noticed that her tongue is red with no coating, and her pulse, the left turn was deep, thin, and rapid. The left one was wiry and rapid. The right turn was deep and weak, and the right one was slippery. Both of the chin position was deep and weak. According to the signs and symptoms and my observation, I make her diagnosis as shown below. It involves 3 parts. The first one is the lung qi and yin division, causing lingering pathogens and night sweats. Also, she has the residual wind and phlegm blocking in her airway and causing hoarseness and shortness of breath, and also foggy mind. Second part is the liver qi stagnation and transform into heart fire, causing depression and anxiety emotion. And number 3 is the heart and kidney disharmony. The patient suffered from strong heart fire in the upper jaw, but weakness in the kidney, which caused the discommunication of a heart and kidney and insomnia. Also, the fearful sensation belongs to the kidney division, and the lower back pain is also another evidence of the kidney division. According to the diagnosis, I make my treatment principle as below. I tonify the qi and yin, expel wind cold, resolve phlegm and dampness, soothe the liver qi, and clear heart fire. Also, I strengthen the kidney and calm shen. Treatments. My treatments involve 3 parts. First, I use the gua sha and cupping on her neck and back. For the gua sha part, I focus on the whole neck, involve 6 channels as shown as below. So du channel, bladder channel, gallbladder channel, sanjiao, large intestine, and small intestine. Later, I will have a photo to show the results. So, and you can see a lot of marks coming out from the channel, and the patient can feel instant relief from the hoarsened voice. Also, the back gua sha, I focus on the du channel and bladder channel to expel the wind and cold. And following the gua sha, I do cupping on the du channel, and also I do stable cupping on the ding chuan, bladder 13, 23, lung 1, range 17 to 22. So I involve the cupping on both the front and the back to expel the wind cold or draw the coldness from the lung. And also I resolve the phlegm and clear some heat as well. And following the cupping and gua sha, I do acupuncture. First, I use the large intestine 4 and liver 3 to open 4 gates to soothe the liver. Heart 6 and pericardium 6 to calm shen and stop night sweat. Gallbladder 20 to expel wind, lung 1, 5, 7, and run 17 to 22 to descend the lung qi, recover the lung's D&D function. And also I use the spring 6, stomach 36, kidney 3 to strengthen the spring, stomach, and kidney, also nourish both the qi and yin. So the third part, I use the herbal medicine to give the patient to take it at home. My treatment plan is to have a weekly visit for the first 4 weeks. 4 weeks. So I use the guizhi to expel the wind cold, 杏仁、苏子、葶苈子、贝母、至半夏 and 海蛤壳 to resolve the phlegm, stop wheezing, and clear dampness. I also use the houpo to descend the lung qi. 麦门冬 and 五味子 is the 生脉饮 to nourish both the qi and yin. And also I use the taoren to remove some blood stasis from the lung channel. On her second visit, both the hoarseness and the chest tightness was significantly improved. She felt better sleep, and also she lost 3 kilos in 1 week. The lower limb swollen has been reduced. I then repeat the same treatment and the formula, plus 血府足语丸, 15 pills and twice a day to further resolve the qi and blood stagnation in her upper jaw. On the third visit, the feeling of anxiety and fear increased because someone broke in her house that week. She couldn't fall asleep at night again. Therefore, my acupuncture mainly focused on the calming the shin. In addition to the above acupoints, I use the spring 4, pericardium 6 to open the chongmai to calm her shin. Also, I use the Du 20 and Hot 7 to calm shin and help with her sleep. 1 week later, on the 4th visit, both her anxiety and depression were a lot better. Energy increased, and she mentioned she could walk 4 to 5 kilometers continuously without feeling wheezy. And she just felt a little bit fatigued after this walk. Occasionally, she feels wheezy at nighttime, but most of the night she can sleep through. Sarah was so happy about her improvement, and thus she mentioned during her interview with the ABC News that Chinese medicine has helped her a lot during recovery. Unfortunately, so this part of the statements didn't broadcast when the ABC News broadcast about this documentary. But yeah, so she did mention that during the interview. These photos were taken from our consultations, and the patient felt instant relief on the throat, and she can speak with a lot clearer voice just after 10 minutes gua sha on her neck. You can notice that a lot of marks on both of the side and the back of the neck, and in the bladder channel, gallbladder channel, and small intestine, large intestine channel. Also, the tightness of the chest and shortness of breath feel much better straight after just 1 treatment. Reflections of my treatments. First, the pathogenesis of long COVID syndrome is complicated. It involves the zhengqi deficient with some lingering pathogens. Even though the patient's main complaint is the hoarseness of the voice and shortness of breath, it sounds like just only the lung disease, but actually 5 organs have involved. So this has been convinced by the Yellow Emperor's internal medicine statement. So in the cough chapter, there is a statement mentioned about 5 organs can cause cough, not only lung. So I do a chart in here to show you more directly so how it works for the COVID-19 long COVID syndromes. So the pathogens, the COVID virus, or maybe the wind, cold, dampness, toxicity. So they get through the mouth and the nose, and through the airway, attacking to the lung system. So the lung could not dispersing and descending. So that's why the patient have coughing, wheezy, shortness of breath, and even the hoarsened voice. So the lung in charge of qi and the heart in charge of the blood. So when qi is stagnant, the heart will stop too. So that's why the patient is suffering from some blood clots in the lung. So this is the relationship between qi and blood stagnation. And also the mental stress from knowing herself diagnosed with coronary pneumonia and the fear of being isolated from her family as well as death will cause a lot of liver qi stagnation and kidney weakness because the kidney in charge of the fear emotion. When the liver qi stagnant, it will have two results. One is the wood overacting to the earth, which is the spleen and stomach system, and causing the spleen and stomach weakness and the dampness and phlegm generated. So, and they will send to the lung system and give the feedback like this. And also the liver is the wood. It can generate some fire and invading to the heart and causing some panic attack, anxiety, and depression emotion. And also the kidney is weakened. Kidney in charge of the lower back. So that's why the patient have a lot of joint issue and also lower back pain. In general, the kidney in charge of housing the spirit. But when the kidney is weak and heart fire is strong in the upper jaw, so they discommunicate with each other and causing the insomnia and fear emotion. Since the organs, the 5 organs have involved in the long COVID syndromes, thus the treatment shouldn't only focus on the lung system. Instead, we use a holistic approach or what we call the cocktail treatment to achieve the optimistic results. Second part of my reflection is the psycho-emotional factors plays an important role in long COVID syndromes. This can explain by the relationship of the 5 elements. In general, metal controls the wood, but when the wood is too strong, it can insulting to the metal and weaken the metal energy. So this is what happens in the long COVID syndromes. So the emotional affecting to the lung immune system. And also there is a statement in the Yellow Emperor's internal medicine mentioned about when the heart shakes, the 5 organs and 6th food would be shaken too. This means the heart plays an important role in the 5 organs balance. If the heart spirit is not settled, the 5 organs will be out of place. That's why calming Shen and building up the patient's confidence to overcome the disease are essential in the treatment of long COVID syndromes. The third part of my reflection is about the treatments. So the treatment strategies in the long COVID symptom in this case study, they are opposite yet synergistic. For example, I use the tonifying and clearing together. I tonify the qi and yin. I use the tonify method to target to the lung, spleen, and kidney. But also I clear the residual wind, cold, and phlegm, blood stasis, liver qi stagnation, heart fire, and all the excess pathogens. Also, I use the warming and cooling. I warm the lung, spleen, and kidney, but cool the heart fire. I use both expelling and extringing. So I expel the wind, cold, dampness, the external pathogen, but I astring the zheng qi, so qi and yin, and stop the noise wrecking from further damage to the qi and yin. I use both the drying and moisturizing methods. So I dry the dampness and phlegm, but I moist the lung and kidney. I combine the descending and ascending methods. So ascending the zheng qi, but descending the lung qi. I also use the qi and blood balancing and move the qi as well as the blood. So this is the treatment strategies. And also my treatment methods is a lot of a lot of variety and mixed approach. I use the gua sha methods to expel the external pathogen. I use the cupping and acupuncture to deal with the more internal pathogens and rebalance the 5 organs. Also, I use the herbal medicine to ongoing helping the patients when she's like having no treatments for the whole week. And it's deeper to cleansing the pathogens and rebuilding the energy. And also I use the TDP heat lamp to heat up the local lung, back shipon and front mupon to expel the wind cold and also activate the zheng qi. In conclusion, Chinese medicine has its unique advantage in treating long COVID syndromes. Therefore, should be involved in the treatment of COVID-19, especially during the recovering stage. So these are all the reference I quoted for my research. Thank you all for your time, and I hope this has given you insight on TCM diagnosis and treatment for long COVID syndromes. Keep safe and healthy during this ongoing battle of COVID-19.
Thank you, Dr. Kai-Yan Lee. Next speaker is Dr. Yusan Lin. He's from Argentina. Dr. Lin is the staff of the coronary intensive care unit of the cardiology service of Hospital General de Augustus Carlos G. Durant, city of Buenos Aires, Argentina. He's the cardiovascular recovery unit staff of the cardiology service, Hospital Neighbor Dr. Pedro Malo, city of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Dr. Lim's reporting topic is treatment of pulmonary fibrosis after COVID-19 using Wu's empirical formula of cough relief soup. Welcome, Dr. Lin.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Before starting, I want to thank the World TCM Forum and also the WHO for giving me this opportunity to speak at this Congress in midst of this pandemic global situation. Today, I'm going to present the treatment of pulmonary fibrosis after COVID-19 using Wu's empirical formula of cough relief soap. As introduction, on December 2019, the apparition of a new severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, has been reported in Wuhan, China. This virus causes a typical progressive pneumonia to acute lung injury and acute respiratory distress syndromes in some patients, called COVID-19. Later on, it has been disseminated throughout the world. By 11 of March of 2020, the WHO gave pandemic status to COVID-19. The COVID-19, a virus which has generated the most massive pandemic in the decade, has produced over 150 million infected people and 3 million deaths, according to official registry, until April 2021. This means that the affected people could be many more. The reports show the population that has been affected more severely and who develops serious or fatal medical conditions are elderly patients, smokers, or people who have associated other poor prognostic comorbidities. Nevertheless, it is this same group of patients, the one which is more prone to develop one of the scariest complications of the COVID-19 pneumonia and SARS, the pulmonary fibrosis. Nowadays, the frequency of the post-COVID-19 pulmonary fibrosis is unknown. However, it is estimated that a third of hospitalized people are affected. This indicated the possibility of a greater number and combined prevalence between hospitalized people and non-hospitalized people. On the other hand, the specific management of the post-COVID-19 pulmonary fibrosis, together with supportive measures such as domiciliary oxygen therapy and non-pharmacological management remains unexplored due to lack of the clinical trials. For now, it only exists non-pharmacological measures and oxygen supportive measures. So far, a potential role for antifibrinolytic therapies such as nintedanib or pirfenidone is suggested based on anecdotal evidence and a proposed similarity in the pathophysiology mechanism of post-COVID-19 fibrosis, pulmonary fibrosis with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. As it has been mentioned before, some patients are prone to developing pulmonary fibrosis when discharged from hospital after COVID-19. This seriously affects their quality of life. Satisfactory efficacy was obtained when whose empirical formula of eucalypt decoction was used to treat pulmonary fibrosis, a sequela of COVID-19. This picture shows the formula as extracted from the original source. You can scan the QR code on the right to go to the source. This is the WHO empirical formula, eucalypt decoction, also known as WHO's cough relief decoction. It is indicated in pleural ladations and pulmonary fibrosis. It contains 8 ingredients: 香附、玄附花、薏仁、桃仁、当归、蜈蚣、centipede, 三七、白芥子. If pleural effusions, added 半边莲 and 葶苈子. Yes? The eucalypt decoction specified in 无门验方, whose empirical formula is a family empirical formula of Professor Wu Shengzi, referred to as whose cough relief decoction Heres nectar, that produced unique efficacy in the treatment of pulmonary fibrosis. Whose cough relief decoction was used to heal patients with post-COVID-19 pulmonary fibrosis. The combination of 香附 and 玄附花 in the formula is based on 香附玄附花 decoction, as stated in chapter lower jaw, 温病条辨, systematized identification of warm disease. The syndrome of having latent summer heat, dampness, warmness, pathogen, lateral chest pain with or without coughing, and tidal fever without coldness or chills, and fever like malaria shall not be misdiagnosed as indication of childhood decoction. Instead, 香附玄附花 decoction should be used. If these syndromes do not gradually disappear, then Congshen pellets can be used. There are many instances where summer heat, dampness, warmness, and retention of fluid under the lateral chest gradually develop into lateral chest pain. Under such circumstances, 香附 and 玄附花, which are effective in unblocking the liver meridian, can be used to pull the fluid retention under the lateral chest. The syndrome paraphrased as the fluid retention under the lateral chest in the 温病条辨 is referred to as pleural effusion in the Western medicine. Clinically, 香附玄附花 decoction is used to treat cancerous pleural effusion as well as the pleural effusion caused by exudative pleurisy or tuberculous pleurisy, and the efficacy of treatment is satisfactory. Tauren can activate blood flow and resolve blood stasis, not only resisting pulmonary fibrosis, but also relieving cough and calming panting. Tangui can resolve coughing with key reflux. Research showed that Angelica polysaccharide, which is essential to activating blood flow, produce significant anti-inflammatory effects and anti-allergic reactions, and therefore can greatly reduce the degree of fibrosis of the lung and alveoli. The centipede has the effects of detoxification and bile dissipation, as well as vessel blockage, relief and pain relief. The centipede contains a peptide which produces excellent anti-inflammatory and pain relief effects. Sanchi has the effect of stasis dissipation and pain relief and can promote the dissolution of cellulose. Baijiezi can dissipate intradermal extramembrane fragment and therefore is included in the formula. Following the formation of the pulmonary fibrosis, the part of the tissues in lack of sufficient blood vessels has poor circulation of blood and is prone to the development of latent pathogen Q, also known as incubating pathogen, which makes it difficult for drugs to generate clinical effects. Given that Q promotes blood circulation and blood transport Q, Shanfu in the USCAF relief decoction is combined with blood-activating and stasis-resolving medicines, such as Taoren, Tangwei, and Sanqi. Therefore, the philosophy of the above formula is well founded. In vegetarians, centipede is replaced with Zhao Zhao Si, as used in Daidao Power, a formula specific in 外科政治全身集, a collection of identification and treatment of external medicine. Zhao Zhao Si can produce a significant anti-inflammatory effect, but will consume the patient's healthy Qi if overused. Therefore, 30 grams of Tai Chi Shen are added to the formula to enhance the patient's healthy Qi. Pulmonary fibrosis is a morphologic disease. According to the theory of the traditional Chinese medicine, a period of the 100 days is required for the patient to recover from morphologic damage. The recovery process takes time and cannot be rushed. Now, I will show the clinical cases reports. The first one is a patient, a man who is 31 years old, is a physician at a hospital in Argentina. The patient had been participating in clinical rescue since the outbreak of COVID-19 in Argentina. On July 11, 2020, the patient, after obtaining a positive result in a COVID-19 PCR test, immediately self-isolated at home for further observation. On July 13, the patient started to have a fever and another COVID-19 symptoms. The pattern of the two lobes of the lungs, as shown in the chest X-ray film, was still clear, and no obvious substantial infiltration was found. During home isolation, the patient was alternately treated with Charlene decoction while having a fever and Yin Cai Shao Tu pellets once the fever was brought down. Since the patient was underdosed, his fever was not fully controlled. On July 21st, the patient's blood oxygen saturation, in the absence of obvious case, was below 94% and further dropped to 84%. Meanwhile, the patient had difficulty breathing and started to gasp after saying only a few words. Under such circumstances, the patient was sent to the hospital. In the second chest X-ray film showed extensive interstitial and alveolar infiltration, like these images. He had fever for 9-10 days. He needed oxygen therapy or tracheal tube assistance. At the shockwave, the patient's blood oxygen saturation dropped below 84%, with a Puffy index of 220. Therefore, the patient was admitted to hospital and was immediately treated with tracheal intubation to assist his breathing. During the hospitalization period, the doctor in charge mainly applied supportive therapy, antibiotics, and steroids on the patient. On July 27th, chest X-ray film showed severe interstitial and alveolar infiltration. If you look at the superior airway, you can see the orotracheal tube normally inserted. On August 6th, he left the hospital, but the patient still had functional class 4 of dyspnea. Under the guidance of Professor Wu Xiongzhi, the patient was treated with a modified therapy using USCAF relief decoction. The ingredients of the empirical formula include Shangfu, Xuanfu Hua, Yi Ren, Tao Ren, Dan Hui, Zhao Zhao Si, Hai Zi Shen, Sanqi, and Bai Jie. This patient is vegetarian, so centipede is replaced with 照角质 and 太子参, as I have explained before. After taking Uscaf relief decoction for a month, the blood oxygen saturation was already restored to 97%, and the patient was generally able to handle his everyday life and had a slight gasp only after jogging. Due to health and safe protocols, the patient had not been taken a chest CT scan during the hospitalization. On September 9, he returned for a health check. A chest CT scan was taken and it showed a few vitreous shadows at many instances on the interstitials. Several mediastinal lymph nodes were formed, but no pleural effusion or pericardial effusion were found. In these images, we can see multiple patchy brown blast areas in both lung fields. On September 9, Professor Wu instructed that the patient still needs to take Uscaf relief decoction and that the treatment should last for a period of at least of 100 days, because morphologic recovery will take 100 days, as I explained before. On September 10th, Professor Wu instructed that the patient still needed to take Uscaf relief decoction at least 100 days, as I have explained before. Professor Wu suggested that if the patient felt fatigued, then Huang Qi and Ren Shen, in combination with Erzu, can be added to the empirical formula to enhance the reabsorption function of the patient's fibrous tissues. After taking Uscaf relief decoction for 4 months, the patient no longer had discomfort in breathing or felt short of breath after exercise. Well, this image is the CT scan taken during the return visit in March 2021, showed that improvement had been made in comparison to the CT scan taken on September 7th, and no mediastinal lymph nodes or axillary lymph nodes were found. The CT scan was normal. On January 2021, the patient returned to work normally in the first line. Well, the second case. The patient is a 28-year-old woman. She has arterial hypertension and type 2 diabetes, and she is engaged in the business of agricultural products. After the onset of the COVID-19 symptoms, the PCR test was positive, and she was self-isolated at home. 9 days after symptoms appeared, she was hospitalized for 5 days due to unstable blood glucose. Meanwhile, she alternately took chylin decoction and incision pellets and achieved good results. The first chest X-ray did not show pathological images. The last chest X-ray film showed wild interstitial and alveolar infiltration. Sorry, I couldn't get the images, but believe me, it's like that. Yes? After being discharged from the hospital, she still had a slight breath, and she also took 100 days of Uscaf relief decoction. At the follow-up visit, she didn't have dyspnea anymore, and the image control showed everything normal. We can see this chest X-ray field control was clear. Yes? Well, the third case. This is a man. The man is 48 years old, and he had asthma. He works as headmaster. After being in contact with a non-confirmed person, he immediately stayed at home and isolated. But 4 days later, symptoms of COVID-19 began, and the patient contacted the hospital. Because of his serious illness, he entered the intermediate care unit and received supportive therapy. He was discharged from hospital after 14 days. The first chest X-ray film is clear, and the last chest X-ray film showed wild interstitial and alveolar infiltration. On the left image is the first, and the right is the last. After being discharged from the hospital, he still has dyspnea and took 100 days of Uscaf relief decoction. Fortunately, asthma has never recurred. At the follow-up visit, he was able to take care of his daily life normally, and the chest X-ray film and spirometer were all normal. The case number 4. The patient is a 36-year man, and he is a vegetarian chef. His child brought the virus home after being infected at school. Because of the fear of seeking medical treatment, he decided to endure it at home until he had difficulty breathing and was forced to be rushed to the intensive care unit to receive ventilator and other supportive treatments. The first chest CT scan showed diffuse granules in both lung fields and several mediastinal lymph nodes. He spent 21 days in the intensive care unit. Then he had the oxygen tube removed and started to recover slowly. After being discharged from the hospital, the patient still had class 4 dyspnea function. He also took USCAR relief decoction. Due to the slow recovery, it took 150 days for the patient to fully recover. This is the chest CT scan control after 4 months. It didn't show pulmonary fibrosis or any sequel images. The case number 5. The patient is a 28-year-old man and he works in a laundry shop. He was infected with COVID-19 through a family member who exercised in the park. After 2 days, he started to have a fever, loss of taste, smell, general weakness, body aches, and then a little breathlessness. He immediately went to hospital. Although the chest CT scan showed diffuse ground glass involvement with a predominance of the upper and lower right lobe, as the oxygen saturation did go below 90%, it was classified as a mild disease, and isolation at home was indicated with alarm guidelines. After the fever ceased, he began to take UCO decoction for 100 days, and examination reports was normal at the time of the follow-up control. Through the oral of USCAR relief decoction, those patients' conditions were greatly improved and their quality of life was significantly increased. Woman Yen found UCO decoction has considerable room for development in the treatment and prevention of post-COVID-19 pulmonary fibrosis, especially in the recovery of severely ill patients. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, my co-host, Dr. Qiming Zheng from Philippines. I'm Hong Dong from the Netherlands. Thank you, Dr. Yushan Lin from Argentina for your presentation. Let me now introduce the next speaker, Dr. Tiejun Tang, PhD from United Kingdom. He's president of the Chinese Medicine Alliance, UK. His reporting topic is anti-COVID-19 pandemic under the guidance of Professor Deng Tietao's academic thoughts. Welcome, Dr. Tang, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tiejun Tang from London, United Kingdom. The topic I will report today is anti-COVID-19 pandemic under the guidance of the Professor Deng Tietao's academic thought. General introduction. Professor Deng Tietao was appointed as the leader of the SARS expert group in 2003 by the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Under his guidance, the first affiliated hospital of Guangzhou TCM University achieved 4-0 on the treatment of 71 cases of SARS, which is 0 mortality, zero hospital transfer rate, zero sequelae, and zero hospital infection. Patient's body temperature back to normal within 3.26 days. Due to the extensive intervention of Chinese medicine, SARS getting under control in about 3 to 4 months. Professor Deng contributed his prescription for SARS treatment. To analyze his prescription for anti-SARS 18 years ago will give us a high value of reference for the treatment of COVID-19 today. This prescription is from Professor Deng. We can see that is his signature, and the date is 2003, 18th of April. The important commonality between the SARS-CoV-2 and the SARS-CoV was found. A recent research report showed SARS-CoV-2 used the SARS-CoV receptor, ACE2 receptor, for entering the cell. These two viruses are very similar. The symptoms they caused also similar. The reaction to the treatment should be similar. Look at this picture, and this is SARS virus. This is COVID-19 virus. They looks very similar in the structure, and they all enter the cell through the same receptor, which is ACE2 receptor. Original report published in the April last year. Prevention and treatment method. According to Professor Deng's clinical experience, I made a formula of modified Yuping-Fengshan tablets to prevent COVID-19. On the March of last year, when UK only have a few cases, all my patients and their families began to take these tablets for prevention. The ingredients is classical Yuping-Fengshan, which only contains 3 ingredients: Baizhu, Huangqi, and Fangfeng. Because the COVID-19 pneumonia is located in the lung, so I add 2 herbs for clean the lung heat, which is Huangqi and Sangbaipi. Another 3 herbs for antivirus. First is Banlangen, and then Li Zhihe, and then Qinghao. These 3 herbs for antivirus. I will explain why I use these 2 ingredients. Yuping-Fengshan has been widely used to prevent disease since Yuan Dynasty. Different from the traditional Yuping-Fengshan, Professor Deng used Baizhu as the biggest dose. The dose of the Baizhu is equal to the Huangqi plus Fangfeng together. I select Li Zhihe is because it can inhibit SARS virus. It was approved by the laboratory research in 2008. You can see the published paper in this magazine. Artemisinin is the active ingredient of Qinghao. It has been thought to have the inhibitor effect of the variety of the virus. This paper was published by Thomas at 2008. He is a doctor and researcher in the Guy's Hospital in London. The treatment method, about 40 cases of the COVID-19 was treated by herb decoction. All the patients have online consultation. The herbs was sent to patients by post or collected by their families. This case including 10 cases of remote consultation with my colleagues in Europe and Canada. The formula selection. At early stage, if the patient is due to wind cold and wind damp type, I select 经防败毒散、九味羌活汤 and 杏苏散. If the patient symptoms is due to the wind heat or lung heat, I select 银翘散, 桑菊饮 and 桑杏汤, modified from these three formula, which come from Wu Jutong, from his book of 温病调变. I found in the early stage of COVID-19 more wind heat than wind cold, especially in UK. Mostly the patient have wind heat syndrome. More chance to select the formula from 温病 master Wu Jutong, 银翘散、桑菊饮、桑杏汤 and 杏苏散, all from Wu Jutong. At the middle stage, I would like to select 小陷胸汤. That is the formula from Shanghai Lun, and only 3 ingredients: 黄连、半夏、瓜蒌, and also 葶苈大枣泻肺汤, 苏子降气汤 if the patient have more asthma, and 三子养亲汤. For severe case, I use 生脉散, which come from Shanghai Lun, and 四逆汤 also from Shanghai Lun, and 独参汤 sometimes. Generally speaking, it's combine the prescription of 温病 and 伤寒, not only use 温病 or 伤寒. The treatment result, the prevention result, after the modified 玉屏风散 treatment for 2 weeks, only 1 case was infected. In 60 patients, the infection rate was 1.66%. The treatment result, according to Professor Deng's treatment principle on the SARS, I treated 40 patients, all were cured. The mortality rate is 0. Next is a case report. This case is a lady at 76 years old. She's Asian background, and initial consultation is 8th of April 2020. Chief complaint is the difficult breathing for 1 month. The patient has been diagnosed of COVID-19 and stay in ICU of the hospital. And after the treatment, her body temperature back to normal. Even the virus already returned to the negative, but her breathing getting worse and more difficult to breathe. And combined with the palpitation, fatigue, and night sweat, doctor told the patient's family is the worst prognosis. The doctor said they can't do anything, maybe just let the patient peacefully die. But patient family didn't give up. They found me through their social media. And after the online consultation, I gave the TCM diagnosis is asthma due to Qi and Yin deficiency. With the medicine diagnosis is COVID-19, respiratory failure. Treatment principle is benefit Qi and nourishing the Yin, descending the Qi and release asthma. The prescription, I select modified 生脉散 plus 三子养亲汤. We all know 生脉散 only 3 ingredients: 太子参、麦文冬 and 五味子. 三子养亲汤 is 苏子、莱菔子 and 白芥子. I also plus 沙参 for masking the lung yin and 玄参、知母 for clean the heat. And 青蒿、荔枝核 and 百合. 青蒿 and 荔枝核 for antivirus. 百合 and 甘草 for benefit the lung and release cough. give patient 7 bags, 1 bag per day. Follow-up. The patient started taking the medicine at 11th of April. Only second day, all the symptoms getting better. Her heart rate reduced, blood oxygen level increased, tongue from the cremotion to red without coating. At 18th of April, the symptoms continue to improve. A repeat prescription was given. At the 21st of April, patient didn't receive her herbs because delayed by the post office. And her decoction stopped for a couple of days. All the symptoms getting worse again. The patient lost appetite. I added huangqi 20 grams and maiya and guya. Tell patient families to collect the medicine from my place. And after a few days, patient feel much better again. The heart rate reduced and the blood oxygen continued to improve. Appetite came back. I removed the 全身 and zimu, added 款冬花 10 grams and baizhu 10 grams. At 5th of May, the patient continued to improve. I gave a repeat prescription, 7 bags. At 12th May, patient was discharged from the hospital and back to home. Reduced the oxygen intake. Her blood oxygen level keeps improving. A repeat prescription was given, 7 bags, take 1 bag for 2 days. That is a reduced doses. At the 23rd of May, only heart rate is slightly rapid. Feel a little short of breath after exercise. And tongue was slightly dark with a white and thin coating. I gave a repeated prescription and for another 7 bags and 1 bag for 2 days. After 1 year, she came out from the hospital, and I gave a follow-up through the telephone, and the patient is basically normal, very healthy, stay at home. So she's still very healthy so far. Look at, this is the tongue picture. This is the first time, 8th of April. And a few days later, at 12th of April, you can see the tongue is some improve. And 27th of April, a little dark color. And 23rd of May is already have some tongue coating turned up. And that is oxygen intake from the 6 liters per minute reduced to half liter. At the moment, she didn't need oxygen anymore. And the heart rate from the 120 gradually reduced to 90 and 92. And the blood oxygen level from the 86 gradually increased to 96%. Discussing. In the 1998, 5 years before SARS, Professor Deng already told us Wenbing is important in treating the viral infectious disease. He had written, Wenbing originated from Shanghai, but it gradually developed from Shanghai. The effect of Wenbing in the treatment of infectious disease, especially viral infectious disease, are still keep ahead of the world. This is not an overstatement. 5 years later, when SARS arrived, Professor Deng's prescription was based on Wenbing's classic formula, 桑菊饮 and 三仁汤. Let's analyze his prescription. The treatment principle is clean the heat and detoxification. expel the dampness and dispersing the lung, clean the heat and detoxification by these medicine. 桑叶、野菊花、青蒿、金银花、蒲公英 and 薄荷 and 甘草. All of these has function for clean the heat and detoxification. For expel dampness and dispersing the lung, he used 杏仁、薏仁、冬瓜仁 and 白茅根、藿香、桔梗、桃仁. Original 三仁汤 is here is 白蔻仁. He used 冬瓜仁 to replace 白蔻仁. He used 白茅根 to replace 芦根 in the 桑菊叶. I think if he's still alive, he probably will still give this similar formula to COVID-19. The three formulas and the three remedies recommended by Chinese government for anti-COVID-19, they are good formulas, but unfortunately, some ingredients are not allowed to use outside of China because it contains 麻黄、石膏、细辛、紫苑. For different reasons, these ingredients are not allowed to use in UK and most of the EU country and the US. Professor Deng's modified Sangjuyin didn't contain above ingredients more suitable to the overseas patient treatment. Conclusion: COVID-19 and SARS are very similar viruses. Professor Deng's clinical experience on SARS is valuable reference on today's pandemic. A modified Sangjuyin and the Sanren Tang should be selected for COVID-19. Under the guidance of Professor Deng's idea, my treatment and prevention showed a satisfied result. Unfortunately, the number of the patients are too less. A large sample of RCT still is needed in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiejun Tang, for your presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Peilin Sun from Belgium. He is graduated from Nanjing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, worked at the International Acupuncture Training Center, Nanjing, University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, lectured on TCM in Belgium, UK, and the other European countries. His reporting topic is the exploratory experience of applying 6-channel differentiation theory in COVID-19 treatment. Welcome, Professor Sun, please.
Hello, good day to everyone. I'm Sun Peilin, speaking from Belgium. Today, I'm going to take this opportunity to share my experience by using 6-channel differentiation in the treatment of COVID-19. So I'm going to share my PPT. And we consider TCM is not only arts, but it's a sophisticated technique, well done in this kind of a COVID pandemic. And COVID-19, we call it as a pandemic. The reason is that it has a high rate of infection, and also high mortality, etc. But still it's going on. And although we have a high efficiency in vaccination, we still need to fight this pandemic in long run. How long, we don't know. Therefore, with the help of modern medicine and with the help from different governments, we are confident that to win this battle. Today, we are going to cover different aspects of the lectures, mainly including 5 aspects. Those 5 aspects are going to indicate that 6-channel differentiation is one of the differentiation methods used to treat COVID-19. And there are different ways to make a differentiation in the treatment of COVID. Sanghan, which is the very famous book, Sanghan, going to be used to introduce a 6-channel differentiation in this treatment. Why it is important? Because there are different pathogenic factors going to involve the pandemic infections. When we use 6-channel differentiations, we have to understand that there is a broad sense of Sanghan and also narrowed sense of Sanghan. Broad sense of Sanghan means that we can use 6-channel differentiation to treat all kinds of external invasions. However, the narrowed sense of Sanghan for 6-channel differentiation is only going to focus on treatment of the disease caused by invasion of wind cold. And in fact, we use Sanghan 6-channel differentiation in these stages mainly to treat narrowed sense of pathogenic factors invasion, which is invasion of wind cold. As we know that the external invasion of pathogenic factors for COVID-19 include different aspects. For example, here we have listed that include wind cold, wind heat, toxin, cold damp, damp heat sectors. So it means that if we want to use 6-channel differentiation, we are not going to cover all aspects of the pathogenic factors. But when there is invasion of wind cold, showing some symptoms without damp, without much toxins, and then we are going to use this system perfectly. Due to the different pathogenic factors invasion, we have a different way of making the differentiations. What are those kind of options? It includes 脏腑 organ differentiation, 三焦 differentiations, and 胃气营血 differentiations. So altogether, with 6-channel differentiations, they compose a complete option for treatment of COVID-19. Therefore, at a different stage, for different pathogenic factors, we have to use different options to treat. It doesn't mean that we can use 6-channel differentiations to treat all kinds of COVID-19. This is not true. So when damp is involved, we can use another system called 三焦 system, 三焦 differentiation. But when there is high fever, there is blood heat, etc., we can use 胃气营血 differentiations. So 6-channel differentiation is one of those options. Why it is important to use 6-channel differentiations? Because during the development of COVID-19, we could see that sometimes we have light cases due to wind cold invasion. We have severe cases due to wind cold invasion, or even we have critical cases due to wind cold invasions. And we also have to understand that when it is at the stage of light cases, the pathogenic factors, its mechanism, the pathogenic changes are different with that at the severe stages or critical stages. But no matter at the later stages, 6-channel differentiations could offer a timely, proper, and preventive treatment the example is that when people have the wind cold invasion at the stage of Taiyang situation, so the treatment is very clear, easy to make promotion of the sweating. But when it is at the severe cases, we are not going to use only the 6-channel differentiations, but also we can see that the treatment procedures are a little bit complicated. We are going to show you and what's the procedures. But when it is at the critical cases, and what can TCM do in that kind of situation? So we are going to give you some demonstration. But in any case, 6-channel differentiations are only one of the options to be used. Don't make a confusion that 6-channel differentiation is applicable for all kinds of situations. Look at here. That is the most important procedures to help us to understand why 6-channel differentiations could be used and what kind of situation are the indication of using the 6-channel differentiations. First, let's look at the light cases. Light cases most include 3 patterns, which means that the pathogenic factors are light. So the mechanism are also simple. And also the manifestations are also rather simple. They don't show much complaint, runny nose, a dry cough, some fever, shivering, etc. Still, we have to understand that at this moment, 3 yang stages are mainly included. And then we have to understand at the different stages of yang systems, we have to use a different method of treatment according to 6-channel differentiations. Otherwise, you are going to offer only one formula, one acupuncture treatment to deal with all the yang situations, which is not complete. But when it moves to the severe cases, severe stages, we can see that it's much more complicated. Usually, at the light cases, we only have one involvement of the channels. However, at the severe cases, we can have different mixture of different channels. For example, mostly they can be involvement of 2 channels. For example, Taiyang with Shaoyang, Taiyang with the Yangming, etc. But sometimes we can see mixture of 3 channels. For example, Taiyang, Shaoyang, Yangming, different cases. But only it can be seen at the severe cases. So when people move to the severe cases, we can automatically think that there's involvement of different channels. So it means that different the treatment formulas could be combined, not using a single formula or a single prescription of acupuncture to treat. When it is at the critical cases, it's much more complicated. Why? Because at this moment, there is still a yang involvement, yang channel involvement, but mostly at the critical cases, the yang, Taiyang, we don't see, Yangming we don't see, Shaoyang we don't see. We see a lot of cases with Shaoyin stage, which means that the yang of the body, of the heart and the kidney are damaged. And at this moment, the failure function of the lung is also damaged. So it's quite dangerous. Let's move to have a look. How can we manage it successfully to demonstrate why necessary we use 6-channel differentiations. So at the stage of the light cases, we could see that when it is in beginning cases of the COVID-19, and then usually there is a single involvement of the channels, Taiyang or Shaoyang or Yangming. They're still light. So the treatment is relatively easy. For example, at Taiyang stages, we could use Ma Huang Tang, Gui Zhi Tang, Xiao Qinglong Tang, or Da Qinglong Tang. So you can observe again clearly that even at the Taiyang stage, due to different constitution, can be person with very strong reaction to the wind cold, or wind cold is very strong, we can use 马黄汤. Otherwise, if people have a little sweating, we can use 桂枝汤. And if people who have a constitutional cold phlegm accumulation in the lung, for example, people have allergy, asthma, we can use 小青龙汤. If people have a lot of heat in Yangming, we can use 大青龙汤. Even at the Taiyang stage, the treatment are a little bit different. We can use at this moment, use some ghost points. Why? Because we have to eliminate the pathogenic factors quickly, because it's a pandemic pathogenic factors. It's not a simple wind cold. And then we can use points to mainly to disperse, for example, Latin 4, Triple 5, gallbladder 20 to disperse wind cold. Meanwhile, we use lung 7, blood 13 to disperse the lung qi, not descend lung qi to this, but disperse lung qi. But at the Shaoyang stages, people start to have different manifestation. For example, chairs, alternative chairs, and fever, bad taste, poor appetite, etc. At this moment, we are not able to use 马黄汤 or those kind of a formula I have listed. We have to use 小柴胡汤. But if you don't care, we still use 马黄汤, 桂枝汤, it doesn't work. You have to use 小柴胡汤 because it is at the neither interior nor external stage. That's why we have to use 小柴胡汤. We could still use the ghost point to eliminate pathogenic factors. You can see the points are a little bit different. They're more used to harmonize Shaoyang. But when it is at the Yangming stage, it is much more fever or high fever, and that can be different with the Taiyang stage. So we have to use another formula called Bai Hu Tang, white text decoction. So you can see that the treatment with acupuncture is also different. We have to focus our attention to eliminate heat. Very interesting. But we can see the most interesting is that at the severe cases, so the treatment again different. So if it is Taiyang, we only treat Taiyang. But at the stage of severe cases, usually there's a mixture of 2 channels. For example, we just take example, Taiyang and Shaoyang. So if we only treat Taiyang without cared Shaoyang, it's not complete. Or if we only cared Shaoyang without Taiyang, it's not complete. Therefore, San Hanlun has told us that we have to use 柴胡桂枝汤 because this formula cares about Taiyang and Shaoyang at the same moment. So the acupuncture points also seem that we take care of the situation of the Taiyang and Shaoyang. But the most important things I have to mention here, no matter at what mixture, at what stage with mixture of different channels, we have to care always the lung, 杏仁, 止脘, 止枢, 止后朴, etc. Why? These points should be added in all aspects of combinations. Why? Because COVID-19 is a sickness with the lung. So we have to also add lung 5, blood 13, etc. automatically, because we have to protect the lung. Lung is the main organ to be involved. Again, we take, for example, people who have Shaoyang and Yangming, we use 大柴胡汤. Also, the points are different. At the stage of Taiyang and Taiying, so we can see Taiyang is there, and also Taiying is there. People have mainly diarrhea, loose stool, poor appetite, swollen abdomen. So we have to care these 2 channels at the same moment. Therefore, we can use 桂枝人参汤 again. So in this case, you can see that TCM is a very sophisticated way of thinking. They offer different options to give treatment. This is only according to the 6-channel differentiation for the invasion of a wind cold. If it's a wind damp heat, toxical heat, etc., then we have to use another way of system of differentiation. We use Sanjiao, for example. We cannot only rely on the 6-channel differentiation. But when people move to the critical cases, at the stage of critical stages, for example, people have a lot of phlegm, shortened breath, oxygen saturation is very low, then we have to suggest that disease situation is usually mixture of a failure of the lung, descending the qi and water, together with the Shaoyang stages. At this moment, usually we suggest people to be hospitalized. Why? Because they need oxygen, they need further support from modern medicine. Altogether, it means that TCM is very sophisticated, but sometimes at critical cases, we do need help, a combination of a modern medicine. In this case, we want to save people's life and also support patients as much as possible. In China, in this situation, people still can offer some, for example, acupuncture or herbal medicine. However, in the Western countries, probably it is not possible because in the system, it's not included the TCM treatment. Therefore, I want to emphasize again, 6-channel differentiations is very important. It could be applicable in different stages. Again, I want to emphasize it is mainly indicated in wind coding invasion, but not for invasion of damp and also toxic heat at different stages. So thank you very much. I wish you a good practice, and also I wish you a very much successful in the future treatment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sun, for your wonderful presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Binjiang Wu, doctoral tutor, RTCMP from Canada. Is president of the Ontario College of Traditional Chinese Medicine from Canada, vice president of the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies, vice president of the World Federation of Acupuncture Masturbation Societies, PhD program professor of the Henan University of TCM, China. His reporting topic is development, trend, and thinking of international TCM in the late and post-pandemic eras. Welcome, Professor Wu, please.
Participation in the Third World Traditional Chinese Medicine Forum. Development trends and thinking of international TCM in the late and post-pandemic era by Professor Binjiang Wu, President of the Ontario College of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in Wuhan, China, happened in mid-January 2020, as the Chinese government adopted a decisive localized closure to isolate the source of infection. The mobile cabin hospital was established to treat mild and severe patients separately, and TCM participated on a large scale in the whole process as an anti-epidemic measure. It successfully reduced the epidemic's growth rate in China, and soon the epidemic situation in China was eased. This is the result after a struggle of blood, sweat, and tears. In the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemic, with no special drugs and vaccines, the diagnosis and treatment plan for COVID-19 using TCM and the integration of Chinese and Western medicine had become an important feature and advantage of the Chinese plan. TCM participates in anti-epidemic processes on a large scale by effectively relieving symptoms, reducing the development of mild and general types to serious, improving the healing rate, reducing the mortality rate, and boosting recovery. Now, the epidemic in China has been basically brought under control and has entered the late stage of the epidemic. Canada and other countries in the world are fighting for time to popularize vaccination as soon as possible, hoping to achieve the effective universal immunization. If no accidents occur, many countries will have an inflection point in the second half of 2021. The epidemic will be, however, the development of the world is uneven, and the time to enter the late stage of the epidemic depends on many factors, such as the economic strength, medical level, national governments' capabilities, and politics of countries to purchase vaccines. It is predicted that some countries may extend to the second half of 2023 or 2024. However, the late and post-epidemic era has already become foreseeable. The epidemic has changed the way the world and people live, work, and study, and will also form inertia and impact on original methods before the epidemic. Research on the direction and trend of international Chinese medicine development in the late and post-epidemic era has been put on the agenda, and it's worthy of discussion and to think over carefully. 1. Rehabilitation intervention of TCM in the recovery period is the focus of international TCM clinical anti-epidemic in the late stage of the epidemic. Due to medical regulations overseas, TCM practitioners are not eligible to directly participate in the treatment of COVID-19. However, TCM rehabilitation intervention during the recovery period will be the focus of international TCM clinical anti-epidemic medicine in the later stages of the epidemic. The sequelae of recovery period accounts for about 20% of the total number of patients. This includes conditions such as post-viral fatigue, depression, pulmonary fibrosis, fibromyalgia, heart failure, loss of smell, loss of taste, infertility, and so on. Western medicine treatment is basically centered around treatment of initial symptoms, and the recovery of post-recovery period symptoms is not ideal. After the COVID-19 virus turns negative and the patient is discharged from hospital, TCM practitioners can legally carry out rehabilitation interventions during the recovery period. In addition to Chinese medicine, TCM combines strategies such as Chinese psychology, acupuncture, massage, cupping, qigong, tai chi, and so on, as well as the theoretical considerations such as differentiation and disease differentiation treatment, may add to the additional benefit of focusing on enhancing the immune system's resistance. 2. The epidemic has accelerated the development of internet toward high-tech online education and medical care. The epidemic in 2020 has forced everyone to work from home or take online courses. The epidemic accelerated the development of the internet, such as in the case of high-tech online education and online medical care. Recently, several academics and their teams have used the cloud lecture method to deliver successful COVID-19 academic lectures on TCM treatments to TCM practitioners around the world, which generally enhance the fighting spirit and confidence of overseas TCM practitioners. We've established the Canada Overseas Chinese TCM Online Consultation Service to facilitate online consultation for international students and Chinese expats. Express mail can solve the need for medical supplies, and technological advancements have developed non-contact remote osculation and other equipment to assist online diagnosis. In my article, The Top 10 Trends and Strategic Thinking of the International Development of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture in the 21st Century, published in 2015, I pointed out, with the further development of IT technology, the instant translation and conversion of different languages on the internet will become more mature and practical in a few years. TCM can be taught by teachers in different countries due to the improvement of image recognition, technology, and the development of portable medical equipment. Internet remote diagnosis and TCM treatment will gradually become a reality. This predicts that it will play a special role, especially in the TCM treatment for subhealth and longevity medicine. Different types of WeChat groups nowadays have achieved a certain degree of professional exchange. Cloud Lecture provides free time and space for continuing education. To take the network road and read the group books has become a high-level business practice for overseas TCM. These predictions have been accelerated in the epidemic situation. We believe that in the later part of the pandemic and the post-pandemic era, there will be a group of unicorns in the field of general health and a promising growth in the TCM industry at home and abroad. Part 3, the epidemic forces overseas TCM to transform from the agricultural era to the post-industrial era. Characteristics of the agricultural era are based on self-sufficiency and a self-management model. The characteristics of the industrial era is a large-scale production and collective mindset with a need to cooperate with each other. The rapid development and application of IT in the post-industrial 5G era have cut down the spatial distances between countries, and instant translation has solved the problem of language barriers. Extensive information sharing has become the norm in people's daily lives. Overseas TCM practitioners opened clinics with the three-finger diagnosis technique and lived a life of self-sufficiency in the agricultural era. The characteristics of this agricultural era made TCM practitioners more fragmented and independent of each other, which at the same time resulted in the lack of progressive mechanisms like discussing cases between peers in China. This sudden outbreak has forced everyone to learn to use post-industrial technologies such as online diagnosis and treatment, and directly bypasses the industrial era and goes from the agriculture to post-industrial era in the process of a paradigmatic leapfrog. Some people may not be able to keep up and will end up being eliminated from the market. If we master the use of the technology of the post-industrial era properly, it will make TCM stronger and allow it to go further. 4. It has become a trend that the proportion of theory courses in online teaching will increase exponentially. People are forced to work and study at home due to the epidemic, and online teaching has become the only choice for teachers and students. In the beginning, teachers and students were not very comfortable. After more than a year, both teachers and students have not only adapted, but have also tasted the sweetness of home-based online learning. Remote learning can solve a lot of time traveling to and from campus, especially in sparsely populated countries like Canada. This model will save people the inconvenience of daily transportation and its associated costs in fuel and parking. For more than a year of online teaching, a complete set of learning, supervision, and assessment techniques and methods have been established and perfected. All theoretical courses can be successfully implemented in online teaching. In the later stages of the epidemic, although students can return to school one after the other to participate in face-to-face instruction, for safety reasons, students will be arranged to return to the school in installments and batches. So some students still need to attend online classes at home. Even after entering the post-epidemic era, due to the inertia and advantages of online learning at home, the proportion of theoretical lessons remaining in online teaching is predicted to be around 30%. And the proportion of theoretical lessons in online teaching will continue to increase exponentially. This has already become a foreseeable trend. 5, the limited number of practical training courses and the simultaneous online and offline rotation of teaching are a useful exploration. During the epidemic, we divided the training courses into several groups and limited the number of people in each group to 5 to 7, and concluded that online and offline simultaneous teaching, for example, in the first class, the first group of students participated in face-to-face training in the classroom, while the second and third group took the online classes at home. In the second class, the second group of students participated in face-to-face training in the classroom for practical training, first reviewing the practical operation of the first class, and then learning the practical operation. The third groups and the first group studied online at home. In the third class, the third group of students participated in the classroom face-to-face instruction for practical training, reviewing the first and second practical training operations first, and then learning the practical operation. The first and second groups learned online at home. In this cycle of learning, each student had face-to-face instruction opportunities for practical operations and kept a safe distance for purposes of epidemic prevention. The limited number of practical training courses and simultaneously online and offline lectures in rotating groups are not only useful explorations during the pandemic, but for those who have to travel long distances, such as 100 kilometers, to travel with each round trip taking 2 to 3 hours or more, if the later stages of the epidemic and the post-epidemic era, this medium will still be a useful choice. 6, online sharing of high-quality courses can save cost and is also the direction of future development. For example, our college's branded courses for the Tuina major, Dr. Wu's head massage, and for the acupuncture major, advanced acupuncture techniques, for the Qigong major, medical Qigong and basic Chinese medicine courses when teaching, Toronto City Branch School and Markham City Branch School participating at the same time as students can save teaching costs and facilitate the promotion and dissemination of high-quality courses. Many colleges and universities are projected to share high-quality courses in online middle schools, which will become one of the trends and directions in the later stages of the epidemic and future development of international Chinese medicine education. 7, it will become the norm for online TCM conferences to break through the barriers of locale and time zone. Before the epidemic, the International TCM Conference was a face-to-face communication. Due to various factors such as the region, time, visa of each country, and desired result of international sharing was difficult to achieve. During the epidemic, in order to promote epidemic prevention, the International TCM Conference was changed to an online format, thus breaking through barriers associated with region and time zone, and eliminating the trouble of visa uncertainty. For example, from August 29th to 30th, 2020, our college and Yunnan University of TCM Continuing Education Conference held the 2020 Canadian Acupuncture and TCM Continuing Education Conference, and used the time difference between Canada and China to create a 24-hour-a-day new conference model, in which the main venues in the Eastern and Western hemispheres take turn to hosts. In the foreseeable future, in the late and post-epidemic eras, it will become the norm for the online and offline International TCM Conference, and it will also be the trend and direction of future development. Part 8, the renewal of the heavy equipment of TCM clinical and teaching equipment is the trend of future development. Compared with Western medicine, TCM is simpler in both clinical and teaching equipment and lacks heavy equipment updates. Western medicine's heavy equipment such as X-ray, color, Doppler, ultrasound, CT, MRI, and so on, make patients feel more intuitive and objective than TCM's observation, smell, inquiry, and touch. They also seem to be taller, larger, and more advanced. Modernization is not the sole patent of Western medicine, and TCM should actively use modern techniques such as when possible. The ancients said workers must first sharpen their tools if they want to do their jobs well. Fortunately, in recent years, a multitude of clinical and teaching equipment has been developed in combination with multiple disciplines, such as the English-Chinese bilingual materials used in clinical teaching, purchased by our college 3D TCM Meridian and Acupoint Anatomy platform, English and Chinese bilingual TCM pulse apparatus, and TCM tongue surface apparatus. The renewal of TCM teaching equipment has armed TCM teaching even more powerful, and it will also change the outside world's perception of backward TCM technology and poor equipment. TCM clinical and teaching hardware updates are the trend and the only way for future development. Number 9, the involvement of finance and venture capital will catalyze the development of the international chains of TCM and acupuncture. With the development of overseas TCM and acupuncture today, we have the conditions to form an international chain of TCM and acupuncture clinics. This epidemic has made TCM a global topic and will develop rapidly if finance and venture capital are involved. For nearly half a century, TCM and acupuncture have been developed in the form of individual professional households overseas. The investment threshold is low, and it's not easy to be valued by finance and venture capital. The key was that the industry had no legislation, and there was little room for the development. Nearly 10 years has passed, and the right time is formed. The geographical advantage for such projects should be in countries like Canada, the United States, and Australia, who have partial insurance coverage. Financial and venture capital will inject the industry with vitality, and talented management groups will integrate scattered but reputable clinics. It will form a chained and listed industry, and it is expected to be established in 5 to 8 years and take shape in 10 to 15 years. After the pandemic has passed, as national policy favors TCM and acupuncture, it's expected to accelerate the development of the international chain of TCM and acupuncture. Conclusion. In the last century, Nixon's visit to China in 1972 was the first climax of Chinese medicine going abroad. Nearly half a century has passed. 67 countries have recognized the legal status of TCM in acupuncture, and 183 countries in the world are applying TCM in acupuncture. The outbreak of the epidemic in 2020 will show the clinical superiority of TCM to the people of the world. The later period of the epidemic and post-epidemic era will be the second climax of TCM going to the world. In this century, let us, TCM practitioners, at home and abroad, unite and seize the opportunity given by history to heighten TCM's prestige around the world. Thank you for watching.
Thank you very much, Professor Wu, for your presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Qiming Zheng from Philippines. He is Vice President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, Chairman of Philippine TCM and Acupuncture Association, Chairman of Philippine TCM Center, Executive Member of World Federation of Acupuncture and Masturbation Societies. His reporting topic is Application of TCM on COVID-19 in the Philippines. Welcome, Dr. Zheng, please.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, all of the colleagues. Thank you of the third of World Traditional Medicine Forum invite me to share some of my experience. Today, I would like to discuss how application of traditional Chinese medicine on COVID-19 in the Philippines. First, I would like to discuss the basic theories, foundation, and development of TCM treatment to COVID-19. In Chinese medicine, we consider COVID-19 belongs to the TCM concept of the plague, same as the epidemic disease. And is the pathogenic cheese invade to the lungs and other organs. And the cause of the principle by the dampness, heat, toxic, and stasis. In Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, they emphasize 正气存内血不可干. It means you keep healthy qi and the aviar qi does not disturb you. By the plague theories, they mention externally contracted disease does not infect people, but epidemic disease infect people. The evil of epidemic diseases come from the mouth and nose. So there are two ways to spread the plague, through the natural environment and through the contact with patients. They spread in different ways, but they are infected with the same evil. So they call similar right now the concept of the aerosol. And it took some time for the plague to come. And after it had been infected with evil. So similar to the concept right now, we're talking about the incubation. So for COVID-19 incubation around 1 day to 14 days. As the guiding principle, they said, sense prevent disease rather than cure them. So they emphasize how it is the prevention and pay attention to hygiene. Dr. Wilker is steaming the process of infected family members on a steamer to prevent the rest of family from the getting sick. About the drug prophylaxis, we should avoid going out during the plague and try to go out late and go home earlier. And usually burn changzu in the room or chew garlic in mouth. About the quarantine, to stop the spread of the respiratory tract, then you want infect by avid. You want to get sick. Second, we refer about the reference of clinical experience and modalities of traditional Chinese medicine on COVID-19 in China. China is the first discover COVID-19 last year's, the end of the 2019. So they accumulate the rich experiences and they combine the traditional Chinese medicine as the part of the protocol of treatment. So those of the experiences in China and protocol of the TCM application on COVID-19 be given by DOH in China and has been a part of the guidelines in the Philippines. And we organize society member association and TCM center, all of the practitioner and expert to attend the Dr. Zhang Poli's lecture and even other experts, the lectures. Those organized by the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Society and World Federation of Acupuncture and Motivation Societies. At the same time, the China medical experts team visit in the Philippine TCM Center to share and exchange the COVID-19 TCM treatment protocol in China. Those of experts, they went to Wuhan. They have a first-hand experience. So it's very important to us how to combine in our local condition to come out of protocol. Of course, evidence basis is the most important. So we refer the different literature to support and how and why Chinese medicine work on the COVID-19 is effective and is important. This is from the Dr. Zhong Nanshan's team. Dr. Zhong Nanshan is academician, the member of the National COVID-19 Expert Group. And this is the literature published by the International Journal of Clinical Pharmacy, the last 2020. It says many TCMs also have potent anti-inflammatory and immunomodulatory effects. The treatments based on syndrome differentiation is one of the significant features in TCM. And TCM compounds contains the variety of active ingredients that have proven multi-target effects and making it difficult for viruses to develop drug resistance. Of course, in Chinese medicine, we're talking about the lifestyle and exercise. So before the COVID-19 in our TCM center, we organized patients for the different exercise, such as the Baduanjin, Tai Chi. There are 4 formulas from the Dr. Li Chandong, who is our chief expert of TCM Center. And we work together based on the constitution, most of the patients' constitution in the Philippines. We form the 4 formulas based on their cold dampness of constitution or the heat dampness constitution or yin deficiency or yang deficiency. For cold dampness constitution, we ask for the 树叶、藿香、陈皮、草果、生姜 as the tea. Drink it once a day or twice a day for 1 week and to enhance your immune system. If for the heat dampness constitution, we suggest apply the 藿香、厚朴、杏仁、六一散 as the tea for 1 week. And yang deficiency, we organize the 黄芪、桂枝、生姜、树叶、藿香. And for the yin deficiency, we suggest use the 百合、金银花、竹茹、树叶 as the Chinese herbal tea once a day or twice a day for 1 week. So at least your constitution can be improved. Of course, we suggest using the burning and fumigating. The purpose to kill the pathogen by this is kind of the herbal medicine, like the 艾草、雄黄、沉香. By the way, there's another approach wearing perfume such hair Performance such as we used some aromatic herbs like the 藿香、佩兰、贯众、香火、白芷、苍竹. We put together a same quantity and to put in the box. We just place beside of your pillow. And once a week, the environment pathogen can be clear. As the protocol of the syndrome differentiation, we adopt of the China protocol on the traditional medicine for COVID-19. But most of the cases, we're using the telemedicine, online consultation, and later I will introduce, we usually apply of the one of application online. So if for the minor condition, for the cold dampness and stagnation lung syndromes, the medicine will be given as the formula is attached. If the dampness and heat accumulation lung syndromes, then this is the formula will be given. For the moderate condition, the most is the dampness and stagnation lung syndromes, all of the based on syndrome differentiation. Then the formula will be given as attached. But of course, it's the based on individual condition, we need to modify, not just the fix of this formula. For some of the cold dampness lung symptom, we give another formula. So this is usually the protocol we have given. But of course, we understood the situation and challenges of TCM treatment to COVID-19 in the Philippines. Since it's the first, some experience in China is not really different season, different of the constitution of the patient lifestyle, how we can copy from the other country or different area. We have to, according to the different time and local condition and personal constitution, we need to do some adjustment. And in the Philippines, you know, the conventional medicine is the Western medicine. So Chinese medicine is a part of alternative medicine. So we would know how and where we can do it. As a part of Chinese medicine, the acupuncture become always the sum of the protocol for recovery stage. We call the acupuncture intervention. So what is the purpose here? To eliminate remaining pathogens, to restore the normal body function, enhance the repair of organ, restore of the function of the lungs and spleen function. The COVID-19 patients usually we affect two systems. In Chinese medicine, we call the tai yin, so tai yin, the hand tai yin lungs meridian, and foot tai yin spleen meridian. So most of the symptoms is the digestive function and relate to the lungs. So for this is the one we consider moxibustion is very important for the lungs and spleen qi deficiency. Some of the meridian, some acupoint can be considered moxibustion. And for those the qi and yin deficiency after the or post of COVID-19. So even the swab test, your PCR turn to the negative, but it doesn't mean say your conditions to recover completely. So this is the Chinese medicine and acupuncture can perform is the much better. There are the several of acupoint could be considered. You can do by yourself for acupressure. For the moxibustion, this we suggest give the guideline. And exercise to enhance the meridian energy flow. At the same time, we suggest the severe medicative diet for food therapy. Since the spring is a part of important to support recovery of the COVID-19. So this is the one of the tonifying spleen and dispelled dumbness, spare ribs tonic diet. This is the one of the formula. Another one is the tonifying qi and blood by pigeon tonic diet. So this is another soup to support the qi and blood deficiency. Summary, the strategy of TCM works in COVID-19 right now. The implementation strategy of TCM, the prevention and treatment of COVID-19 in the Philippines. The first, we suggest the person with the close contact with COVID-19 patient but has not symptoms, asymptomatic, the TCM HERS for preventive formula could be given. And confirm the COVID patient with not symptoms to light symptoms. The 3 patterns, medicine and 3 herbal formula could be considered. But of course, we have to follow the local FDA's the guidelines if they allow us to use or disapproved by FDA. If no, the herbal medicine is no problem to use in the Philippines. And based on the underlying disease of the patient, main symptoms and stage of development of disease, control the disease so that the progression of disease will be reversed until it's fully controlled. For the recovery phase, the TCM HERS, acupuncture, and moxibustion, and acupressure, 八段锦, qigong, tai chi, exercise, we suggest and advise. And we're developing a one-week application we call the 月人小宝 for safe health management. So patient can catch the picture of the dance and able to see what constitution you are. This is we work with the Fujian University of TCM. But since it's COVID-19, not only the one of the disease since the outbreak, all of the country, the medical resources is very limited. So we believe through the society or community support can help more of the people, particularly in the Philippines, the medical resources very limited. Even the ER, even the COVID-19 ward is really limited, not enough. Many patients have to stay at home. So we work with the Federation of the Commercial and Commerce the Industry in Philippines. We organize the community symposium to discussing the society supports and sharing how TCM works on. And this is the federation with the community. They organize the fund for the Chinese community, even for the mainstream society support, to give the preventive medical equipment suppliers to all of the society. So this is the very special in the Philippines. We not only work on the professional side, we support by the community or of the association. And we invite a different expert from China to share the experience to our practitioners. So this is through the different group, show you. As the conclusions, the effectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine in the fight of COVID-19 is based on the principle of traditional Chinese medicine of customizing treatment based on the patient's constitution and geographical condition while considering the time element. The earlier use of TCM herbs, the higher would be the chances of recovery and is the most important strategy in addressing the virus. This strategy will also diminish the burden on the healthcare system of the Philippines, control the spread of the COVID-19, and allow us to return to our normal lives before pandemics. Mabuhay and Philippines. I can show you the one of the figures in the Philippines. our TCM expertise team and TCM center support more than of the 4,000 patients directly, and some of the give lectures for community, more than the 20,000 audience to attend, to adopt, and we have to give the more than the 50,000 packs of the free of herbal medicine to the different community, and to support it, to work together. This is what I would like to share with you. Very simple, but I think is the hopefully for you to understand what happened in the Philippines. Salamat po. Thank you very much.
Hi, Ms. Dong, please unmute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Qiming Zheng, for your sharing knowledge and experience. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the next symposium, Traditional Medicine in Different Countries. That will be hosted by Yoping Zhu from the Netherlands and Dr. Fosia Barblet from USA. Please.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to be the host for the next three speakers. First, let me introduce Dr. Changampally Kishakilath, MSG from India, to this Congress. He practiced as an Ayurveda doctor in different parts of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. His reporting title for today is Importance of Ayurveda in Present Era. Welcome, Doctor.
Namaste. I'm Dr. CK, Ayurveda doctor from India. I would like to say my gratitude to all the organizers of this third World Traditional Medicine Forum, and thanking everybody for inviting me for this program. So today I'm going to give some idea about Ayurveda, the traditional medicine from India, which possesses a history of more than 5,000 years. I would like to share some basic knowledge about Ayurveda and the relevance of Ayurveda in the current society. As it is one of the oldest traditional medicine, it's our duty to make it more popular among the world. So, as you know that Ayurveda is a Sanskrit word, Ayur and Veda. Ayur means long life, Veda means knowledge or science. So Ayurveda is the knowledge or science of longevity. It's a holistic system of healing, which was taught by the gurus or teachers and has passed to different generations from one by one. So the correct origin of Ayurveda is not known properly, but it's told that it's around like the 5,000 to 10,000 years before. The main peculiar aspect of Ayurveda is that it have both preventive and curative aspect of disease. You know that the curative aspect and the preventive aspect is very important to become healthy. So it helps to improve the immunity power in the greater way. It cures the chronic and the stubborn diseases by its deep-rooted treatment procedures and herbs. You know that Ayurveda medicines are derived from the herbs, plants, flowers, fruits, etc. which makes it is safer to use, which is harmless, non-toxic, etc. It shows the way of living, the way we need to adopt from starting of the conception to end of individual's life. So it shows many things that we have to follow in our life, starting from the conception. It shows the way of how to make the baby in the best way, the progeny in the best way. There are a lot of regimens that we have to follow before conceiving the baby. So it makes a great individual in the future life. So Ayurvedic medicine can be safely used with other conventional medicine. That is one of the best peculiarity, because it does not give any side effects or complications when administered along with other medicines. And one of the other features is that it's an individualized treatment, not a generalized treatment. So if you're coming with a problem to an Ayurveda physician, you have to, as an Ayurveda physician, have to check the persons in different ways. Even though you're coming with a fever, for example, if two people are having the fever, the treatment modality is different from person to person. So the basic theory of Ayurveda is the Tridosha theory, that is the three humors or the functional aspects of life, which makes the body in balance. So because Ayurveda is a medical system that deals not only with the body, but also with the mind and spirit. You know that healthy body have a healthy mind have a healthy soul. So Ayurveda mainly focus on these aspects. The fundamental basics of Ayurveda is the Panchapudha theory or 5-element theory, which remodeled into the 3 dosha or 3 humors theory, which helps in finding the balance and imbalance of the body. So the doshas are defined as the energetic principles that governs physiological and psychological functions of the body. There are 3 doshas, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which are remodeled way of 5-element theory, as I told you now. So the health is said to be when these 3 elements, 3 doshas or 3 energies are in balanced stage. And if there is any imbalance, it will lead to disease. So you can see that the Vata is the air, Pitta is compared to the fire energy, Kapha is the earth energy. Because this is one of the common principles in the traditional medicines. In Chinese also have the same levels of numeration. So this Vata is always moving. Pitta is the fire energy, Kapha is the stable or the earth energy. So similarly, like the 3 principles, each body is, have these 3 doshas, like 3 energies that influence the characters or personality of an individual. That you can see that even they have the same brothers or sisters of the same mother, their characters is different. Their living is different, everything is different. So it shows that, Ayurveda really says that the characters or the personality of the individual is also influenced by the 3 energies. Because during the formation of an individual, the mother's ovum and the father's sperm influence this, along with the mother's characters, mother's physiological emotions, etc., influence the formation of an individual. So what you are is determined by these 3 energies, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, which is termed as the Prakriti or constitution. This is one of the unique principles in Ayurveda, which helps us to know who am I. So Without knowing ourselves, we cannot live a healthy life. For example, with a person with more vata or wind energy, they are more active, they have getting worried easily, they are more anxious, they're more prone to the many insomnia, these kind of things. So it's clearly mentioned that definitely these people have the more problem of getting degeneration, mental stress, etc. So Ayurveda concept says that there are different modalities which each person have to adopt based upon their constitution to have a healthy life. So according to Ayurveda, there are a few things which shows that they have the good health. Like if the three energies or three doshas are in balanced stage, the person is to be healthy. Not only that, all the bodily tissues should be functioning properly. All the fine senses should be functioning normally. The normal elimination of waste should be there. And the channels of the bodies are flowing without hindrance. On deeply saying that balanced energy, healthy digestion, a good stage of tissues, and their metabolic end products lead to the balanced state of the senses, mind, and the spirit, all which lead to good health. It says that without good mental energy or mental health, the person cannot be healthy. So next we show how we get the sick, how the person get the disease. There are different ways, like the improper diet, improper lifestyle, environment, genetic predisposition, improper use of the sensory organs, obstruction to the flow of prana or life force, going against the natural intelligence and wisdom. That is the prajna, which is one of the main feature, that the ignorance is the cause of many diseases, because we don't know what we have to follow in our life. Ayurveda clearly mentions what all things you have to follow in your life, step by step. First, from the daily regimens, seasonal regimens, etc., which is a vast science which have all the modalities which makes the people to a healthy life. So by this improper diet, improper lifestyle, etc., the toxins or ama that will be cloaked in the body, which lead to the vitiation of the three energies, I mean the wind energy, fire energy, earth energy, and lead to the imbalance of the body and to the disease part. So coming to the treatment modalities, Ayurveda have different modalities, like the cleansing, like Shodhana means cleansing, Shamana means palliation of the disease, Rasayana, rejuvenation of the disease, rejuvenation of the body after getting the cure. Like, the body should be cured, then should be rejuvenated. Then also it refers to the mental nutrition. Mental nurturing, like improves the mental health of the people, because even though the body is cleaned or disease is gone, if the mental energy is very weak, definitely the body is going to be in danger. You can see that nowadays the mental problems like anxiety, depression, all are very common, which makes most of the people into a disease stage. You can see that fear of attack is more than the fear itself. Sorry, fear is more problem than the attack itself. You can see that when we are fearing, it's more danger that our mental energy will be coming down, our health will be coming down, we are going to be sick and go to the different stages. I mean, we are going towards the death. So Ayurveda recommends many ways for attaining longevity. Ayurveda recommends many ways for attaining longevity, like dinacharya, the daily regimens, day and night, the regimens, the things that we have to follow during the day and night, the diet and regimen according to the constitution, because the person with vata, they should have more dry food, cold food, etc. Or maybe the person with the pitta, they should use less hot food, etc. So these kind of things are told in Ayurveda in the deeper way. The seasonal regimens, the seasonal regimen that we have to follow during the seasons, different seasons. For example, during the winter season, we have to, there'll be more chance to get the respiratory issues, etc. So we have to follow more care to reduce the kapha in the body, which is the responsible for the respiratory problem. So like that, there are many regimens which we have to follow during different seasons. It's only told in Ayurveda to make the body in the balanced way. There are panchakarma therapies like the purification therapy, detoxification therapies, which helps to remove the toxins from the body the deeper way. Along with that, Ayurveda tell about the sadvrita or the good conduct and the good behavior that we have to follow to the society, to the next people, to all people, to have a positive energy or the positive health, mental health. And also it recommends rasayana therapies or the rejuvenation therapies, which helps the people to have rejuvenation and live long. There are some steps to remain young and healthy, like if you determine your unique body type, determine the disturbed state of your body, if you're learning the elemental cause of the illness, determine the imbalance. Without knowing the imbalance, you cannot cure the problem. And stabilize your energies by adjusting the diet and regimens, as you told. No? There are many regimens, seasonal, daily regimens, etc. The maintenance of balance, physically and mentally, have to make balance. Even if you are not physically able, you have to balance that. If you are not mentally able also, you have to balance that. So you have to remove the toxins from the body should be there. Then only you can have the healthy life. In general, Ayurveda helps to remove the toxins mentally and physically and shows how to get a healthy long life. So all the things I have mentioned, like the regimens that which I have told in deeper way in this science, which helped us to overcome the current problems like mental stress, depressions, etc., which is more danger than any other diseases. It also shows the way of living or living these lifestyle disorders by making a great impact in our schedule. So it's my request to all of the people to promote the traditional science in this world to have a healthy life, because immunity is one of the key factors which we can get when we follow a healthy life. So Ayurveda is a nectar that we have to follow in our daily life. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Doctor. Our next speaker will be Professor Amir Human Kazemi. Professor is the professor from Beijing TCM University. He is also the faculty of Tehran University of Medical Sciences, as well as Vice President of World Federation of Acupuncture. His reporting topic is Introduction of Persian Medicine and its similarities and differences with Chinese medicine. Welcome, Professor.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to participate in the World Traditional Medicine Forum, and I need to thank all of the participants from the world, and many thanks for the organizer of this conference from Netherlands. And I'm happy that we can communicate after coronavirus in this conference, and people cannot gathering in the conference room to talk about the Chinese medicine and traditional medicine. Okay. My topic, actually, I am a doctor. I'm a practitioner of Chinese medicine. I'm a PhD and postdoc of Chinese medicine. But I work in the faculty of Persian medicine in Iran, and I'm little familiar with the Persian medicine. So this is an opportunity for me to talk about the Persian medicine, to introduce Persian medicine, and little talk about the similarity and differences of Persian medicine and Chinese medicine. Actually, both Persian medicine and Chinese medicine are two old traditional holistic medicine, and there are a lot of communication between both of them through the Silk Road and for 1,000 years. And of course, there are some similarity and differences in the concept, in the basic foundation, in the practice method, and diagnosis method, and so on. Persian medicine. Maybe you heard about the Persian medicine. Actually, Persian medicine has the different name in the different country. For example, in India, it's called Unani medicine. In the European country, it's called European medicine or humoral medicine, but actually it's a Persian medicine. So Persian medicine practiced in the Persian emperor since 1,000 years ago, and the basis of traditional Persian medicine actually comes from the Greece. It comes from the Hippocrates or Aristotle more than 2,500 years ago, but it's the basic concept comes from there. Then it has a lot of changes by the many ancient physicians like Avicenna, Rosas, and many of them since 1,000 years, for 1,000 years, and actually since 2,000 years ago, we have the specific independent medical system that called Persian medicine. It's practiced from the west of China to east of the Europe. In this area, it's practiced, for example, in Pakistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Turkey, west of the China, like some part of the maybe Xinjiang, Kashgar, east of Europe, is practiced with a different name. Persian medicine. So, Persian medicine is a holistic medicine. The Persian medicine also, in Persian medicine, the concept is the body, it's called or nature, cure itself. The body can regenerate itself. The body can cure itself. Of course, for this treatment, for this cure, it needs herbs, it needs the change of the lifestyle, it needs the change of the diet, it needs some manipulation. But anyway, the body can cure itself if it gets the good treatment. The body can adjust, balances. Okay, this is very similar with the concept of Chinese medicine. As you know, the Chinese medicine believe the circulation of the qi in the body, the circulation of the blood in the body, and yin and yang should be balanced. And if the Zangfu organ has a balance, then there is maybe no diseases or there is a cure. So with acupuncture, with herbs, we want to give the balance to the body. So Persian medicine also has this kind of idea about the nature cure, about the about the body regeneration. So there are some similarities. In Persian medicine, actually, one of the foundation of the Persian medicine is the body. Actually, the physician should help the patient to the body support itself, support the body have the healing ability that recently, or I mean the classic medicine, we call it regeneration maybe. So the Avicenna said, physicians should support body's own healing ability through understanding body functional law. So this is the word of Avicenna means, okay, the physician should know the different mechanism, different law of the function on the body, then it can support the body's own feeling, like regeneration. Maybe it's interesting for you to know, in Persian medicine, we have about 14,000 title of the book about medicine. Medicinal book, medical book, is about 14,000 titles. You see, there are too many titles. So it means the Persian medicine or the medical science in the Persian Empire and after Islam in the Iran, the big emperor of the Iran, it was very active, it was very functional, it was very dynamic, and there are many ancient physicians or scientists working this field. Talk about the recent years. Recent years, actually in Iran, the Persian medicine or traditional medicine are banned for the long time, maybe for 100 years. Since 2000 years ago, the Ministry of Health started to have a positive approach of traditional medicine and complementary medicine again. And about 10 years ago, the Vice Ministry for Persian medicine and complementary medicine was established in Ministry of Health. And now there is an independent office. It's called Office of Persian Medicine and Complementary Medical System. Inside the Ministry of Health is responsible for the Persian medicine and other complementary medicine like acupuncture, Chinese medicine. Also, since about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, a school of Persian medicine or school of traditional and complementary medicine was established in the medical university in Iran. And recently, there are more than 20 or about 20 school or department of Persian medicine or complementary medicine or combination of Persian medicine and complementary medicine established and work in the medical university. Iran Medical University are belong to the Ministry of Health, and of course the Ministry of Health has a new approach to develop academic traditional medicine with the PhD degree for medical doctors. So medical doctor can participate in the exam. If they pass, they can enter the university, they can enter the course of the PhD course of Persian medicine for about 4 to 5 years, and then they get the PhD for the Persian medicine. Same for the pharmacy in the Persian medicine. It's called traditional medicine pharmacy. Also, the pharmacists can enter the university, get the PhD degree for the pharmacy. Also, we have another course like history of medicine as a master program. So this is actually the new or recent approach in Persian medicine. So Persian medicine, fortunately, is very active in Iran. In the many hospitals around Iran, especially the big university, we have the clinic of Persian medicine. There are a lot of private clinics around Iran, around the different cities in Iran. The doctor, the medical doctor, if they have a PhD degree of Persian medicine, or if they pass the short course of Persian medicine, they can practice on Persian medicine. And of course, there are a lot of pharmacy. They have the Persian medicine product. There are a lot of the factory. They produce the Persian medicine product. And there are a lot of this kind of academic or legal activity about the Persian medicine by supervision of the ministry. About the treatment, actually, about the treatment, therapeutic approach or therapeutic way, there are some similarities. Herbs in Chinese medicine is the most important treatment. Taiyao, Taizhongyao is very important. We have different zhongyao or herbs. In Persian medicine also, there are herbal prescription for the diseases. So herbs are the main treatment, or herbal remedy are the main part of the Persian medicine and Chinese medicine. In Chinese medicine, there is acupuncture. In Persian medicine, there is no acupuncture, but there are some evidence that show auricular therapy or some actually bloodletting of the ear or some techniques on the ear that practiced 1,000 years ago in the Persian emperor as a Persian medicine. So maybe there are some auricular therapy at that time, but there is no acupuncture. This is one of the big differences. But about some manipulation like a cupping, both they have a cupping. About the bloodletting in Chinese medicine, the way of the bloodletting is different from the bloodletting in Persian medicine. In Persian medicine, this bloodletting is called hijamat. So this is kind of a specific bloodletting. They let the blood comes out with some compressor or maybe with a cup, more than 50 milliliters, sometimes to 100 or 200 milliliters cc. But as you know, in Chinese medicine, this kind of bloodletting in Chinese medicine, it's just let maybe 1 or 2 drop comes out, or maybe 1 or 2 cc drop comes out. Actually, the blood comes out, not too much blood. So the blood comes out from a specific point, for example, jingle point, for example, some point in the air. So the bloodletting in Chinese medicine, the techniques, the concept, the basic is different with the bloodletting in Persian medicine. There is some specific technique in Persian medicine. It's called phlebotomy or fast. We don't have this kind of technique in Chinese medicine. Leech therapy, we don't have leech therapy in Chinese medicine. Leech therapy, no, in Chinese medicine. About the technique of the massage, the specific technique of the massage in Chinese medicine is called tuina, or maybe kind of acupressure. But in Persian medicine, there are a specific technique of massage. It's called dalk and hands maybe. So a specific technique of the massage in Persian medicine and a specific technique of the massage in Chinese medicine that's called tuina. Also in Chinese medicine, we find the acupoint and press the acupoint. That's called acupressure. About the lifestyle modification, about the diet, of course, both Chinese and Persian medicine emphasize that people need to change the lifestyle, modify the lifestyle, have a healthy diet, and the doctor have a specific recommendation for the diet and lifestyle based on the patient's condition. For herbal treatment, actually, there are also some similarity and difference. About 50 to 60% of the herbs are similar with Chinese medicine and Persian medicine, and about 40 to 50% of the herbs are different. So there are some similarity and some difference. And the function of the herbs also sometimes different. For example, the herbs like peppermint or boche in Chinese medicine is normally used for the respiratory problem. For example, in Chinese medicine normally used for digestive problem. Just a simple example. And there are a lot of examples like that. Another difference is in Chinese medicine, the zhongyao, the the Chinese prescription is more than 10, 15, 20 herbs. There are a lot of herbs inside, yeah? For example, 菜乎、薄荷、甘草, Shenjiang, many herbs, and we write for 5 gram, 10 gram, 5 gram, 10 gram, something like that. In Persian medicine, normally the formula is just consists from maybe 4 or 5 herbs, not too many herbs, not like Chinese medicine, 10, 15, 20 herbs together as a one formula. So this is one of the difference. Not the formula, normally maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 herbs inside, not too many. Another one, in Chinese medicine, normally we don't have the single herb therapy. I mean, normally the doctor don't prescribe one herbs. Yeah, the people, they know one herbs by themselves. For example, they know okay, Shenjiang or ginger is good for what? Chai Hu is good for what? For example, Renshen or ginseng is good for what? But normally the doctor don't prescribe just one herb for the patient. But in Persian medicine, we have this kind of single herb therapy, and maybe the doctor just prescribe one herb for the patient. So this is another difference here. This is another difference between the herbal medicine approach and Chinese medicine and Persian medicine. Another difference actually is in the diagnosis. You know, there is a special diagnostic method in Chinese medicine, pulse, taking the pulse and check the tongue. Yeah, this is a special diagnostic method in Chinese medicine. This is a special diagnostic method also used in Persian medicine, but maybe the concept, the root of this kind of technique is from Chinese medicine, because in Chinese medicine is very classic. In Chinese medicine, actually this is a part of Chinese culture. For the practitioner, for the foreigner practitioner, if they work in China, they know this is the culture of the people. The people want to show the tongue and the pulse. And when you say you are Chinese medicine doctor, they show the tongue and also they show the hand. They ask you to check the pulse. This is one of the culture. But in Persian medicine is not this kind of culture. Yeah, in Persian medicine also check the pulse and check the tongue. Tongue is important, but not as important as Chinese medicine. In Chinese medicine, when the patient sits, maybe before we talk to patient, we check the pulse. We look at the tongue and we communicate. We check the pulse, look at the tongue again. But in Persian medicine, is not that like this. Yeah. So in Persian medicine, check the pulse and tongue is important, but maybe not as important as Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine, this is more classic, more the herbal function, as I said already, there are some similarity, there are some difference of the function of the herb, also about the nature. Maybe for some herbs, Persian medicine believe this is has a heat nature, hot nature. Maybe in Chinese medicine they believe it has a cold nature. These examples are not too many examples, just maybe few examples like that. About the pathogenesis, also there are some similarities and differences. In Chinese medicine, as you know, we have a heat, we have a summer heat, we have a fire, cold, cool, wind, flame, something like that. We have an excess and deficiency. In Persian medicine, maybe the concept of excess and deficiency is not same as Persian Chinese medicine, and we don't have this kind of syndrome differentiation. For example, we say kidney Qi deficiency, kidney Yin deficiency. But in Persian medicine also there are kind of syndrome differentiation and there are kind of combination of the different pathogenesis. For example, they said, okay, maybe this patient has a cold damp or cold wet in uterus. Yeah. So there are some similarity and some difference. Another difference is, for example, in Chinese medicine, we say there is a heat, there is a hot, there is a cold, there is a summer heat, there is a fire, there is a cold, there is a cool. But in Chinese Persian medicine, there is just cold and warm. We don't have, for example, fire, or we don't have a summer heat or like that. Or the concept of the wind in Chinese medicine and concept of the wind or ri in Persian medicine, there are, I can say they are different. They are not very similar, they are different. For the concept of the phlegm in Chinese medicine, a little different with the concept of the phlegm in Persian medicine. But in Persian medicine, there is another word called nazle. This is different with something in Chinese medicine that we call damp or phlegm. So of course, there are some similarity and some differences here. About the syndrome differentiation. Syndrome differentiation is a root of diagnosis, the root of the treatment in Chinese medicine. When we want to practice Chinese medicine, we should do the syndrome differentiation. So it's very important to do the syndrome differentiation in Chinese medicine. And this is very important that we, for example, check the tongue, pulse, look the tongue, ask the question, and then we get the history and, for example, say, okay, this patient has a spleen Qi deficiency, this patient has a kidney deficiency, this patient has a liver vein, liver fire, something like that. But in Persian medicine, this kind of concept or this kind of diagnosis is a little different. For example, we say there is a maybe cold wet or cold damp in this organ, there is a little abnormality of the function of this organ, a little damp progression of this organ. So this is different with the syndrome differentiation that in Chinese medicine, for example, we say a spleen Qi deficiency, liver vein, liver fire. For example, okay, you have a patient with dysmenorrhea or amenorrhea or menstrual problem anyway. We say, for example, this is kidney gene deficiency. This is liver Qi stagnation. In Chinese Persian medicine, there are different things. That was about Chinese medicine. Chinese Persian medicine, maybe we just say, for example, there is a damp cold in the uterus. So, of course, there are some differences in Chinese medicine. In general, we can say both Chinese medicine and Persian medicine, there are a specific, independent, holistic, traditional medicine approach with the long history. They try to balance the organ in the body by a specific way of the treatment. And the way of the treatment, of course, they have some, I mean, everything in Chinese medicine, Western, in Persian medicine, as you see, they have some similarity. For example, 4-element, 5-element, for example, xanth organ or organs or a'za in Persian medicine. In the way of the diagnosis, way of the prescription of the herbs, way of the manipulation, way of the bloodletting, way of the massage, there are differences between Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and of course there are some similarity between them. And actually, both Chinese medicine and Western Persian medicine through the Silk Road has a lot of communication. They affect each other. They, for 1,000 years, they communicate with each other. And you can find, for example, some Chinese herbs in Iran, for example, darqin or cinnamon. And you can find some herbs, Persian herbs in China, for example, saffron or zanfenghua or dancehao, Shirin Bayan, that comes from Persia to China. I think it was interesting topic to a little comparison of both and to see what's the difference and what's the similarity. And actually, I hope that we can more and more communication with these two therapeutic way and find more differences or similarity and actually combine them. There's a question, can we combine Persian medicine and Chinese medicine? Yes, we can combine. But combine it doesn't mean you think in the Persian medicine way and you do the treatment in Chinese medicine way. No, this is wrong. If you want to do the treatment, you should think in the Persian medicine way and you do the treatment in the Persian medicine way. You think in the Chinese medicine way, you do the diagnosis in Chinese medicine way, you do the symptom differentiation in the Chinese medicine way, and you do the Chinese medicine based on Chinese medicine. You prescribe herb, Chinese herb based on Chinese medicine. You do acupuncture based on Chinese medicine. At the same time, you can prescribe Persian herbs based on Persian medicine. So we can say, yes, we can integrate Chinese medicine, Persian medicine, and classic medicine, but we should know Chinese medicine, prescribe acupuncture or herb, Chinese herb based on Chinese medicine. You can combine it with the prescription of herb based on Persian medicine. This kind of combination or integration is right. It's scientific and it's practical. But if you want to think in the Persian medicine way, with the Persian medicine philosophy, you want to do acupuncture, this is wrong, and it doesn't work. Same, if you want to think in the Chinese medicine way, and maybe you prescribe some Persian herbs, maybe it doesn't work that much. Thank you very much. I hope this lecture was useful for you, and I try my best to introduce Persian medicine and also talk about some similarity and differences of Chinese medicine. Hope after coronavirus pandemic, we can gather gang together and see each other face to face. Thank you very much. Hope to see you.
Thank you for your great speech, Professor Kazemi. It's very informative. Our next speaker is Professor Maud Zahar bin Abdul Latif from Malaysia. He is the president of Malaysian Society of Traditional Medicine, Dean of Malaysian, Dean of Malaysian School of Traditional Medicine at Innovation Age University, Council Member of Traditional and Complementary Medicine Council, Ministry of Health. His reporting topic is postnatal care for women in Malay traditional medicine. Welcome, Professor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Mr. President, the organizers from World Traditional Medicine Forum and World Health Organization, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here today. It is an honor for me to share and present the Malay perspective of traditional and complementary medicine practices, in particular, the Malay postnatal care. Please allow me to begin with introducing the Malay traditional medicine broadly. Malay medicine, or Malay traditional medicine, is a legacy of knowledge, skill, and practices based on the theories, beliefs, and experience traditionally inherited from ancestors throughout generations. It is based on a holistic approach encompassing the body, mind, and soul. Over the centuries before modern medicine was introduced, Malay traditional medicine has been instrumental to the community, especially the Malay community in Malaysia, as a method of treatment and healthcare that can no longer be denied or disputed on the effectiveness and its benefits. The basis and philosophy of Malay traditional medicine is focused on efforts of conserving, preserving, and restoring the health of the human body through holistic approach, physically and spiritually. The approach involves manipulative, biochemistry, and spiritual components. The axis is to obtain a balance in the body, mind, and soul. In order to be a healthy human being in every aspect towards achieving the quality of life and well-being. Currently, Malaysia is the only country to adopt and raise the dignity of Malay traditional medicine practices. Recognizing its needs and benefits, the Malaysian government has already recognized this area of ancestral heritage practice and placed it together in the mainstream alongside with modern medical practices. There are several branches of practices or modalities recognized under Malay traditional medicines, which among others are postnatal care, Malay massage, herbal treatment, and cupping, or called hijama. The traditional Malay postnatal care provides care for newborn infants and new mother, which traditionally been managed by a traditional practitioner or midwife, who used to be called bidan kampung. However, in this session, I will only be focusing on treatment or therapy for the new mother. Usually, the duration of abstinence is 44 days. However, there are certain ethnic groups practice for up to 100 days. The methods and the application in accordance to the practice of traditional Malay postnatal care for the new mothers are as follows. Firstly, Malay postnatal massage. Traditionally done by the practitioner using massage oil over the whole body with particular attention to the uterine area. It is done on 3 consecutive days in the first or second week and followed by another 3 days at the end of confinement. This procedure will assist the uterus in the shrinking process and soon after birth pains. During massage, the uterus is lifted up using 2 fingers to bring it back to its original position and to release any blood clot. Number 2 is hot compression or pertumpu. Traditionally using heated river stone, the practitioner will heat river stone using the gas stove for about 10 minutes. Later, it is wrapped with few layers of rag slime released from various types of herbs. Then it is applied on all parts of the body, front and back, especially around the uterus to enhance healing of uterus. It is also aimed to break up fats, reducing flatulence, and to tone stomach. Traditional bath. Traditional bath or herbal bath begins by wetting the feet and moves slowly upwards to the whole body from toe to head. Aromatic herbs is used to remove bad odor, freshen the body, makes body feel warm, smoothen the skin, and expel wind from the body. Before is heat treatment. This is the procedure where new mother lies on a special wooden bed with holes, and small fire is lit beneath it. Used to be popular to provide direct heat to the back and abdominal area. This is for enhancing the recovery of the uterus, pelvic floor muscles, and abdominal muscles. The herbs. Herbal decoction, herbal powder, herbal capsule. Herbs is one of the key elements in traditional postnatal care. It is produced in few types to be taken orally and aim to stabilize hormone, tighten pelvic floor muscles, uplift breast, and body slimming. The 6 is vaginal heat and herbal treatment. The treatment process for the vaginal area involving the use of heat, and herbal mixture. It is done by sitting on a wooden chair with holes in the middle for exposing the vaginal area to heat. Normally, a portable home sauna is used for this purpose. The aim is to reduce uterus swelling, eliminate excessive white discharge and back odor, enhance healing of cuts and wounds, and also for tightening the pelvic floor muscles. Forehead treatment. The herbs for forehead paste contain anti-depression properties, which aim to prevent and treat postnatal depression, improve poor vision, and also to treat headaches after child's birth. Number 8 is body spread. A form of herbal concoction made into a body spray to be applied to the whole body. It's aimed to burn the body fat, tone the muscles, eliminate stretch marks, smoothen the skin, and remove body odor. 9, body wrapping or binding. A piece of cloth of about 1 foot wide and 12 meters long, which is used as a girdle. Before wrapping, a mixture of herbal formulation is spread over stomach and back. This procedure is aimed to tone the abdominal muscles and eliminate floppy belly, apart from preventing abdominal pain or backache. The do and don'ts. Number 10 is for the do and don'ts for food. There are few foods recommended to be taken during confinement, such as hot food, but certain foods are forbidden, which can lead to complications. 11 is the do and don't for practices. Certain activities are restricted for the new mother to do, such as going out of the house unnecessarily and taking care of the big toe not to knock into hard object, which can also lead to complication. On the other hand, the new mother is encouraged to keep warm by wearing socks and sweaters most of the time. 12, stretching exercise. It is recommended to do stretching exercise a month after child's birth, according to Malay postnatal care technique. This is aimed to increase the blood flow, boost stamina, strengthening muscles, and keep body shape. Last but not least, ending confinement. At the end of the 44 days, the practitioner will revisit the new mother to perform massage for 3 consecutive days, which is on the 42nd, 43rd, and 44th day. Upon request, the ritual called pelepas, using coconut leaf blades, is performed for giving flowers bath to the mother. The purpose of massage, pelepas, and flower bath are for beauty, health, and vitality. In addition to the above, one has to focus on spiritual aspect to stabilize hormones, mind, and soul. These are the advantages and benefits of the traditional Malay postnatal care. Firstly, avoiding the occurrence of various complications during and after abstinence, such as postpartum depression and cold. Secondly, restoring the external and internal health of the mother's limb after childbirth, such as shrinking and returning the uterus back to its normal position, overcoming back pain and stress, as well as strengthening the abdominal muscle and uterus. Next is preventing the occurrence of diseases caused by childbirth in short terms and avoiding the metabolic disorder in the long run. Maintaining health holistically that involves not only the physical body, but also the soul and the mind in order to enjoy good quality of life, restore beauty and elegance, such as body shape, complexion, and longevity. In view of the above benefits, the Malay postnatal care has been widely practiced in Malaysia and hopefully will be accepted globally. Lastly, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for organizing such an important event. It is good to know that more countries are recognizing the roles of traditional medicines in supporting their healthcare system. Hopefully, more efforts will be made to integrate the traditional medicines into the public healthcare system to complement the mainstream practices in managing the healthcare challenges in the world today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Latif. The next speaker is Dr. Ma Xuesheng Ma, from South Africa. And Dr. Ma obtained his PhD of Chinese herbal medicine and acupuncture from Shandong University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. And he is now the senior lecturer and Chinese medicine coordinator at the School of Natural Medicine in the University of the West Cape in South Africa. And the reporting topic of Dr. Ma is traditional medicine in South Africa. Welcome, Dr. Ma.
Good day, I'm Xuesheng Ma from South Africa in University of the Western Cape Chinese Medicine Program. Thanks for inviting me present in the Third World Traditional Medicine Forum. My topic is to introduce traditional African medicine and the traditional Chinese medicine in Africa. Introduction of Africa traditional medicine and traditional Chinese medicine in South Africa. South Africa is extremely rich in plant resources, having more than 30,000 plant species. 3,000 plant species are used in their medical value for their medical values, including more than 130 plant species which are widely used in traditional medicine. In Africa traditional medicine in South Africa, South Africa traditional medicine, abbreviated as ATM, practiced by the traditional healers, is currently utilized by approximately 60 to 80% of South Africa populations. It was established there are roughly 200,000 traditional healers in South Africa, particularly in the rural area. In South Africa, traditional healers are known as Ianga, the herbalist, and Sangoma, the diviners. And then formerly a crucial part in provide healthcare in most Africa, to most South Africa in the rural area particularly. And from the pictures, we can find the herbalist are more males, and the Sangomas, the diviners, are more the females, women's. And it is known that both the men and women became traditional healers in South Africa. And then 55% are traditional healers are from the Black population, and there is a minority from the white and colored populations. African traditional medicine practice in South Africa. So traditional healers believe that they are called by the ancestors, and they diagnose and treat the patient through the ancestors. Traditional healers are also known to go beyond just treating the diseases. They connect collectively and individually with the patient, lead and guide to them to the healing practice. In terms of the diagnosis of and the disease assessment, traditional healers make use of skeleton bones, seashells, and they also make use prayers for the diagnosis. And you can see the shells and the skeleton bones for their diagnosis. Ianga name means the trees in Zulu language. So mainly traditional healers make medicines from herbs, roots, tubes, barks, leaves, twigs, flowers, and seeds are used to treat patient. Also, ground up rocks, animal bones and bones can also be used to make their medicines. After patients are diagnosed, the herbalist may go to bushes to find particular plants necessary for the healings. And herbs as roots are called muti. So you can see all those herbs, and also particularly the raw herbs, are used to treat the diseases. And in terms of the drug administration method, oral administration of infusion, decoction particularly, are most popularly used by the traditional healers to treat the patient. And also we find the water vapors therapy are also used to treat the sickness, particularly like inspiration disease, by the traditional healers in ATM. The African traditional medicine trainings to become a traditional healers, like a diviners or the herbalist, a minimum stand of training for 6 to 12 months are required. At current stage, there is no ATM training institutes, and also very rare ATM training books are found in South Africa. So a trainee trains formally and another traditional healers who act as tutors for a period of a few months to years to train a person to be a healer. So commonly used as South Africa indigenous herbs. Buhu is one of the herbs are very popularly used in Cape Town area. So buhu contains essential oils and has characteristic smells when crushed. The dry leaves are used for the medicinal purpose. So buhu are used broadly from the urinary tract infection, skeletal muscular diseases like chronic pain, respiratory disease, and digestion disease. And then devil's claw is another popularly used herb in South Africa. So devil's claws are used the secondary root of the plant, and it's collected and sliced in pieces for medicinal use. So traditional healers use the devil's claw to treat fever and then to stimulate the appetite, promote digestion. And devil's claw also used as ointment to treat skin ulcers. So the research shows devil's claw has a significant anti-inflammatory effects and widely used for osteoarthritis and alleviate the pain in the knee, hips, and the lumbar regions. African potato is also another popularly used herbs of South Africa. So the tubes of the plant are used for the medicinal purpose. And then it's primarily used for the urinary tract infection, upper respiratory tract infection, joint pain, HIV, heart disease. And then research has shown, the RCT has showed the African potato have a significant effect on the treatment of the prostate hypertrophies. So Swazilandia is also another popularly used herb in South Africa. So traditional healers use Swazilandia in the treatment of numerous diseases such as respiration disease, like asthma, cough, bronchitis, and also digestion disorder like chronic gastritis, diarrhea, as well as skeletal muscular disease and the cancer and HIV. In terms of the traditional Chinese medicine training and practice in acupuncture and in South Africa, in 2002, Airline Health Professional Act was released in the nation, and the Chinese medicine and acupuncture can be legally practiced in South Africa. University of the Western Cape established the training program of a bachelor degree in Chinese medicine, and the first enrollment of the Chinese medicine student is in 2003. So University of the Western Cape is the first and only university in the whole African offering 5-year full-time accredited course in Chinese medicine and acupuncture. School of Natural Medicine hosted the Chinese medicine degree and the training program. So the degree of Chinese medicine and acupuncture in UWC consists of 2 parts. The first 3 years is Bachelor of Science in Complementary Health. The last 2 years is the specific trainings in a Bachelor of Complementary Medicine of Chinese medicine and acupuncture. The graduates can register within the Airline Health Professional Council of South Africa and the Board of Healthcare Founders to obtain the registration as a Doctor of Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture with a registration number and a practice number respectively. In terms of the Chinese medicine and acupuncture modules in UWC, we have the basic TCM series, TCM diagnose, acupuncture series, Chinese herbal series, Chinese herbal formula, clinical acupuncture, and internal medicine of TCM, gyno of TCM, Tuina, ENT of TCM, pediatric of TCM, surgeon and dermatology of TCM. So it's very similar as the Chinese medicine program, the module in China. And also the community engaged and the clinical trainings are the very, very major important content of the course, of the program. We have 3 clinical training sites. One is the campus clinic of School of Natural Medicine, Chinese medicine in UWC campus. And we have also the Bevel Medical Centers that is host a Chinese medicine clinic. And we also get a Chinese medicine clinic in a public hospital in Linterkir Hospital as a University of Western Cape Rehabilitation Center and Chinese medicine clinic. TCM and ATM collaboration and knowledge exchange in South Africa. So both TCM and ATM are facing the challenge from the conventional medicine and the globalizations. So how can we inherit our traditional and indigenous knowledge of medicines in the globalizations? And also how can we innovate the ATM and the TCM to modernize our traditional medicine for a better health service in the public health? So in Chinese medicine, we explored to using the indigenous African herbs in the Chinese medicine theory and framework. So we explored and we tried to identify the indigenous herbs in the Chinese medicine series and use it in the Chinese medicine, added them in the Chinese medicine formulas, such as buhu. We identified it as pungent and slightly warm in property, and it entered the lung and the stomach channels. And the Chinese medicine actions is identified as dispersed wind dampness, released exterior, diuresis, and block the channel and alleviate pain. So devil's claw is pungent, bitter, and cold in nature, and is entered the spleen and stomach and kidney meridian. And its action are clear the wind dampness, eliminate heat, and unblock the meridians. African potatoes is neutral, bland, and slightly bitter in nature, and is entered the heart, liver, kidney, and the blood meridians. And its Chinese medicine actions is identified as tonified yin, alleviate painful urination, and disperse the nodules. Cancer bush is sweet and slightly bitter and slightly cold in nature, and it's entered the lung, heart, spleen, and stomach meridian, and it invigorates the spleen and stomach qi of the lung and spleen, tonify the qi, nourish the yin, clear heat, and generate fluid. So we use these herbs in the classic Chinese medicine formulas and enrich the Chinese medicine practice in South Africa. And also we try to promoting ATM innovation and systematizations, learning from TCM modernizations. So South Africa traditional medicine is in a special stage, which is in need of developing its own indigenous knowledge system, including a basic and fundamental theory and philosophy of ATM, ATM diagnosis skill and techniques, herbal mixture and compounding knowledge and skills, as well to find how to record and analyze the traditional knowledge. So we find the ATM and the TCM have a lot of similarities in using herbs, such as they both using the raw herb mixtures to treat the patient. And also many herbal procedures, the understanding of raw herbs are similar. So in the past 5 years, traditional healers and the Chinese medicine doctors communicate, research, and collaborate with each other to explore how to promote Chinese medicine and African medicines together, particularly like to treat COVID-19 at the pandemic, as well diabetes, neurological disease, to try to find and improve both the ATM and the Chinese medicine in Africa. thanks for this, everything for my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ma, for your presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Xiaochun Huang from Denmark. And Dr. Huang is the founder of the Cochlear Acupuncture Clinic in Turin, Denmark. And he is also the editor of Moxibustion of Ma Shaoqun. The topic of Dr. Huang's presentation is talk about the prevention system of Huangdi Neijing. Welcome, Dr. Huang.
Hello, everyone. My name is Billy Huang. I graduated from Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. I have been in Chinese medicine clinic for nearly 40 years, 8 years in China, and the rest of years in Denmark in my own clinic. Huangdi Neijing is the most important and the fundamental doctrinal source for Chinese medicine for more than 2,000 years. Let's make it simple, quote it as Neijing in my speech today. There is a very famous message from this book. In Chinese, it sounds like this, 治未病, which means literally to treat the disease before it happens. It sounds quite funny for us, isn't it? The real meaning of this sentence has nothing to do about treatment, but to be close to nature. Live following nature's law, like all the rest of creatures, so we could be healthy automatically and no need of treatment at all. Currently, most of people are used to being sick. It's naturally for us to see a doctor when we are ill. But in Neijing's era, to see a doctor was something new and fashionable, but not so naturally. That was not tradition. Well, to treat disease before it happens or to treat disease after it happens. Neijing's author wrote these two possibilities or let people choice. If they chose the second one, as normally people now to see a doctor when they get ill, that's just like they begin to dig a well when they feel thirsty. It is too late, isn't it? Neijing's author said. At Neijing's era, there are some people still following the laws of nature, maintaining the old lifestyle. Their life was not so exciting but peaceful. Their life sometimes was not so comfortable, but they have used to it and feel satisfied with it. The most important thing is that they were healthy. But more and more people at that time wanted to lead a more civilized life or to be more comfortable and more exciting. For example, they start to drink alcohol. They didn't care about natural laws anymore. They didn't even care about sickness. They prefer to see doctors when they were sick. That's the reason doctors of traditional Chinese medicine had already become an important social occupation at Neijing's era. Neijing's author knew that the new lifestyle was wrong way for human beings. life could not be endlessly comfortable or exciting. To see doctor couldn't cure disease. It could be even worse. When people live depending on to see doctor or not depending on their healthy lifestyle, the number of disease would keep increasing. But people knew that, but the author knew that people couldn't recognize this at that time. So the Neijing's author wrote lots of articles in the book to help doctors recognize and deal with disease, to meeting the needs of people at that time, or only wrote 2 articles about healthcare that no one wanted to read at that time. But the author knew that people will repent and re-emphasize the healthy lifestyle again in the future. And at that time, they will be interesting to coming back to read these 2 articles. Not the choice people made in Neijing's era get result. In last 10,000 years, human civilization has brought more than 20,000 different diseases to Chinese people or mankind. Just notice that more than 20,000 different diseases. I believe that if people lived in Neijing's era knew that there are so many diseases their grandchildren will suffer from, they will change their mind, they will keep the old healthy lifestyle still. Now we can better understand the Neijing's author. They are great. That 2 articles about preventive care are great. They were written for us. Now more and more Chinese people will come back to health lifestyle again. And for a few years ago, Chinese government was implementing a healthy strategy for old people. That's names Health China. And the idea quite close to Neijing's author's idea. More healthcare, less treatment. I hope this strategy will be carried out firmly and persistently, perhaps more than 10,000 years. I believe if Chinese people do this, or more and more coming back to the naturally healthy lifestyle, so we can see the most of disease will disappear one by one. I know Chinese people well. They will be successful. Good luck, China. Now it is time. Let's talk about some practical thing, preventing of COVID-19. Of course, this discussion involves only a superficial measure. The fundamental measure that's surely about to change human beings' lifestyle. And it will take hundreds 1,000 years to see the result. It's too big topic to talk about today. Okay, for preventing COVID-19. First, to keep the upper respiratory tract moist. Sometimes our throat is dry, and if we continue to talk endlessly, so our throat starts to ache, and then catching a cold. The emission path of cold virus and the COVID-19 is the same. First, when the mucosal membrane is dry, the local immune function will be reduced, and the virus will be more aggressive. So there will be nasal obstruction and the sore throat. Further development will result in inflammation of the bronchi and the lungs. So we should keep the upper respiratory tract moist first. I suggest to use a cup of warm black tea, and you put in some pieces of ginger and the cloves. Stir the above in boiling water for 5 minutes, and then you drink it. Don't drink too much, just use it to moisturize your throat. There is an experimental report show that COVID-19 couldn't survive in tea. And other materials, as suggested above, has aromatic smell, which may also be effective. Chinese people had good experience to use these things to prevent viruses. Nose should also be kept moist too. I suggest using a little bit bottle of sesame oil. You dip a little sesame oil with cotton swab and apply it into your nose once every 1 or 2 hours. It can effectively keep the nasal mucosal moist. And because the fragrant smell of sesame oil, the virus loses its vitality. Other fragrant essential oil can be used too. Second, you can use a bottle. The opening of the bottle is about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter. So a small volume is enough. And the bottle cap should be able to be scraped tightly. Put some cloves or coming in it. You're welcome to use other fragrant smell herbs. If you wear a mask frequently, you can take some cloves out of this bottle, put them in with 2 pieces soft and breathable paper, and then put these 2 small pucks in the mask on both sides of the nose. So your mask can keep the fragrance all day long. It is still using the ancient Chinese experience, aromatic might inactive mycosis. If you don't usually wear a mask, open the bottle cap when you feel it is necessary and inhale deeply at the opening of the bottle with your nose, like this. Yeah, just do this several times in a row. It can diffuse the aroma throughout the lungs, which might reduce the vitality of virus. Number third, to use professional magnetic products. Yeah, immediately when you feel the symptoms come to the nose and the throat. I have treated hundreds of patients with catch cold in Denmark before. As long as there are symptoms of a sneezing, stuffy nose, and a sore throat on the first day, just notice on the first day, just use this professional magnetic things like this. Cover to the nose. And another part, just cover to the area you get sore throat, like this. You need to keep it in 2 hours, and totally symptoms were disappeared. Just notice that only 2 hours, symptoms were totally disappeared. I think this experience can also be used to try to see if it is also effective for COVID-19. Local immune system will work more efficiently, because it absorbs a lot of magnetic energy. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Huang, for your interesting presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Andre Wang Wencai. Dr. Cai is the president of the Brazilian Medical Acupuncture College and São Paulo Medical Acupuncture College. He's also the vice president of the Brazilian Orthopedic Pain Association and the supervisor of resident program of the São Paulo University Hospital. The topic of his presentation is History and Overview of Brazilian Acupuncture and Traditional Chinese Medicine Teaching. Dr. Cai, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is André Cai. I'm from Brazil. I'm the president of the Brazilian Medical Acupuncture College. It's my pleasure to be here and to share with you some history and how we teach our doctors about acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Song from Brasilia, and all the organizers of this forum. Thank you very much. Well, a brief history about acupuncture and TCM in Brazil, we have to remind that all this knowledge was brought by Chinese people and Japanese people more than 200 years ago. The first of them were Chinese people. They came to Rio de Janeiro, and after that, the Japanese people, they went to Sao Paulo. They worked in the fields, produce like coffee or in restaurants, and they use acupuncture and Chinese medicine to treat themselves. But only in 50s and 70s, acupuncture and TCM became more and more popular due to the Asian immigrants. And maybe in 1958, we can say that the first time we have an official organization that teach people from Brazil about acupuncture and TCM. Was founded by Frederick. He was a physiotherapist and he learned acupuncture and TCM in Germany. But in that time, this kind of treatment is still considered by most of our doctors like alternative medicine. This is because a lot of Chinese TCM theories about yin-yang and five movements, Zangfu theories, they cannot accept or maybe they cannot understand well. So in that time, acupuncture and TCM is not so accepted by the scientific community in Brazil. I think this is a very famous history. In 1971, when the past president of USA, Richard Nixon, went to China to visit Mao Zedong. And then one of his journalists got a pancectomy in China. And after the surgery, this journalist, James Riston, received the pain control by acupuncture. After that, he went back to USA and made a report about acupuncture after the surgery. So this is the reason that we have this peak that represents in very rapid increase of the number of papers in acupuncture or TCM. This is very important event because this support our doctors to look for how this treatment works and how this treatment can be used in our country. And the second peak that we have is in 1997, when WHO published a list of some conditions that can be treated by acupuncture. So we have two very important moments that help us to look for this kind of treatment. This is my hospital, the Hospital das Clínicas, that belongs to the São Paulo University, and this is considered by the scientific community the largest hospital in the Latin America. And in my right side, Professor Sachiko Yamamura. She is a PMR physician, physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor. And in our hospital, she started the acupuncture in 1973 because we have a lot of car accidents, and so we have a lot of fracture and some sequelae that can be treated by physicians from this department. So for chronic pain, she used a kind of acupuncture, a Japanese style like real oracle, to treat their our patients. And as you can see, this is a very big hospital, and in this building is the Orthopedic and Traumatology Institute that the PMR department belongs. But when we teach our students and residencies, we have to make a lot of comparisons. We have to use the anatomy and all our knowledge, Western medicine knowledge, to make our students understand about the channel or another theory from TCM. So unfortunately, the TCM theories is very hard to the Brazilian people, to Brazilian doctors to understand what's qi or what's the yin yang and the 5 phases. So we have to make some bridges and make this comparison to make them understand better what is the acupuncture, what is the Chinese medicine. So about the points, we have to show them that a lot of them are points located very close to nerves, very close to vessels. Some of them, they belongs to a space between 2 joints or a space in the foramen, and then they can understand better and also practice and make the acupuncture better as well. This is another knowledge in the basic science that help us to teach acupuncture. The gate theory about how can you control the pain, most of them the chronic pain using acupuncture. So we use this model, the Western medicine model, to explain the mechanism of action of the acupuncture and also the TCM. So we have to walk through these 2 ways, the TCM and the Western medicine. And we have always make briefs and comparison to get a better approach to our patients. So we always say to our students, the TCM does not came to make some against the Western medicine, but we have to join, we have to combine the both medicine to give to our patients the best or the better approach and treatment. Less collateral effects, side effects, and more efficacy in our approach. And in this way, a Brazilian government, he installed the acupuncture and TCM in our public health system since 2006. And inside this program, you can offer acupuncture, some kind of physical practice like Qigong, Liangong, and Tai Chi Chuan to our Brazilian patients. And more recently, we also has the Chinese herbs allowed by the government. So we can see this chart since 2006 and 2007-8, the number of treatments in acupuncture year per year. And now we can see how the Brazilian people is interested in acupuncture and TCM. The blue line is about the acupuncture, and this orange line is about cupping and noxibustion. This is another chart that we can see this tendency to grow up the number of treatments by acupuncture. Only in 2020, because of the pandemic, we don't have this data or this information from the government. This is about the Qigong or Tai Chi Chuan, some body treatments, a body practice that we have also an increased number of treatments. All these treatments are still offered by the public health system to our Brazilian people. And about the Chinese herbs, this is a very recent issue. Just only 5 years and 6 years ago, the government established or start to regulate this kind of treatment. We have 2 moments, and we still working to implement and to solve this kind of regulation. So the Chinese herbs treatment is very new for our Brazilian people, and we have to look forward. I told about Professor Sachiko. She is considered by our hospital as the first generation professor teaching acupuncture and TCM to Western medicine doctors. And this is the Professor Wu Duxing. He's considered the second generation of physicians that teach acupuncture and TCM in our school. So this is the orthopedic and traumatology building that we have the PMR department inside. And so the first group of doctors that received the training in TCM already was formed by surgery or another specializations. And 20 years from now, Professor Wu started to teach our undergraduate students. I mean, the students in the medical school to learn about acupuncture. Of course, very basic information for them. And this is our medical school that belongs to the University of São Paulo. And even the treatment by acupuncture and TCM get a very important level that even, this is Geraldo Alckmin, he is a doctor and he was our past governor of the São Paulo state. So you can see even politicians and doctors, they are very interested receive this kind of knowledge. So in the undergraduate students, we can make a lot of conference between them. Different medical schools gather together to teach themselves and share some difficulties about how to learn more acupuncture, and also to share with another students how you can pass some kind of difficulties and make the acupuncture center bigger and bigger in their own school and own hospital. And we also have in Brazil the CMBA, the Brazilian Medical Acupuncture College, that can help each school, medical school, and each branch of hospital or each service to set up the acupuncture and TCM training program. So now we have two ways to teach our doctors. The first and maybe the easier way is 2 years of course, postgraduate course, that we have a lot of them in Brazil, and at least with 600 hours. And the second way to become acupuncturist doctor is through the residency program, also 2 years long, but the training program is more intense, 2,880 years. This is per hours per year. So the quality of this kind of training is much more better than the first one. And this slide show that in this moment we have only 9 centers that can offer the residence program in acupuncture and TCM in all our country. The first service, the first residence program belongs to Faculdade de Medicina de São José do Rio Preto in 2004. So almost 20 years we have this kind of treatment or training. And most of them, you can see, are located in the southeast part of the country. We have just 28 programs that you can apply for 2 years long. And now we have more than 100 specialists in acupuncture, doctor, graduated by this kind of training program. So more than 100 doctors. And CMBA also helps to make some partnership between Brazil and another institute from another countries. Like this one, we participate to a forum held by Macau in 2016. This Macau traditional Chinese medicine technology industry. And we joined with another Portuguese-speaking countries like Angola, Mozambique, and Portugal to attend this conference in Macau, and each country could share some experience in how TCM began, in each country, and how we teach them, and how is the expectation in the future. And in that time, we just have said about the Chinese herbs in Brazil. So this kind of conference was very important for us. As you can see, a lot of people from Mozambique and Angola. And this is Dr. Helena from Portugal, the past president of the medical acupuncture from Portugal. In 2017, we made a partnership between Brazil and Italy, Bologna, the Professor Carlo Giovanardi. Thank you, Professor Carlo, and we can exchange also knowledge and research. And we also went to Taiwan in 2018. We had this opportunity to made a presentation in their conference, their congress, and then they can see how we use acupuncture in what kind of conditions and how is our results in acupuncture and TCM. So just to finish my presentation, just to remind that acupuncture and TCM in Brazil, we have more than 200 years of history due to the Asian immigrants that came from China and Japan. But only the last 70 years became more and more popular between our people and the scientific community, doctors from the medical schools. We has acupuncture as a specialty, medical specialty, since 1995, recognized by our council, our medical federal council in Brazil. And we always make the interaction between Western medicine and TCM. We always have to make this integration and offer the best approach to our patients. Chinese herbs is very recent, so needs more regulation. We have acupuncture and all the TCM in our public health system. And we are looking for more and more international partnership between Brazil and other institutions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tsai, for your very informative presentation. And that concludes today's symposium. We thank all speakers for their speech and presentations. We thank the backstage personnel who are working very hard today for the smooth running of today's symposium. And thank you all for attending today's symposium. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you and goodbye.